IBC Tamil Sports presents Hankook 24 Hours Dubai 2025 Series Endurance Racing. Title sponsor Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Powered by Q1Q Pharmacy, quality healthcare at affordable price. Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Kashmir package starts from Rs 15,000 only. Q1Q Pharmacy, quality healthcare at affordable price.
Thomas Eichen and Optimum Motorsport, they were just lurking up there as the only challenge to the onslaught of German cars, and they were threatening to get towards that podium fight, just quietly going about their business. But bizarrely, a car drove into the side of them in the fueling, and that
that happened when I just went in the pit lane.
Like I say, chaos magnet.
I was not in the fuel zone. Nick Damon is down in the pit lane with more stories. Is this of joy or of pain?
I'll try and find out. I'm with William Duer, who's just got out of the 438. William, is your story of the race of joy or of pain so far?
No, it's been joy. It's been absolutely amazing. It's a fantastic event. You know, it's been really, they've put up a really good show and I've really enjoyed it. My first endurance and hopefully it won't be my last.
So you've gone straight in at the deep end with a 24-hour in Dubai?
I got my international license with 20 minutes to spare.
What, this week?
This week, yes. It was the last call up, so
what's the longest race you've been involved in before?
I think I did a 2-hour race in Silverstone in the Ferrari, but this is awesome. With their GT3 cars bombing you up left, right and centre. It's absolutely amazing. It's really fantastic.
So has it always been your ambition to do a very long endurance race? We just kind of fall in your lap a week ago?
Up until last week, yes.
So give us an idea, I mean, what is it like turning up at a track in the Middle East to do a 24-hour race, meeting the team, I assume, and so give us an idea of how the week pans out and how you're feeling during those days.
It's difficult to put it into words, but you've got to give it a go. You know, if you like your racing, if you're into endurance, it's just fantastic. And as I said, it's hard to put it in words, but you have to give it a go. You just have to. It's fantastic.
At the moment, it looks like you might be getting on the podium as well, so that's a bit of a bonus, isn't it?
I'm sorry, say that.
At the moment, it looks like you might be getting on the podium. The car scored in first at the moment.
It's not over till the fat lady sings, so you don't get ahead of yourself. You just keep focused, and where the racing gods take us is where they take us. But fingers crossed, yes.
So you say you're in one of the slower cars. You've been, you've got all these GT3s with top worldwide professionals around them. How have you found that? Has it been a bit exciting, frightening, worrying, or all three at the same time?
It's all of that in one, but you just have to be careful. The important thing is to stay on track. So rather than it's an endurance race, it's 24 hours. If you get an extra second or two, it makes no difference in the long term. So you just try and stay out of your way, look in your mirrors, keep focused, don't miss your braking points, and then hopefully we all get home safely.
Hope so, and I hope you guys get home safely. And I'm doing the podium, so hopefully I'll see you.
Hopefully, thank you. I'd love to take a podium back to Ghana with me.
Is that the first Ghanaian endurance driver that we've had the pleasure of commentating on?
Could possibly be, yeah. William Duer, he's actually the founder of a company called Zen. It's a petroleum products company, and they've got various different petroleum products and petrol stations in Ghana.
It's very sorted.
Relaxed.
That's very relaxed when you go in there.
Well, looks like a very zen chap. He looked totally relaxed.
Very.
He's just been in a racing.
How cool that he gets his international race license, and the first thing he does is jumps into a 24-hour race. Incredible, absolutely incredible. Quick hello as people are waking up around the circuit here at Dubai Autodrome to the brilliantly supportive RWEC group that we keep an eye on through all of our endurance coverage. And this is the start of 4 consecutive weekends of endurance action for Radio Show Limited and our broadcast partners. RWEC have suggested a Bollywood/Collywood Creventic collaboration, and already our responsible adult is thinking of a creative treatment for this, and it's been suggested romance among the race cars, dancing pit reporters with fireworks, And Johnny Palmer is the cheeky but impoverished love interest I've suggested as the crafty villain, Dick Dastardly style, for those of you who remember Wacky Races. Nick Damon has to be, doesn't it?
Smiling assassin.
And Joe Bradley is the kindly grandfather figure, or just kindly grandfather. Obviously, I think we can fit everybody into this.
I think everybody, could play a factor. Nick Damon, any ideas on that front for our Collywood Creventic mashup?
I have a complete cast, and I have a script as well, and I'll have the treatment done by the end of this report. The one treatment we are going to get is a treatment for the 777 BMW, the leading car that's come in, the white machine. They're getting a full service and driver change. I'm currently walking as fast as I can to get up there. Also, just ahead of them on the pit lane is the 91. That's the Herbeth Racing main car. That's come in for full service and driver change as well. I must admit, I don't know where they are in the overall field. They were 5th when I went to bed, so they could. Or they were 7th actually when we went off, so I'm not sure where they are now. And we also have one of the other Astons in, which is the EBM machine, the 77 car. That has also come in for a stop. It's got about the Aston Martin's got 3 little breather pipes out the back that are all breathing very heavily, various fluids and steam and stuff. So that's worked its way. Had a hard morning so far. So yeah, so that's
it has to be said that Nick Damon and Peter Mackay did something this year at the 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai that the RSL broadcast team have never done before.
We like to break molds. So Nick Damon rushed me back to the hotel.
Yeah.
Nick Damon and I rushed back.
Yes. Was that it? Go back to the hotel?
That's I think that is the first time that any of the substantive broadcast team have gone back to the hotel while a race was live, and that was made possible by the fact that our lovely series organisers, Creventic, identified the one of the hotels up at the Damac Hills, isn't it, that you guys are at, Peter?
Yeah, you can hear the cars from the hotel.
Oh, yeah, I love that. That's great.
Part of the idea for this Bollywood Creventic mashup was for the cars to the romance amongst the cars. Well, would it be that the Vortex and the IRC GT and indeed the AMG Mercedes, would they all lean to one another because they've all got big hearts?
Very
all
good.
got 6 point.
Yeah, very good. Like that. Like that. There'd have to be something magical as well, wouldn't there? There has to be almost a little bit of magic, of a sort of pseudo-fantastic fantasy, rather. It's really good. I like that. We're working on this. There'll be sequins. There'll be dancing in the pit lane. Nick Damon is all over this. I'm telling you that now.
This is a bit him.
Remember, this is someone who has got qualifications in dancing. Nick Damon has qualifications in dancing.
Might be more him than a yellow Maserati. It's all for him.
Let's go down to Nick now, who is currently in his more regular mode of talking to people in the pit lane. Nick, which garage are you at?
I'm at the Team WRT with the 777 car, and Dan Harper fresh out of the car. This is looking increasingly good for the car. I mean, there's a period in the night where it seemed to be falling off the back of the Porsche, but suddenly it's just come back to you. Is that a change of driver rotation, or just the car getting better as it's warmed up again?
I think a bit of both, to be honest. The Porsches were very strong in the night in the cooler conditions, which we were sort of surprised. Normally the cooler nighttime suits our BMW, but it was the opposite this time, so that caught us a bit off guard. But I mean, racing's full of that, so we've countered here in the morning. We're strong again. The car's feeling really good. Yeah, we managed to get Darren's sort of driving time done quite early in the race. Unfortunately, Faisal had a little problem with the car landing on his foot, so it's unsure if he can drive another stint or not at the moment. But Ben's done a very good job, and of course Max as well. So the car's flying. The team are doing a really good job with the strategy, because it's just like this. There's a full course yellow, and you have to react very quickly on the best scenario. So they've done a fantastic job, and we're in the fight. So.
Yeah, is Faisal okay for his drive times if he doesn't get in again?
Yeah, with the silver, there's no minimum or maximum. It just means Ben, for example, might have to do one more stint than planned, because obviously Max and I, we have to be careful not to go over our required time. So yeah, we will see. Hopefully Faisal will be able to do one more, but let's see.
Big year for you. You ended last year with a was it prize drive or a test? Anyway, got to go in the big car, basically. First of all, what do you've driven GT3. What's your impressions of a full-on LMDH machine?
Oh, it's amazing. It's amazing. I'd never experienced like a high downforce car before. So it was a real shock, to be fair, at the beginning. It took a while to get comfortable and get used to it. But it's such a cool car and really fun to drive. So I hope that's the first of many days in that car.
So so for your program this year, it's GT3, but are you thinking there are going to be slots in the hypercar field for you?
I think for this year, the lineups for the hypercar and WEC and IMSA are already confirmed. Of course, if something was to go wrong or a driver could not make it, then potentially I could be one that could fill in. So you never know, and we just hope to get some more testing, get more laps in the car. But at the moment, full focus on the GT side of things at the moment.
And many trips to the Nürburgring, I take it.
We'll see, yes, let's see.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
Great young man down there. I spoke to him after that LMDH or the LMH test, and he had a smile as wide as you like. Whilst that was going on, Thomas Kiefer for Dynamic and the number 24, the white and blue machine, has swapped positions, I think, with Max Hesse. And the fact that they've swapped back again, haven't they?
Yes, because that 777 car has just pitted because we've just spoken to the driver who was in it before, and Dan Harper handed over to not only his old teammate, his old housemate from the BMW junior team, Max Hesse. Thomas Kiefer is in the Dynamic car. So I think...
So what happened was, that was Max Hesse coming out of the pit lane, was it?
No, lost turn 9 is just lost a little bit of momentum. Kiefer managed to get it back, then Hesse quickly stabilised. Not cold tyre issue, because we have tyre warmers in the series.
Yeah, so across the line last time around, it was Kiefer at the head of the field in the 24 Porsche, the Dynamic car, across the line, and Max Hesse has regained the lead despite having just had 2 laps out of the pit lane. So there's a difference of 15 laps between those 2 cars. So very much advantage at the moment. Almanach Racing by Team BMW. 9 o'clock in the morning. Hello. Welcome everybody.
15 laps. 1.5 seconds.
No, there's the difference between them is 15 laps.
Tires, I was thinking.
In pits. Yeah. In pit stop strategy. 9 o'clock in the morning, 4 hours still to run here at the opening round of the 24-hour series. It's the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. And here's how they stand. 1.5 seconds is the gap between first and second, and it's still BMW, Porsche. Laps again between the first 2. And the Paradigm competition car. Toby Sowry has just pitted, so he's going to drop away, but he will hold on to the arm lead, I think, because he's got the better part of 3 laps on Taras Au in the Herbert car, who's just pitted himself as well, to be honest. All of the top 10 are GT3 cars, with the Am and Pro-Am leader in that top 10. Victor Scheitar in the Winward Racing Mercedes, having a quiet race, the Winward AMG. 7th position leads the Pro-Am category. Second in the Pro category, we've got to go outside the top 10 down to Herbert Motorsport, who have got 3 cars in the top 11 with Robert Renaud in the 91 car at that 11th position. And then all the way down to 20th and Munkong Sathin Therakul for EBM are all GT3 cars, either Pro-Am or Am. Outside of the top 20, but just outside of the top 20. The top 21, in fact, are all GT3 cars, with the Come To You Aston in 21st position, the number 40 car. Then it's the hordes of 992s. Now, for the greater part of the race, that class was led by Red Camel Jordan.nl. They are now in 2nd position. Yopra Pang has just gone across the line in the Tierra Outdoor Racing by Porsche. They have led this class before. They have led the race before, overall, in the early parts of the race, when they were going long on fuel. 3rd in the class, but leading the AM category. This is another big story, Peter. If QMMF race by HRT can hold on to this. Julian Hansis behind the wheel of the 974. That's the dialing code for Qatar. They had huge coverage in the regional press when they won their class at the 12-hour 992 Endurance Cup race at Spa last year. That car just coming into the pits now. All the way down to 30th position, Sami Mutran behind the wheel of the Dual Racing by Huber. That's the Group C Jaguar coloured 992, and doesn't it work, that colour scheme on that car? He's and the rest of the team in 9th overall in 992. If we go outside of the top 30, there's a mix of 992s, and down to 37th is our next lap. Class leader, JJ Song for Leipert Motorsport, and the Lamborghini still doing its Lamborghini thing, which is making very nice V10 noises and turning laps, roughly speaking, in the early 2 minutes and something. 40th position is the leader in GT4, as it has been for some time, the 438 BMW AGMC car, Tim Docker behind the wheel of that car. And in 49th, the final of our class leaders, Asbest Racing, in the pits at the moment with their Seat Leon Cup car, back from 2017, sorry, added a bit of history to that car. And that car, as I say, in 49th position. Pretty much everyone outside the top 45 have had some issues, and I'm just looking to see actually that Asbest Racing car been in the pits for an hour and a bit now, so they're being closed down on by their team car, but they've still got 40 odd laps, so that's what, over an hour and a half at their pace, and still got the two Ginettas that had their problems within moments of each other, it felt like. The Graf Racing car, we thought we might get that car back for the Rossa car, but they looked hopeful, but it didn't come back out. The Vortex was gearbox problems, and that car hasn't come out either for some time, although they're still holding 3rd in TCX. And that's how they stand with just under 3 hours and 55 minutes to go. So that's what it looks like now. It's been an eventful first 20 hours of the 20th running of the Michelin 24 hours here at Dubai. John Hindorf and Peter Mackay up top in the Global Broadcast Centre. Rather more code 60 than we would have liked, Peter, and we'll go through some of the major incidents in the next few minutes as we reminisce on the first 20 hours of this race.
and you can probably see it hasn't worn the way it should do evenly at all. It is effectively right through to the cords on the inside. You can see the metal on the cords on the inner area. Of course, they run a lot of camber on these front-wheel drive cars. It goes around, and there you see that has basically just been worn out. So that has kind of grown as a problem during the course of the race. They had to do something about it, possibly pick up. And they say also the temperature affects it. So they've made change now, and they're going to go out in 5 or 6 minutes to complete the race. So it's a handling issue.
That almost looks like that's had part of the tread shaved off, as if it was catching something rather than just a wear, the way the whole part of the tread had come up. This is the car that had the gearbox change overnight that they did in a little over 3 hours, and at the moment it is the only one of the two Asbest cars that's running. The other car's been in the pit lane for an hour and a half.
No. This is the car. This is the car that's in the pit
the
lane. This is the
101. Excuse me.
These are issues with the 101. Yeah, this is issue with the 101. It's about to come out. The lead that's about to come out again in a few minutes. They've just, as we were speaking, put the tyres back on again. Brand new Michelins all round. I think they found that they were saying it wasn't a rubbish issue, which wouldn't really be on the inside shoulder. Actually, it's hard to get rubbish on the inside, so at least you've got a real problem. It was a problem with the camber they set. The tyres just wouldn't live with it, so they flattened the camber right off, which is obviously going to affect performance. But they are several laps ahead of their only competition, which is their teammate, because the third car in TCE, which is the Sorg Rennsport machine, retired many hours ago. But obviously, Team 101 wants to beat Team 102, and they should be going out in the next few minutes.
Nick Damon. Just a note as well, noted by Ian McCarthy, and thank you Ian, hashtag 24H series at RSL_studio. The 777 that leads the race is missing the wing end plate on the left hand side. Has been for a while actually.
And we have gone code 60. And
that's the 17th
I was
time.
Just as we went into that interview, going, I've got a good point to make after this, and it was the fact that the Almanar racing team by Team WRT had done a full pit stop and were still leading. That's the first time we've seen that all race long, and then a code 60 comes out. So that might not play into Almanar Racing by Team WRT's favour.
Seven laps into their stint for Max Hesse. Thomas Kiefer yet to cross the line. Where is the Kiefer car? Well, Hesse's come into the pit lane. I presume that he'll go straight into fuel and just top that car. Oh, and the problem... They're going to do, I think then in that case, they're going to do brakes on that car. The car that's caused this is the number 81, the black
Era Ferrari.
Black and purple.
Dwight Merriman.
Yeah, Dwight, the man behind this, has planted the car facing in the wrong direction on the far side of the circuit, over by the
Turn 9.
Turn 9, the exit of Turn 9. I can just about see that coming out of the parabolic yet. And he has lost that car going through, looped it, and it's gone in, and the driver's side is up against the tyre wall there. Good news is it's right next to a cutout, so all the emergency vehicles have been able to get there very quickly indeed. We'll keep an eye on that whilst Nick has a look at what's going on down in the pit lane. I presume this will be top up on fuel for the 777 BMW.
No, 777 BMW did tyres, it did the driver, but it did not do anything else apart from fuel. So there's no brake changes. So it's basically done a full service. The 92 car.
But it went into the box, did it?
Pure Racing. No, it went into the box. Changed driver. Max Hess out.
So changed the driver. Was it pushed into the garage? Did you say?
And fuel.
Oh, right, okay.
No. It's in a full service. Even though Max only been over 7 laps, they're taking it back out again. Perhaps there are drive time issues around to get through.
They're saving his drive time. They think that this might be a lengthy purple. As we pop over 500 laps, this is Ben Tuck that's been put into the car. So Ben's going to burn some of his drive time where he can neither lose nor gain time.
Ben Tuck is a semi-pro, so he has no minimum or maximum.
Right,
but I think it's more the maximum time for Max Hesse.
For Hesse, they're saving that.
Maximum of 12 hours, so they need to make sure they've got that in the pocket.
Yeah, maximum of 12 hours for the pro drivers combined?
No, for each pro driver. Well, they've gone over it already then, if that's the case.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go and check. Oh, they're a full pro car, aren't they? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Carry on, as you were.
Obviously, they will now have an absolutely full tank. Because they're only 7 laps removed from a full allowable fill, which is probably about 100 litres. So they then put the 25% in. So for the first time for that car since the start of the race, they'll have effectively a full tank, because it'll be above the normal limits. They're going to have an awful lot of range on that machine. Now, how much of that they want to use with... We'll find out. Watching a few more cars come through, but with the new motors about to stop.
Good news is Dwight Merriman is out, alert, standing and talking to the rescue team. There's a little bit of hazy smoke coming from the engine compartment of what, until very recently, was a pristine Ferrari 296. There's a little bit of, I think, frustration from Dwight, from his body language. He's not at the safety workers who were there. He's trying to... I think there was another car involved in that, and he might have taken a little bit of a nudge and got some assistance to be at the outside wall, facing the wrong direction. Left rear damage on that car. The rollback is already there, waiting to recover the Ferrari. And actually, I think they might even be able to tow that car. They've already got, yes, indeed, they've got a tow strap on it, so they can't. It's bodywork damage on the left rear of that purple and black Motul sponsored 296, but it must mean that the rear suspension is vaguely pointing in the right direction.
General, and of course, as we know how modular the rear section of that Ferrari 296
Take 2 minutes that.
Yeah, I mean, in a motorsport, they, brand new to 24H series, but well known in IMSA, twice winner of the Rolex 24 and an LMP2 car, and they started off on the back foot. They had a slow puncture at the beginning of the race, had to pit immediately, but Ryan Dalziel, Kyle Tilley, Oliver Bryan and Dwight Merriman, they've just been fighting back, and they were on for a class podium. And you never know what can happen in the next 3 hours and 43 minutes. This could be this is not done yet. The car will be coming back to the pit lane on a flatbed, but nothing is ever done in 24-hour racing. But that's not the welcome we want to give to Dwight Merriman and the ERA team on their. We're friendlier than this, guys. So don't lose faith in us here in 24H series.
No, there is a bit more damage than I thought. What they were doing with the pickup truck was just dragging the front end of the car off the barriers so that the rollback, the flatbed, could get itself lined up and get that car back on. If you're just joining us and you don't know the regs here, that car will be delivered back to the team in the pit lane. Yes, it's outside assistance, but not only is that not banned here, it's actively encouraged. This is a series that isn't a world championship. It's not Le Mans. This is about the people who come and race, and therefore get the car back to the pits, get it fixed and get it back out again. And talking of the pits, our man on the spot is Nick Damon.
Sorry, I was just doing an audition for a Bollywood movie. Apologies there. We've seen the Red Camel Jordan machine come in from, I think, now only second place, disastrously, in 992. We've also had the SMP Racing Mercedes stealth its way up the field and was actually scored fourth as it came in. Coming in the pits, but staying in the pits, is the 102 Abest Seat car. Interestingly, obviously they decide they can't survive without at least one of the cars in the pits. So when the 101 left, the 102
they're both in the pits at the moment. They're both showing us in the pits. Yeah.
Oh, they're both.
Oh no! Thomas Alpiger has just left. Sorry, so he was literally rolling to the end of the pit lane as the team car came in. You're spot on.
But look, I tell you what, John, they've paid for that pit.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Most of the cars that are coming in now have actually just rolled through for fuel, and that includes things like the 950 Dual Racing by Huber and a couple of other cars as well. They're just coming down the lane in front of me now is the Haas RT machine, scored in 8th. Slightly quieter run for Haas than we've seen in recent years, but they've got a very different driver lineup than they had when they were chasing for victories. So certainly through 23 and 24. And it's quiet now. Look at that. It's certainly not the panic we saw with the multiple Code 6 is you caused when you were
Not
in the
sure
pits,
about
John.
that. Dwight Merriman's on his way back to you in one of the course cars, Nick, so you'll be able to have a chat with Dwight. I suspect he's not going to be very happy. The witness marks on the runoff area at the edge of turn number 9 suggests that he was backwards for for quite a way, actually, before he hit the barriers. And there's a couple of maybe a swappage in the middle, but that's not, you would not get there without a problem or without some assistance.
This is something that my Uncle Bruce, who was in the traffic police, is Class 1 driver and instructor, and he's very good at reading tire marks on roads.
Is he?
Yeah, because he would attend an accident and go, yeah, I can see what happens here before he's even asked the person in question what happened.
We need him to look at that and be able to say, yeah, not only did he not do that himself, it was the number whatever car that turned him around. That I would be impressed with.
That would be.
But he'd have to obviously he'd have to do the paint analysis on the side of the car to find the other car on that one.
Yes, I do remember once after he was retired, there'd been an incident on. It was actually I have to say after he'd retired. In police training incident where they'd gone off in police training, and by the time marks, he can go, yeah, I can see what the mistake was.
Yeah.
And in short, too much speed,
yes.
Not enough talent.
Yeah, that's quite often an excess of hope over talent and indeed grip.
My grandfather was. Oh yeah, that's not going to be a 5-minute job. The rear left wheel is bent in. The front left is bent out. So yeah, that is one sad-looking Ferrari. It's lost its rear wing, so it's gone to touring specification. Very good. More like the 296 road car now.
I am fairly certain that they shipped both cars into the inter-region. So next weekend's entry for the Abu Dhabi 6 hours, the sprint race, is probably not in jeopardy. The body language in the pit lane, Nick Damon, would suggest that they've spoken to Dwight or they've seen the pictures, and that is probably all done and dusted there from the body language in the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the team's kind of realised that we're down to 3.5 hours to go. There's more than 3.5 hours worth of repairs, and at the end of the day, they'll be fighting for a lower top 10 finish. Their focus, they've said, is the European Championship, not this Middle East Championship. This is a learning procedure. Well, they've learnt the tough. Well, they already knew this team, but they've learnt there are tough knocks even in Creventic, and it's resigned acceptance from a very experienced team. A little bit disappointment from a couple of the drivers, I think, because they're probably hoping to get out and fight for that podium. But I can see from the drone shots being broadcast into the pit that the rescue car, the truck, the flatbed is about to deliver the remains of the era Ferrari, and it arrives absolutely at my feet now. As you say, it's a low drag version, there's no rear wing on it. The right-hand side of the car, not so bad, to be honest. The left-hand side of the car, yeah, not so good. This is the kind of thing, if you're putting on Auto Trader, all the shots would be from the right, and probably it's a Cat C, I would say. Now, just one bit, before I just to talk about the actual damage, which actually, it's not actually that bad, because they have lost the rear suspension, so that's what's going to cost them out. Because you're quite right, all that cosmetic stuff at the back is just undoing a clip, but unfortunately it's just moved forward enough into the bodywork effectively behind the B pillar that's going to cause a problem for them, but otherwise they could have replaced most of it quite easily. Whilst we were waiting for this car to come in, the 92 Pure Racing Porsche came in again, and they had a long, hard look into both front wheel arches. They didn't change pads, which I thought were what they might be doing. They had a long look into it, as though the driver reported it was feeling a bit funny. So that second pit stop time you've got down for that Pure Racing was they come into the pits, have a look at it for a while, and then drive out again. So they've certainly lost at least half a minute or 40 seconds on everyone else. But yeah, they didn't seem to do an awful lot, but they did have a big old stare at the car.
That was the first real delay for any of the top 3 cars. Yeah, they've lost a minute there. So is that Pure Racing with 3 hours and 36 minutes to go? Is that them out the picture? Not necessarily, but it certainly puts them on the back foot. So it's this become a 2-horse race between Almanor Racing by Team WRT and the Dynamic GT Porsche.
Just Just a thought. Is it?
The rear wheel's actually rotating. Just wondering if it's rotating straight. I think it might be. I think it might not be as deranged.
Just
as it
a
looks at the
thought,
back,
Nick,
you know.
whilst that car is
May even have
being
the switch.
taken off that flatbed, how the technology even of recovery of cars, and particularly racing cars, has changed. Back in the old days, you would have had, yes, you would have had a flatbed, but it would have been a tilt bed rather than a rollback that goes flat to the floor, and there'd have been all kinds of jiggery-pokery with bits of planks of wood so that the front and the rear didn't catch the ground. Nowadays, the whole back deck comes off and lies flush on the floor. Makes it very much easier to load and unload. That's mainly bodywork, Nick, I reckon.
It's all about what's happened for that rear left suspension. Whether there's anything more. I mean, it doesn't look right, but then the car was rolling quite nicely. And ultimately, when pressure, they put the garage door down. That's all. They've gone very Le Mans on us there. They put the garage door down and shut one of their own men out. The man he's knocking on the door to be let back in again.
This is like the state opening of British Parliament. He's like Black Rod, isn't he? He just needed to tap on it with the pneumatic probe for that to be.
The other problem was that they'd shut the air cylinders to get the wheels off outside as well. So in an effort to be all kind of dramatic and shut the garage door, they kind of had left both the equipment and the people they need. We're back to green,
3
John.
hours and 35 minutes pretty much on the nosy to go. Now we will see what happens at the front of the field. Ben Tuck in the BMW number 777 has the dynamic GT Porsche of Thomas Kiefer right in his wheel tracks as we restart this run to the flag for the first major race of 2025. They're on the back straight, and the 777 then heading through traffic, going past the second place 992 car down into turn number 10 as we speak. Luke Breukers has just seen the leaders actually coming out of turn 12. Luke Breukers has got the leaders just in front of him, being passed by both the first and the second place cars, and he's got a grandstand view of the battle for the lead. He himself is trying to make up time on the Hoop van Eindhoven for the Tierra Outdoor Racing. That has come alive as well, as Rick Breukers is just about to complete his 486th lap, which Hoop van Eindhoven did a few moments ago in the number 912. That car is just going out of turn 6 as Luke is coming down towards the first corner.
26 seconds between them at the last timing point.
Yeah.
It's game on in 992 between Tierra Outdoor Racing.
And there's the two leaders going through across the line now. My apologies, the tracker was a little bit slow to catch up after the code 60. And there's now 3 seconds between the overall lead of the race. The number 777, if you will, BMW, that's the Almanar Racing by Team WRT, and the Dynamic GT. This is the white car with the blue skyline of Dubai Downtown on it, the Visit Dubai supported car. Then a further lap back, Harry King for Pure Racing, WEC champions in LMGT3, the 92 car then with Harry King trying to make back some ground on the two drivers ahead of him.
Yeah, there's
going to be hard.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. 3 minutes and 32 seconds for Harry King. The gap back from Thomas Kiefer in second to Harry King in third. So
that's not a real gap till they come round next time, because that'll still count some of the code 60, I think.
Possibly, but the gap at the front is 3 seconds, and Ben Tuck is pulling away from Thomas Kiefer. Thomas Kiefer is still very much in his development phase of his career. He's being coached by Felipe Fernandez-Lazar. They're both, of course, met at the Nürburgring. Thomas Kiefer raced at the Nürburgring for quite a little while, and Felipe Fernandez-Lazar's been coaching him. Felipe was famously coached Michael Fassbender.
Yeah. Very good. The gap on the track, leader at turn 15 and Harry King halfway down the back straight, So actually that time that you mentioned will be about right. That's about a lap and a half.
Yeah, when they went into that code 60, the gap was just over 2 minutes. It's now 3 minutes 32, and that was the minute they lost in the pits in investigating the cars. So
yeah, spot on.
Yeah, but we've still got plenty time to go. Ben Tuck leading now by 3.8 seconds, so he's really starting to drop the hammer.
Had a question. We didn't get to it earlier on, and I hope that Blur Fiend is still with us in Florida. Laying down in bed but staying up as long as I can to watch the race. What is the GTX class and how does it differ from that of GT3? GTX are GT3 alike cars and quite often will have very similar performance levels to the GT3 cars, but things that are certainly a GT looking car, Blur Fiend, but they don't quite fit as a homologated GT3. So for example, the Lipa Performance Lamborghini is a Lamborghini Cup car, effectively. The Lamborghini single make car, the Evo version of that. The IRC, obviously that's a tube frame car with a crate motor, the General Motors 6.2 V8, that's in there. The Vortex, well, they've not made enough Vortex to homologate it as a full house global GT3 spec car. I know that Philip Bonnell and the rest of the team, they are looking to get that towards a little bit closer towards the GT3 performance level. And same for the Ginetta, it doesn't quite fit. It's not the GT4 spec car, it's GT4 and a bit actually, although it's sitting behind after the problems that it had. It was sitting behind most of the GT4 field. So it's a catch-all class for cars that are more GT than they would be TC being the touring car. And of course there's a TCX category as well in the touring car endurance category. All of the entries are TCX cars because they don't really quite fit as full TCR cars. Although actually I've said that, and of course the Cupra is a TCR car, but it may have been slightly modified with different aero or something like that. And again, that puts it into the X part of either TC or a GT. And we've seen all kinds of things in there. Down through the years, including cars that were sort of experimental in the point that they were on their way. I think BMW brought a new version of the M4.
Yeah, when it was still a prototype.
Yeah.
It hadn't been homologated yet, so they actually put it in it was actually given its own class in that Sebring 24-hour. I think it was a P1, I think it was the class they gave it. It didn't go on GTX at that time, but it could have done.
Also, AMG blooded
GT2 could go in there.
Yeah, they blooded the new GT4 car in GTX in 2017 at the Kota 24 hours. It wasn't homologated.
They did, yeah. Interestingly, on the a couple of laps ago, Harry King set the best lap of the race for that car, a 157.894. Wow. Rick Breukers has just set the best lap for the Red Camel Jordan's car, 201.2 in a Porsche Cup car. Rick Breukers is flying.
Just before we go to Nick, there was just a little moment there where we were explaining GTX with a bit of bodywork flying in the air.
Yeah, that was the Dragon Racing Ferrari, a Porsche Cup car, actually trying to get past, and they made contact, unfortunately.
777 then tucked up, behind the Ferrari in 13th position at the moment. That's the Inter Africa Racing Jason Ambrose cars. They come down to the first corner and he's in a sandwich with Matisse Lismont for the company racing Aston Martin, who's just gone up into 22nd position, having overhauled the now pitted Aero Motorsport Ferrari, whilst the leader is fighting its way through traffic and being held up just a tiny little bit. Harry King with that 157.5, the new fastest lap of the race, on lap number is he on 506, new overall fastest lap of the race. Nick Damon.
And I'm down at the number 1 car. Top of the shop is the Manamuri Energy by EV Motor. But most importantly, I'm with Faitto Broggi. Fabrizio, how are you doing?
I'm very well. I'm very happy to be back in the Creventic family. And it has been 1 year that we haven't done anything. We came here last year like as underdogs. First time with the GT3 car, barely tested once. And with perseverance and some luck, as you always need that some luck, we managed to win. And after then, we didn't do anything the entire year.
And why was that? Why did you take the year out?
Because there have been, on my side, physical problems. Last year I was in pain because a couple of vertebrae that I broke in Monza, coming out of the Ascari. So it has been a long journey. This time there is no pain, but 1 year of pause. We have the honor of having number 1 on our car, but we are not as trained and prepared as we were last year. We have done an honest race.
And is this the start of you'll be with us for the whole season? You're going to join us in Europe as well with the car?
Yes, we are trying. Well, we are right now in the middle of talking and planning. As far as I'm aware from what they're deciding, definitely Mugello, we're going to be there, and the decision is going to be taken after them. Of course, in Mugello, you're always welcome. We celebrate again the fact that we got married there.
And you are still married?
Yes, we're still going on, actually, very happily.
Anniversary, we'll have cake. That's what we really need. And obviously, my kind of surprise you haven't brought me.
Well, there's going to be cake and hopefully a lot of alcohol after the testing, of course.
So, Fabrizio, the car's currently kind of towards the bottom of the pile, but I suppose your aim really was just to reach the end in a clean fashion for this race. You say you've had a year out.
No, probably I will not do it. I sacrifice my time with somebody that is faster, as somebody that has recovered from 1 year of stoppage better than I did, trying to gain a position that any point matters for the championship. You know, doing a back-to-back is a dream. Right now is a very, very far away one.
Great stuff. Thanks, Fabrizio.
Thank you very much. Enjoy.
I love Faitto Broggi and Mugello in Europe. Mugello's a beautiful place to go to at the time of year that we are racing there. Really fabulous countryside. It's an easy travel from a couple of airports. Florence is not too far away. There's a train actually from Florence pretty much to outside the circuit. It's maybe less than a couple of miles, fewer than a couple of miles to the track. Now, our hard-working team back in mission control for 0221 in Cologne have been digging through all of the footage. I say footage, of course, it's all digital nowadays, but it still requires people to be looking around. And they have come up with some images of what we believe is the incident that took out the ERA Racing Ferrari over at turn 9 a little while ago. It was shot from much further away. Look at the top right middle of the screen, and let's see. No, he did go off on his own. He went on his own. Something gave way in the middle of the corner there, Peter, or did he just understeer off and then spin?
I wouldn't want to say. I wouldn't want to say from that angle, but definitely what we can confirm from that brilliant piece of footage, actually, considering it was, you know, it's not its sole purpose at the time. That
here it comes now.
Yeah, it just went off on his own. It's impossible to give a verdict of what happened. He's spinning. I think it's just a spin.
Before that, and now we've got the Lippert car facing the wrong direction at turn 12. That is indeed the leader in GTX, JJ Song. Now they've got a huge lead. They've completed 471 laps. Second place car is 446, but that car I don't think has got fire from the V10. That doesn't appear. If that was being refired, you'd see a little bit of flame from the quad exhausts on the back. He's got his foot on the brake. I think he's refiring the engine now. Oh, they can't restart the car. The starter's broken. Remember, they didn't replace the starter. This car's going to have to be pulled into the pits. A race control will be going through the same thought process as we have just done. They haven't got Nick Damon reminding me in the pit lane that they can't restart that car. Remember, I spoke to them early on. A simple, lazy spin, which under normal circumstances at turn 12 would have just resulted in a quick prod on the starter button down to first gear and away. That car cannot restart because the starter's been gone for hours and they didn't want to take the time to fix it. Bit of a dent in the driver's door under the CrowdStrike branding as well. So this will be a code 60 because that car cannot move. Yep. And it will need to be towed in. Now the good news is, actually, if it was towed, it could bump start on the strop. But I don't know if they'll let them do that.
Well, that'll be maybe part of the negotiation going on at the moment, where the marshals might be asked just to simply give the car a push once we're under.
Push it down the hill, actually, from there.
And almost.
And that's the reason, of course, that the wheels are pointing in the wrong direction, because he's lost power steering and trying to turn the steering wheel of a car that doesn't have power steering when it's built to have power steering. And race cars have plenty of camber, which is the bottom edge of the tyre being further out than the top. They also have very wide, slick, sticky tyres. 20 seconds to code 60 to have that GTX car leading the race in its class. And here is our 18th code 60. And this was always going to be the danger for that car.
Yes, it was, yeah. And to be very fair to all the drivers, they've made so few mistakes, and that's why they have such a strong lead. So hopefully a quick tow from one of the hard-working pickup trucks here at the Dubai Autodrome, and then that roll down the hill should get that Lamborghini fired and back to the pits if they want to, or simply just once you got it started, keep going for JJ's song. And they've got time in hand. The nearest car is 447 laps, so there's 24 laps between them. So that's
nearly an hour.
It's not far off an hour. Yeah. So they've got time in hand. They don't need to panic, as dramatic as it may be. But it does give an opportunity for others. At the front of the field, the IRC GT, which has run fairly well in second in GTX. Jake Camilleri.
I don't think they've actually had a problem with that car, have they?
No, not that I've seen. Jake Camilleri comes from a family of very prolific Mazda dealers.
Yeah.
That's why the Mark cars made a Mazda version.
That's right.
Because the Camilleri family wanted to have a Mazda over, because you're
Mazda
starting with a space
shape,
frame.
wasn't it?
Yes, you're starting with a space frame, and you can basically put whatever body panels you wish over the top of it. A bit like a British touring car, actually.
Their fastest lap is a 2:04.2 in the race, against a 2 minutes for the Lamborghini. I think that car, that's the pace of that car, and it's running with the GM crate motor as this 18th code 60 has generated some more pit stops, and immediately the Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW, Nick Damon, is in the pit lane again for Ben Tuck.
Yeah, and this time straight to fuel, so they're going to have an even fuller tank and slightly worn tyres. We've also had 9 laps on those tyres, but he's now got an absolutely topped-up tank again, so they almost certainly may come in and do another stop to change tyres within his stint. We've already had Harry King through. He was on the first cars. He must be right on pit entry, as the Code 60 was called. He's come in, also just picked up some fuel, nothing else. We're about to get... is King coming again, is he? No, sorry, it wasn't King. Sorry, it was the. This is Harry King coming now. Sorry, it was the third place car, the dynamic GT car that came in first straight away with the gas back. And now Harry King, and King's getting out of the car, so they're doing a full service at this point with tyres. King gets out of the car, throws away his seat insert, and helps the joining driver to load up. We've also had the other BMW, the red AM car, that's come through as well. That was fuel only. So these quotes are kind of spaced not particularly conveniently. We also did see, we also saw full work being done on the Red Camel Jordan as well. But I think Rick stayed on board, but they did give him a new set of boots. He was incredibly impatient. He was following down behind another 992. He was almost pushing him along, because I think he felt his 60 kilometres or 40 kilometres wasn't the 40 kilometres that Rick had. And in the end, the car veered off and he kind of went past with a kind of a wave of the nose. Saying, what on earth are you doing? He's in the fuel at the moment. And now some of the many myriad, of course, of 992s come through. Part of racing as well. And then the car that's officially scored in 6th place, that's the Winwood machine. That goes past us as well. And I think that's probably our lot for a while of the cars towards the front. And I think we've had the whole of the top 6 in.
Rick Breukers is in attack mode. The lap he put in, I mean, in a Porsche Cup car, a 201.2, that's hugely quick. I mean, that is, you know, a second and a half off a really quick GT3 time. Not a surprise, Rick, a double winner of the 24 Hours of Daytona in the GTD class in a Lamborghini.
It also says a lot about the inherent pace of the 992 Cup car. They're not running on the tyres specifically for that class of car. I suggest if they were, they'd be going even quicker, actually. When we first, in fact, the first Carrera Cup championship to get the 992 Cup cars outside of the Super Cup was Porsche Carrera Cup North America in its first year, 3 years ago now, 4 years ago now. And at the test day at Sebring, they were under 2 seconds from a GT3 car, and that was the team still getting used to them. This is a very, very quick car indeed. I think that the engine is running again on the Lamborghini, because that toe strop is not tight, and I don't think he's just coasting. Nick Damon will be able to tell us if there is the sound of a V10 ticking over gently. Okay.
The colours white and black as we go back to green again. They're having a little bit of work to get the strop off. Now, theoretically, though, once they get the strop off, it should be a very, very simple fact of finding 5 burly guys to push it down until it starts. So, and there's no sign of any panic at all. They've managed to get the thing up on the jack straight by borrowing a bit of air. It's been dropped off, not the most convenient place. It's been dropped off about a garage too early, but not too bad. But yeah, the problem is just getting the strop off. The tyres now going back on again. I'm not sure they're going to give them a new set of boots, which is interesting. The car about to drop down off that bit of pneumaticisms. The pickup driver who's picked up some pickup on his way around.
Michelin's.
But actually, no. What I would, yeah, I hope so. What I would say, actually, I don't know. The problem is it's hard to tell whether that car has got a dink in the door, John. So whether that's caused an effect, I don't know. But it has been dinked in the door. Relatively hard at some point. They are changing drivers, and they are now going for a replacement set of tyres. I think they're putting, they are putting fresh on all round. They haven't decided to go. They'll slightly use the front. They're not. It's brand new boots as well. No desire to look at the engine. No desire to do anything else apart from do a full service, because we know what's going to happen.
Yeah,
they're all going to push start it.
I think I said when I was down the pit lane, if you're wondering why they haven't attended to this restart issue, they've run out of white tank tape as well. So fabulously, a bit of bright red race tape going on that gap, or that joint between the left front wing and the front panel, and there's actually quite a lot in there. See that? I'd be worried about that as well at the pace we're going round here. There's some pre-cut larger pieces as well. It's like a large elastoplast, for those of you who remember those, large white elastoplast that's going on. And that...
Now, it must be said that this is not damage from the
From JJ. No.
Had a spin on his own, but
that was a lazy
car
spin.
has been involved in 1 or 2 incidents. It was involved in a disagreement with the number 40, Come to You, Aston Martin.
Yes, it was.
Which I suspect that's where the damage came from. The thing is, they've got time in hand. They've got quite a lot of time in hand. They've got, as we said, nearly an hour back to the nearest competitor, the IRC GT. So they can afford to take their time. Not all day, but they can definitely be on the safe side. Can Leiper.
Why wouldn't you fit a new front air dam onto that, given that? I understand why you don't want to get into the engine bay and change. This starting issue is down to the fact that the starter itself on the engine, on the knurled part of the flywheel, that's not engaging and not starting, and it's right at the front of the engine. This is a mid-engine car. It's right at the front of the engine, pretty much up against the firewall between the engine and the cockpit. And therefore, to get to it, remember, this is not an endurance car. It's the Lamborghini One Make Challenge car, and it's meant to do 50-ish minutes, 55 minutes. Sometimes with a pit stop, sometimes not. We run them with a pit stop in the IMSA version of the championship. And changing a starter would be something that would be done back in the paddock area, relatively leisurely between races, or overnight, or before you went to the next event. It's not meant to be a service item during a race, so I understand why they're not doing that. But they're putting more and more tape on that problem of the separated left front wing and the air dam. And clearly it's not holding. And what you worry about there is one or other of those bits comes off, and either the bonnet flies up and causes you an issue, or the air dam drops off and gets under the front wheels and causes you a problem. They've got an hour. Why wouldn't you at least strip all that tape off, put it in the garage, take off the air dam and see if you can fix it? If you can't, all right, put some tape back on and send it back out again. Even maybe pop rivet something. If that was Colin White, that would have been pop riveted by now. He would have made some metal straps out the back, and that would have been pop riveted together by now.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how it plays out for them, for Leipert. The car now with Takis on board is in fuel at the moment, having taken over from JJ Song.
Well done for spotting that with Takis before even the timing screen did.
Well, he's got the kind of John Cleland style, very, very narrow visored helmet. Yeah. The S&P Racing car, number 7 Mercedes, makes a move for position on the 991 Paragon competition. BMW, Alexander Smoljar goes past Darren Lung. That's for 4th position.
Yeah.
The S&P Racing car has been a kind of sleeper, really.
Yes, it has.
It's just been going along. I wouldn't say minding its own business. It's been in 1 or 2 little scuffles, but that's to be understood when you've got 60 cars on track and 24 hours of racing. But any slip up at all in the top 3, and S&P are going to climb the overall podium.
Yeah, they are 3 laps away from the lead. That leading GTX, by the way, now 21 laps for Leipert Motorsport as Takis rejoins, ahead of 2nd place Jake Camilleri in the 111 IRC tube frame car, which Ian McCarthy has spotted has also got a left-hand end plate, rear wing end plate missing. Seems to be a bit of a trend this morning.
Phil Anson.
Fabulous Phil Anson.
Fabulous Phil Anson. Yeah. I understood that he was known as Fast Phil in his racing days.
Yes, he was. Yeah,
because he's just delivered a beautiful coffee from the Cars Cafe, which has got a Porsche 356 on the takeaway cup and the skyline of Dubai and the Dubai Autodrome. That is full factory.
Yeah,
from the Cars Cafe. Thank you, Phil.
The guys at the Cars Cafe on site here at Dubai Autodrome. If you're here listening to us now, worthwhile popping down there. They're serving breakfast at the moment, and they have a great selection of sandwiches and other breakfast requisites. However, if you're around Dubai And if you're listening now and you're in the pit lane area and you're around Dubai for a day or so before you head down to Abu Dhabi for the next weekend, go and see the guys. It is motorsport and motoring themed cafe. They've always got something interesting on the walls. They've always got something interesting on the TVs. They'll be playing this race in there at the moment. So hello to all of the team in Cars Cafe. The first time I walked into there, and this is no word of a lie, they didn't know I was walking in. I had never been there before. I met Phil there. We were going to meet the owners, actually. And I walked in, and there was an IMSA WeatherTech race from an IMSA race from WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca, playing on the big screens with me and Jeremy Shaw on the commentary.
That's amazing.
And that was really quite off-putting.
I don't even get that at the cafe in Knock Hill.
It was
now, should we do
brilliant.
a real world road test?
On the caffeine?
Yes, right. So
Hang on.
Cars Cafe. Here
How do you have it? Is it with milk or is it just black?
I don't know. However, Phil ordered it, but we're going to taste it.
Okay, hang on. Right, a sip. Peter pulls a face as if somebody has just been rubbing his back for about 20 minutes.
Last time I pulled that face is when I first opened up the throttle on that Bentayga I borrowed a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
It's that good.
Right.
Is it flat white? It's coffee. It's Phil's secret recipe. It's a very, very lovely cup of coffee, and that's just what I needed from the Cars Cafe. Excellent. There we go. Is that a first and on-air coffee
tip?
tasting?
Well,
maybe not. But
some years ago, the much missed Thomas Enger walked all the way over to us here when we were in the middle of a night shift. I have no idea where he rustled the coffees up from. It was before the time that Cars Cafe was here, actually. That's how long ago it was. And he came up with 8 big cups of coffee, all of the milk, the sugar and everything else to go in. I think he even had some flavoured syrups as well. And he walked up and we said, "Oh, have you come up to come on air?" He said, "No, I've come up to bring you some coffee. Just bring you some coffee." And that was Thomas Enger.
What
absolute ledge.
He was a special driver. He was not backwards and coming forwards, was Thomas. Very good rally driver as well.
Yeah.
He's done the Barham Rally a couple of times. Really, I've a good friend of mine, Seb Scott, who works for the Hyundai World Rally team. He started off his motorsport career with Reiter Engineering, and Thomas Enger drove for them.
Yeah. Did quite a few races in this championship. Obviously got all the way up to International Formula 3000, American Le Mans Series for Raffinelli originally. They were good for coffee. Commendatore, Signor Raffinelli. The first thing that was ever set up was the coffee machine. It had a best finish at Le Mans of first in the Ferrari 550 of Velox Pro Drive. And in this championship, they don't have it in there, but he came to race in this championship.
Now we know that Nick Damon is a fan of a car that's very, very powerful, very, very fast, but can also carry a lot of equipment. And Thomas Enger liked a similar thing, Nick.
Well, no, when the one time I've been around the Nürburgring, it was we had an RS6, which I then got accused of ruining the brakes on, which wasn't I didn't do it. It was the various laps we all did. Anyway, so we were going around the Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, as tutored by Mr. J. Hindhoff, Esquire, and we thought we were pushing on a bit in our 550 horsepower
RS6 plus. That was, remember?
Only to see Thomas Enger come flying past us in a Volkswagen Caddy. Diesel with the window open, waving at us, just to show. Yeah, so at that point you kind of go, oh, fair enough then. He's absolutely top, lovely bloke. I saw his name for the first time in a long time. He's running a sim team. He's running a sim racing team. Yeah, so I saw him come to one of the team events we did. So that's I haven't seen him at a track recently, but I'm sure he's still doing things, certainly in his homeland.
He competed in the Barham Rally last year in a Skoda R5 car.
Yeah.
He can be fast in anything. Can Thomas
had a big accident in 2009 in Czech Republic rally. He was driving an Evo Lancer 9, and it's only the second stage of the rally. He's hammering along, and a deer jumped out in front of him, and he nailed the deer. Nowhere to go, he said. And he said it wasn't very nice, in typically understated Thomas Enger style. He said, you don't meet very many animals on the circuit, but in the rally it is actually quite a big risk. Often painted as the bad boy of his era, and focused, yes, competitive, absolutely, but an absolute heart of gold, Thomas Enger. And as I say, that coffee run that he did for us, for no reason other than he'd heard us talking about, you know, we haven't quite got enough people to make a coffee run at the moment, and came all the way over for, and I still actually don't know where he managed to persuade someone to make him, and it was 4 carriers, you know, those 4 square carriers, Peter, that you get with the 2 of those filled with hot coffee, some black, some frothy white, and with sugar and stirrers and everything to go with. And he didn't even want to sit and talk to us on the radio. He just wanted to come and say hello. He stood for about 25-30 minutes looking out the window and watching the timing screens, and I think we had eventually we persuaded him to put a headset on, but that's not why he came up. Much missed. Ben Tuck still leads. Last lap, 2:01.7. Thomas Preining for Pure Racing in second, 1:57. 1:58.524 last time around, so that gap is coming down again. As you would expect, Ben Tuck is not going to be going at the pace of Thomas Preining, and neither does he need to. And this is the key. Said this about a variety of classes in our season review that includes any Pro-Am classes. You're not necessarily in these longer races in a Pro-Am based class, you're not necessarily racing the guy who's in front or behind you. If you're the Am and they've got a pro or a semi-pro driver in, Peter, you're actually racing the guy who might be getting in 2 hours time, because those laps are the ones you've got to be competitive with.
Yeah, I understand your point, but for Ben Tuck, he's got big ambitions. He might well be thinking, he'll be wanting to be on the pace with Thomas Preining. Now he might be a wee bit behind that at the moment, but it's like you say, he doesn't have to go absolutely full blast because they've got a 2-minute lead.
That's Peter Mackay. You'll hear from Nick Damon down in the pit lane. We are inside the last 3 hours of the race. I'm John Hindhaugh in the RSL Global Broadcast Centre, live and free across the world on the Creventic Motorsport channel on YouTube. If you're moving around this Sunday or your bandwidth challenged and you want to keep in touch with the race, then you can get the audio via RS1 and the player at radiolemans.com. It is the 2025 opener for the 24-hour series Middle Eastern Trophy, the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai.
We've decided we're calling it the triple
Obviously.
one, aren't we? Because it's triple one racing, because that's how they do it in America, Australia, sorry, Triple 8, and that's the IRCG. That's coming in for a service. The car looks completely unruffled by being running for 21 hours until 2.5 hours. It did have a big slurp of fluids, though, those pressurised bottles, so obviously taking some nice bit of oil into the machine as well. One try and go where Jake Camineri got out, but he scuffled out the back. And the reason I think he probably scuffled out the back, despite being Australian, is the temperatures really come up quite dramatically in the hour or so, in which hour and a half now I've been in the pit lane. So the sun has come across, it's now up above the grandstand, and the heat is picking up. Now this yesterday played into the hands of the BMW, so that could be further good news for the 777. But then we've seen things happen you don't expect. So yeah, so it's getting warmer out here.
And you're complaining, are you?
No, I'm not complaining at all. I'm sitting here thinking, right, I need to be in the sun because I'm going. Well, it's not so bad. We don't think you don't know about Daytona, do you? You think it's going to be nice, but occasionally it's absolutely freezing, isn't it? We've had a couple of freezing ones recently, and so this is the guaranteed sun, and Daytona is hopeful sun in a fortnight's time. But I have got a week back in When I did my night shift, started the night shift, which you very kindly finished for me, John. I posted a picture to my wife, and I said, "Oh, it's gone down to 14 degrees here. I've had to put the jumper on." She said, "It's -4. What's your point?" And at that point, I went, "Oh, fine, yeah, all right, love." There we are. But so it is absolutely glorious weather, and people. And I think we were talking about this a while ago. People are saying, "Should I come out to this race?" And the answer is yes. Stay for a week and get a bit of
blue
D.
light and sunshine. Nick Damon, man in a jumper. You see, very good.
The snazzy new Preventing Motorsport TV jumpers with the black and orange.
Superb.
Yeah.
Superb. Do feel as though we should have the McLaren to go with that, don't you? It's the sort of McLaren black and orange.
We need the spiker.
Oh, the spiker. Possibly the best use, not in a car with 4 rings, of an Audi 4.2 litre V8 ever. The Def 1 orange and black as well. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. It is very orange for Creventic. Obviously very proud of their heritage from the Netherlands, and as well they should be. Actually, haven't got to see, because of how busy we've all been this week, haven't got to see the team as much and chat with the team as much as I would like to. Got a quick word with Gary Willems to wish him a Happy New Year. Bumped into Helen Rykins as well, just to say Happy New Year and give her a hug. But to all of the team, Nika, David, Peter Fry, and everyone else who have been working very, very hard for this 20th running. They make life very, very easy for us to turn up and do our job in terms of credentials and meal tickets, and also to the technical team of 021, our broadcast TV partners, who again, we turned up, the booth was rigged, we plugged in our computers. Mohammed, who for many years has done the technicals here, made sure that we had the internet that we needed. Made life very, very easy for everyone here this weekend. And what I'll tell you now, and I would say this to their face, or I'm going to say this on the air, the Creventic team are not afraid of hard work. They did a lot of preparation to make sure that everything had run well when we got here. But anything that they need to do during the race, they turn their hand to. Whether it is quote unquote their job or not, if a pair of hands is needed somewhere by one of the teams, by one of the suppliers, whatever, they will be there with bells on to make sure that everything works. And there's been a bit of that overnight. I'm aware of what's been going on, but nobody else is, because that's how good they are. They have made sure that nothing has intervened to affect the competition and the running of the race. And if that means turning your hand to something that you weren't expecting to do, then it's all hands on deck, and that doesn't matter whether it's the upper management. It's not my job. Oh no, I'm only here to do the sign on. Oh no, I'm only here to put up sign. No, none of that. You need a pair of hands to do X, Y, Z. Yeah, do I need to bring a set of step ladders? What do I need to do? Yeah, done. So thank you very much for another great year in this 20th anniversary running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, kicking off the 2025 season. Next weekend, more live coverage for you. The sprint race, 6 hours is a sprint. As far as Creventic is concerned, normally the shorter races are 12 hours. Then we head off to Italy for Faitto Broggi's wedding anniversary celebration at Mugello. All the details on 24hseries.com. And of course you can follow along with live timing, the tracker, and all the statistical analysis on livetiming.getraceresults.com. And you get all of the information that we have in the booth. Another beautiful morning. Welcome to Sunday. 2 hours and 52 minutes and 10 seconds to go. The gap at the front of the field is under 2 minutes. Nope, sorry, check that. the last lap of Thomas Preining is under 2 minutes.
Significantly so, a 1:55.
Yeah.
The previous lap, he'd actually lost 9/10 of a second just in Sector 1 on Bentuck. So it just shows you how the traffic can make an impact if you get stuck in the wrong place. But Thomas Preining set that right. Pure Racing are throwing everything at this. Harry King was at full maximum push and put in the fastest lap of the race, full stop, 1:57.547 in his previous stint. Preining's in the car now, pushing as hard as he possibly can. They're going to try and put Almanar Racing by Team WRT under pressure. Yes, it's a 2-minute gap with 2 hours and 51 minutes to go. That's definitely a big ask, but they are going to do everything they can. All they can do is put the pressure on. And wait for an error. In fact, they're right behind the race leader on track, so it's exactly a lap. So this is interesting. So for Thomas Preining, what he can do here now for Bentuck is to try to intimidate and to try to demoralize the opponent. This is serious stuff. This is really tough now as Preining opens the door and they come to you, Aston Martin, the number 40, decides, oh, I could go through, and then goes, oh, actually no, these are the leaders. No, maybe I'll leave it alone. Matisse Limon, that's the racer's instinct kicking in there as Preining trying to find his way through traffic, cutting through, going through the last corner. On a clear run, on that last corner, the top GT3 cars are braking after the 50-metre board.
Incredible, isn't it?
And apexing that corner at 95 kilometres an hour.
And in fact, the lead is about to change in terms of the first and second place cars. And now, down at turn 1, Thomas Preining is 5.3 kilometres behind the leader. He has unlapped himself on pace from Bentuck. And so the first car going through the S's now is the second place machine. And so on the road, that was a pass, not for position, but it was significant, because it does mean now that Thomas Preining is on the very back of the lead lap. Now, this is not as significant as it would be if there was a as if there were safety cars in play, because they would obviously come round to the back end. But it does talk to the pace of that Porsche.
It does, and it's demoralising for the opponent. The thing to bear in mind, though, for fans of the Almanar Racing by Team WRT car, is that they are on 10-lap older tyres. And as we've seen all race long, really, the new Michelin tyre, it's got a very good performance early on and then goes to a plateau and then stays there. And Bentuck is definitely down on that plateau at the moment with his tyres, and Preining's enjoying that sweet spot right now. And Thomas Preining set the fastest lap of anybody in the 3 qualifying sessions on the oldest tyres too, and he's been potentially the fastest driver out there this weekend, certainly with the overall package with the car underneath him. So he's pushing as hard as he can to try and bring this race back to them.
The 102 Asbest Racing Cupra has been in the pits for 56 minutes exactly. Henrik Sandell brought that car in. This is one of 2 touring cars that Asbest are running. Their 101 car, which has also had its problems, that's leading the race at the moment. Nick Damon, we've seen between us all in the pit lane too, spent quite a while down at the Asbest Racing. What is the ailment of the 102 car?
Well, the interesting thing is the space that this 102 car is taking up with a white Seat Cupra, that has been occupied by a car, I would say, for at least 14 hours, if not more, of the race. Asbest have been working their little socks off trying to keep these 2 cars going. This is the car which had the gearbox problem. Now, what they've got now, since replacing the gearbox, the problem they have now is a drive shaft failure on the front left. They're just replacing the drive shaft problem. They're replacing the drive shaft. You can see and they're just getting that off now.
On that side drive shaft, I know that this wouldn't make a difference. That is the gearbox side. The engine is transversely mounted, and basically the left-hand side is the back of the engine and where the gearbox is. So that is the gearbox side. They didn't drop the engine when they did the gearbox. They just dropped the gearbox. They took the whole front end of the car off to do that. And the gearbox was cast aside in the middle of the night.
Yeah, it's it looks like the UJ they're trying to dismantle actually rather than the actual drive. So I think Snap, they've got a UJ issue, and they're going to replace that. But every indication, given the fact the driver still is suited and booted, they're going to get this car out before the end of the race and run it round. And I kind of really hope they get this car out in about half an hour. And these poor mechanics have to sit down for 2 hours. But at the moment, of course, they are occupying the top 2 steps of the podium in TC anyway. So it's been successful in that way, but it's certainly been a struggle and a fight.
The SRS Team Rennsport car, which started at the back after a blown engine in that car, and an engine replacement, did fight its way past them and up to the lead, but that car's been in the pits for over 11 hours now, and it was still in a state of undress when I was in the pit lane. Now, that's a 127, scored in 57th position now. But there's a lot of cars that have been in the pits quite a long time. If I go from the highest position, the Era Motorsport Ferrari, Dwight Merriman had a spin and hit the wall. That was 50 minutes since that car's been in the pits. 3 hours ago, the Continental Racing Audi, Andrei Solukovtsev, excuse me, 3 hours and 11 minutes that car. 2 hours and 30 for the Vortex, which they were looking at a gearbox issue, and I would suggest that, having looked at it, they've decided that there's not much they can do with it, but Nick might be able to say it differently. 2 cars over 5 hours in the pit lane, the Hoffa Racing Mercedes AMG number 11, and the Louis Perrault driven at the time Seb Lejeune racing car 508 and 503. Hoffa have gone back to the hotel, Nick tells me. 7 hours in the pit lane for Freddie Tomlinson's Jeanette. Is that 7 hours since that car caught fire? Goodness me. 5 hours and a quarter for the other CMR team, Jeanette. That's the 795, so the 495 and 795 in the pits. 13 hours since the WS Racing BMW Emily De Hees was on fire and brought back. Team Parker Racing Bentley with that random gear shift, that was nearly 16 hours ago now. And the Motorsport car, remember, had that diff problem earlier on. That's 19 hours ago now. And even the Rossa, which teased us with the Graf Racing team working, and Roman Rusinov hoping that they could do something with the V10 engine, that's 6.5 hours that that car has been in the pit lane. And everyone else is either running or, everyone else is running. So those issues, as I say, that have befallen the bottom sort of 10 or 11 on the timing screen, but we've still got over 50 cars, or around 50. No, I think we've got over 50 cars running, actually.
Really impressive, actually.
Yeah.
Considering this is a fast circuit, and it's warm here during the day. You're putting a lot of stress through those cars, so I think that's a great job by all the mechanics that have prepared these cars. Now, one slight fly in the ointment strategy-wise that we might need to consider with 2 hours and 43 minutes remaining is the leading Almanar racing team by Team WRT BMW, driven at the moment by Ben Tuck. There's a gap of 1 minute and 53 seconds between them at the last timing point, but the respective fuel on board each of those cars could play a factor, because say, for example, we stay green between now and the end of the race, 2 hours 43.
It's possible.
If, for example, if the 777 car needed an extra stop over the 92 and everything else was equal, that 92 could win the race on that alone.
Oh, absolutely.
So, so that is, I mean, will we find out? If anyone's going to find out, Nick Damon will find out, but I don't think the team will tell us.
And by the way, there's only 1 minute and 13 between Preining in second and the second of the Porsches, the Dynamic GT car, the white and blue car, the number 24, in third. And so that car is not out of the running. And in order of where we expect them to come in, well, no, actually, I won't say that, because the 777 has been topping up. So that car has been topping up when it can. But 25 laps on the tyres for Ben Tuck. His stint is just over an hour at the moment. Thomas Preining has 16 laps on his Michelin tyres. He's been in the car 33 minutes. Remember, you can only do 2 hours. 19 laps on Klaus Bachler's Michelins, and he's been in the car 42 minutes. Now, interestingly, Pit stops I don't normally take that much notice of because it doesn't necessarily indicate problems. It's just when you get in and if you're taking extra fuel. But the top three are spookily similar. 31 for the leader, 30 pit stops for second, 32 for third, 32 for fourth, 28 for fifth and sixth, 27 for seventh. So you see there's cars there that have done significantly fewer pit stops, because normally you would look and say, oh, somebody's done, oh my goodness, they've done 31 pit stops, they must be out of it. Now we're going to go full course caution here as the number 30 car collection Porsche has been in the wall at turn 6. You don't have a small accident down there. That's fast through the S's. Roman Mavlanov 21st in the race, or 21st in the class rather, 30th in the race on 495 laps, and he's gone off driver's left, but he's done it backwards and hit that blue banded tyre. He's not in the firing line as such, but we will have to have a code 60. It's right rear damage on that. Nick Damon does his stretching exercises just like all of the drivers do, and is ready for the undoubted carnage that will ensue where everybody decides to come into the pit lane. Where is the leader, and will they take Ben out of that car?
13.
Yeah, absolutely. So he's going to be one of the first cars to have the opportunity to come into the pits as we go code 60 now. And that red and white car has taken a fairly decent swipe, Peter Mackay, to the right rear, got him backwards at turn 6.
Fast through there. I mean, it's in a GT3 car, the apex speed 120 kilometers an hour, and the wall is relatively close there compared to the rest of the looks Roman Mavlanov just complaining with a little bit of stiffness in the neck. That's understandable because that's a fast accident, and he's gone in backwards, and the whole rear of that GT3R is very badly damaged. And Roman's a really experienced driver. He's he's actually been on the podium in Euro NASCAR of all things. He's been down the wall through that accident.
Yeah.
He's won races in Super Trofeo, Spanish GT, and won the International GT Open Championship. So he's an experienced driver as Pure Racing come into the pits with Nick.
First and second in the pit lane, Nick Damon.
Well, Pure Racing have got there first. They came in after SMP, who's currently scored 4th. Then Mercedes, Pure Racing and SMP have both kept the same driver on board and taken a fresh set of those speedy new Michelin tyres, and they'll go and get their 25% lump of fuel. Here comes our leader. He's just sweeping down in front of me, Ben Tuck. And to see if they're going to change drivers again, and I think, yep, they are. So they've stopped in position. I don't actually know that was a different driver. They're not changing driver. Ben is staying on board. He's getting four tyres behind the 991. The red Am car that is doing a full service with change. Ahmed Al Harti's getting aboard that one, I think, by looking at the size of the driver. So the two BMWs both at the moment getting a full service, but no change of driver for the leading 27 car. That's already away, and that is now crawling in to get some fuel. So the top 3 of the top 4, I think we'll just wait for third place.
Klaus Bachler, he's not quite round to the pit lane. Just something to start to think about now for us and for Phil, Johnny and Joe. We do have some outstanding penalties at the front of the field, significantly for the Pure Racing car for their third offence at turn 9. That was assessed at 10 minutes past 10 local time this morning. It's only 4 seconds, but that at the end of the day might make a difference about whether they can stay on the lead lap or not. They have got 2 hours to do that. They do not have to make a specific pit stop to do that.
Yes, they do.
So
they do, because they have to pit under green to serve the penalty.
Yes, but then they can go and take service.
They could,
yeah.
But then that might be a pit stop that they don't want to take. If we're littered with code 60s, that's not where they want to be.
So what happened to the Porsche in the accident? Came up against a slower car and got the typical lift-off oversteer that you used to see on Porsche there. A little bit offline for the number 30, Roman Mavlanov, for car collection. Coming up against a gaggle of cars, as Peter rightly said. It was a number of cars. Is that the Toyota Supra, I think, that he was coming up behind, Pete, is it?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
And he got up on the curb as well at turn 5. And that didn't help his cause, I'm afraid, and he's all the way down the wall.
You cannot blame the GT4 car is going at
No.
pace on the racing line.
Absolutely.
You've got to anticipate that. But this is what happens in a 24-hour race. 21 and a half hours in, everyone's exhausted.
Tired minds.
Tired minds, and it can, you know, I don't know how long Roman had been in the car at that stage. Looking at the stint time at 33 minutes, but you know, after this long a race.
I just want to go back to the penalty for the 92 Thomas Preining car, the white and black and yellow car. My point is that unlike other form of motor racing, you do not have to come in specifically to do the 4-second penalty. It can be added onto a green flag pit stop, but
yes,
you do it in the penalty box. Now, with Thomas, he's only 37 minutes into the stint, so he's got an hour and 20 to get a green flag pit stop in and serve that penalty.
If you look at the rate and the average rate of when we've had code 60s and how long for, the likelihood is that there's going to be several code 60s, so he's going to be definitely penalised. Well, not definitely. There's a good chance.
Possibly.
Pitting under green would be a big penalty, because if we keep getting littered with code 60s, you almost never have to stop under green in the next 2 hours and 35 minutes.
You've got 2 hours. He's got 2 hours to do that from 10 past 10, which was 15 minutes ago. His drive time will run out before that, so he's got to be out of the car at some stage. His last act, if he can do it under green, may well be to come to the pit box before he gets out.
Well, and that's the thing, but I do think if the current pattern of code 60 continues, everyone else could be able to do all their pit stops on code 60, and that will disadvantage pure racing. So you're right, it might 4-second penalty, you think, well, who cares? Not at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. The car collection machine on the back of the recovery vehicle being covered by an incident vehicle as it comes back off the track and heads back towards the pit lane. They'll deliver that car to car collection. They'll take every cutout that they can to stay as far away from the racing surface as they can. Hello to you wherever you are. Let us know where you're watching or listening, whether you're here at the track or further afield. At RSL_studio on Twitter, and use the hashtag 24H series. That will be our hashtag for the whole season for our coverage here next weekend down at Yas Marina for a sprint 6-hour race. As it stands right now, and subject to all the cars that are here and entered also making it to the end of the race without need for major remedial work, more than 50 cars on the entry list. I'm being realistic, and I'd like to think we can still start 50 cars. As far as I can see, I think the most cars in a sports car race at this level that have ever been started is 34. And that was in one of the Gulf double 6-hour races really early on when we did it for audio only. They did 34. And I can't remember any more than that. If you know differently, then please let me know at RSL_studio, hashtag 24H series. I am really looking forward to that, because the Yas Marina circuit races very, very well in multi-class racing. It'll be Phil Anson, who knows that circuit very well, has raced there many times himself, and Bruce Jones will be in the Radio Show Limited Global Broadcast Centre. Diana Binks brings glamour and fragrance to the pit lane.
And sunshine.
And sunshine, yeah, Scottish sunshine, that's right. And she'll have to put up with grumpy, smelly me in the pit lane as well. It's yin and yang. There's a balance to be had in everything. Hello to Yuki Garage, watching and working late from a frigid South Carolina, NASCAR country, or just south of NASCAR country, of course. Hello there. Thank you for tweeting in. Working appears to be doing livery on what is that? Is that an NSX there?
Yeah.
So
that would probably be for trading paints on iRacing, I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an Acura NSX GT3.
or Honda. We've seen this week, actually, the final team competing in major competition, stepping away from the NSX, one of the very much older GT3 cars. Gradient, of course, in the US, we knew they were going out. They've just had their new Ford Mustang GT3 delivered to them. Nick Damon has a much closer view of the damage to the back of that car collection Porsche than we had, and the Razoo Northern Racing number 914 is trying to get down the inside of the flatbed.
He could do it, to be honest, but they've kind of he just turned it off. So basically, if you want to know what a shorter version of a 911 GT3 looks like, they've reduced the rear length by about 4 or 5 inches, mainly by smacking up the exhaust pipes and really crushing it. There's a huge amount of cosmetic damage. They've done some damage to the mounting frames as well there. This is what's commonly known as very expensive. Rest of the car, looking around the front, that's absolutely fine. I think it's still got the dive plane, so there's no problem at the front of the car. It's absolutely just reversed into that situation, spun or tipped and then backed in, and I'm pretty certain that they won't be able to get that car back out again in time for the end of the race, and they may not even want to. But yeah, so I don't think there's anything structural. I don't think it's done either bit to the suspension. Obviously, the advantage of going in, if you're going in the back of a Porsche 911, you don't do any of the radiators
either. It doesn't help if the engine mounts or the exhaust actually is really key. So that even if that was to come back, you want that, because if you don't get the back pressure right, the engine doesn't run. In Porsche terms, then, it's not quite Cayman's the 911, but it's certainly a Kurzheck rather than a Langheck.
My guess is it's not approved used at the moment. No, I think it's got many of the 175 checks still need to be done. Yeah, that just sits there going, that's annoying and expensive. But for example, if this team were running, I don't know if they are, but if this team were running next weekend at Abu Dhabi with this car, I'm sure, apart from the massive check you've got to write.
Hello to Stephen Raab in Germany, kicking off the 2025 season. Would love to come there and watch the race in person someday. Do it. We've been saying this all through the race, and is on the Twitter as well. What a great way to spend the last weekend of the holidays before going back to work. I'm in New Zealand. Great coverage. It's been epic. Phil Anson is back. And a word for the marshals and the track services and recovery team here at Dubai Autodrome. It's been one of the big success stories in this region, actually, getting volunteers from here who are either indigenous or who live here to come and be part of motor racing, even if they're not driving or entering cars, much the same as it would happen in Europe. Not everybody can go touring car racing or GT racing. That has been a huge success story in a relatively short time here.
Indeed it has, John. The Dubai Autodrome and EMSO, the motorsports governing body here in the UAE, have done an awesome job. Obviously, we also have Formula One 100 kilometres down the road, and the training of marshals in this region and our recovery teams and all of the things that go along with any motorsport event has been sublime. And don't forget, these guys have been out on post since well before we started the race at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and they have done a sublime job of recovering cars, but waving the flags, which is the most important things to do. Oh, we've got a big spin for the 111. The 111 has got a flat left rear tyre. That was wow, he held it all together. But that's the IRC second in the GTX category, making it Grant Donaldson at the wheel of that car. He's going to have to be careful that that tyre doesn't start to flail and start ripping the bodywork off. That happened in the 2-3 complex and on the exit of 4, and he's got about 4 kilometres to go to get that car back to the pits. He may take the cut through at the club link and try and get that car back. They will lose a lap if they do that, but he could lose more than a lap if that tyre comes off of that rim and that car grounds itself out. Welcome back to the Global Broadcast Centre, Johnny Palmer. It's not the welcome you wanted back to see the 111 like that.
Certainly not, but this level of excitement has seemed to follow me throughout the race, so I'm maybe not as surprised somehow. The bodywork is starting to be torn away from that car, and I appreciate that Donaldson trying to get the car back as quickly as possible. A good shout, which he seems to be adhering to, in that you can shorten the lap around here. But now, with that side of the car obscured from my vision, it's getting steadily worse because the tyre's starting to tear up the rear left corner of that car.
And he didn't take the cut through at the club link either, so he's going to have to do the full he's probably got 3.5 kilometres to go now, and he's got to navigate that car through some traffic and try and stay off the racing line. He'll be shredding some Michelin rubber as that tyre wears away. Let's have a look at this again. And it looks like, oh, the tyre's deflated. The tyre has deflated as he's come around turn 1, and it's really good work from the Porsche behind him to avoid the spinning 111. And now he's got the job to do of keeping that bodywork intact as he makes his way. And you can see that tyre now flailing as he makes his way around turn 10, heading up the hill to turn 11. There's a large runoff area on driver's right there. He'll be able to stay there and get up the hill. He's got the car right off the circuit at the moment, over close to the wall. Is he going to pull it up there? That's what I'm thinking. Wow.
He's made it this far, so he's obviously desperate to try and get the car back as quickly as possible, and the damage done to that rear fender is not going to get any better.
I think I've got him stopped at turn 11. I thought he was pulling right off the circuit there, and I think I've got him stopped down at 11. The wall is in the way. I actually can't see it. And he is in sector 3, so maybe the timing hasn't got him quite where he is.
Still moving.
Yeah, he is moving down from turn 12 now. And he can stay on the inside. He's going to have to cross the track at some stage to get to where the pits are.
There's the gap. So, yeah, has done that now. That will mean, well, he's crossed the track in one direction. That'll give him the inside line for the hairpin bend at turn 14, but then he's going to have to cross again.
Yeah.
Find the gap in the traffic.
With only one wheel accelerating on the rear of that IRC car. It's just coming down to turn 14 now. He should turn up around turn 14. He's not on the track. He's actually on the overrun before the apex. And now comes the difficult part for him to try and get across the circuit. He's got to keep his eye on that right-hand mirror to find out who's coming up. After this Porsche, it looks like he's clear. He can make it. He's already done it. He's made his way across the circuit safely. The Porsche takes his normal racing line, and now he's got a clean run down into pit lane. He's just got to try and stop that tyre from flailing too much and damaging the bodywork on that beautiful IRC. He's in the pit entry, so he's making his way down the lane. Currently second in the GTX category. We saw, John and PMAC were on at the 710, leading the category. The Leipzig Lamborghini and is stalled up at turn 12, and we know that car has had difficulty starting, and that got towed back on a rope as well. So back into the pits and back out again, and he's almost into the speed zone, which he won't exceed because he's now really looking after that left rear to try and make sure that it doesn't do too much more damage, but it just looked like a puncher.
I actually think, because this is a space frame car with the skin of the car sort of over the top of it,
silhouette,
a little bit of a flex to the rear fender.
It doesn't look too damaged. It'll be the inside of the guard that I'm worried about.
It's moved with the tyre, though, so rather than it being a solidly bodyworked car, I was fearful that it was just going to shark bite its way through there, but it's still relatively intact, Joe Bradley.
Yeah, great job. Absolutely great job. I mean, the rear wheel arch on the left-hand side is already tank taped on there to stop that flailing around, and that's from an earlier incident. The tyres come off, absolutely destroyed. Obviously, it's had a full lap whilst without air in, so it's just sort of destroyed itself. So what the team are doing now, we've got the few hammers out here. We're bashing. It's aluminium
aluminium sheets on the inside of the sill that runs along the side of the car that extends to the wheel arch. That's just deformed a little bit. That's been bashed into place quite simply because it's aluminium sheet, and that's a double. The inside of it's not very far from the exhaust, the inside of this wheel. The inner wheel arch liner is, I'm not sure if it's supposed to have one. It hasn't got anything. You can see straight through to the tube frame chassis, the suspension, where it's mounted, and that exhaust. A bit of tank tape going on the rear bumper element, bit of bashing of aluminium plate out of the way, and I think we're ready to apply the wheel. The wheel goes on now, and the wheel is not touching anything, certainly anything with a sharp edge. So that shouldn't be a problem. Wheel on now. And they only ever brought one wheel and tyre out. They weren't intending on putting 4 on. A little bit of damage on the sill at the side. I'm not sure whether that was caused with this deflation or an earlier bit of damage. And he's already fired it up off the jacks, and away he goes. So, yeah, a bit unfortunate there, but I really am a fan of those cars.
Thank you very much, Joe. Grant Donaldson at the wheel, stays at the wheel. Will he jump into pit lane and take some fuel? We'll keep an eye on that. They've about 65 laps ahead of the Vortex, so no risk for that puncher of losing second place in the GTX category. Our race leaders, even after that stall up at turn 12, tack us at the wheel of the Leipzig Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo, about 20 laps ahead of the IRC. Okay.
And breathe.
Oh, hello.
Yes, there was so much happening there, just at the point where we were doing a little change around in our box, which we've been doing either at 4-hour or the 2-hour step marker, just to make sure that everyone gets their designated time. And the queue for the commentary box was out the door for a while to make sure that we could do the rotation correctly, but these things tend to happen at the most inappropriate of times, not least for the IRC gang, in fairness. They've been up against it for much of this race in that relatively new car, the 111. Starter motor issues have plagued them for much of this race. But amazingly, yes, that bodywork stays intact on the rear left corner, and it's just the tyre that needed to be replaced. So Ben Tuck leads in the 777 Al Manar Racing by Team WRT BMW from a couple of Porsches of Thomas Preining and Luke Hartog for Pure Racing and Dynamic GT, respectively. 5.34 laps completed for the race leader, 5.33 currently for Thomas Preining, 5.32 for Hartog, and then it is Alexander Smoljar in the SMP Racing Mercedes running in 4th position. So BMW, Mercedes and Porsche all represented in the top 5 places.
When we left you at 8:30 to hand over, the top 3 are the top 3.
Yes.
Okay. They've changed positions in the 2 hours we've been away, but they're back 77, 92, 24. It's the number 7 that's creeped up there, and that's the Mercedes of SMP Racing, Alexander Smolar, and he's just got he's 40 seconds ahead of the 991. That is a BMW, not a 992 Cup car, of Paradigm Competition. Ahmed Al Arthi at the wheel of that, leading the GT3 AM category. Leading the Pro-Am category is 6th place, Victor Shaitar in the Winwood Racing Mercedes AMG. So the top 6 still battling it out. And we're just waiting for Ben Tuck has a 1 minute 32 lead over Thomas Preining at the moment. Tyre lap, Ben's got 1 lap over Thomas in the tyre age, 7 versus 8. But Thomas Preining, as John was describing, has a 4-second penalty to serve, and that was issued at around about 10:10. So he's got 2 hours to serve that penalty. There isn't a dispensation for under a certain amount of seconds. It will just be added to the race time. But if it's over a certain amount of seconds and you don't serve it before the end of the race, it'll be doubled. So they've got to be a little bit careful regarding that.
Jaap van Lagen, the touring car legend, now ensconced in the MP Racing, MP Motorsport, Mercedes AMG, the all-Dutch lineup, and a very Dutch livery on that car. It's been orange and black, I think, from the outset of that car being part of this championship, and the MP Motorsport initiative goes back even further than being involved in the 24H series. They run as the number 19 on the entry, and they've had a few difficulties here and there. Still ticking off the laps, running in 19th position to match their race number. Best of the Audis, still in just about in the top 10. That's the Haas RT car of James Winslow. And Ferrari fans looking as high as 13th position for the Into Africa Racing by Dragon Racing 296. In fact, both the Dragon Racing cars together on the timing screen, 13th and 14th positions. And Aston Martin with well, 3 cars entered into this year's race, the 20th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours. One sadly didn't make the start. That was the 41 Come To You Racing Vantage. But Matisse Lismont doing a good job in the sister car, which is still surviving. In 20th place, the number 40 car. And a couple of places ahead of that, Earl Bamber's back at the wheel of the EBM Aston. Yep, Earl Bamber with Aston Martin, I think for the first time in his career. The car's been going excellently well, though, in his hands. 158.790 is its best lap of the race to date, and they're there in 18th position.
Yeah, Earl Bamber really doing some stints in these last few hours before he heads off over to Daytona for his drive in the Cadillac. That team, though, the other drivers will be competing next weekend in the Michelin 6 Hours of Abu Dhabi, coming your way, qualifying on Saturday and racing on Sunday. Over 50 cars have entered that, and about 4/5 of the 992 field are going down there to compete for the Middle East Trophy in the 992 and 992 AM category. And we've got both the winners from last year are competing this year as well in both races. So it's great to see how the Middle East Trophy has taken off, and it makes a, so we've got the QMF MF by HRT. They were our 1992 23-24 Middle East Trophy champions, and the Red Camel Jordans.NL the champions of 992 in the 23-24 Middle East Trophy. Remember, we had the Kuwait race in December. That's why it's 23-24.
In 992, earlier on in the race, they were relatively spread out across the timing screen, but now from 1st to 10th in 992, you're looking at 21st all the way down to 30th position. So quite neatly positioned, those cars. 4 of them are of the AM driver makeup, but the 912 of Oop van Eindhoven, white front, gold rear, Dutchman back at the wheel of the Tierra Outdoor Racing by HWM crew, and that car leading by just over a minute over Luke Breukers in the Red Camel Jordans.NL. So car 909 still doing the chasing. Cameron McLeod doing a good job in 901 as well here for the Ajith Kumar Racing crew. And QMMF by HRT, the Qatari team flag, and Abdullah Ali Al Khalifi 974 doing the driving there, leading in the AM division from the TFT of Jérôme Boulary, and it's only 7.8 seconds there. 7.8 seconds is the gap after nearly 22 hours of racing.
Unbelievable stuff, and it's amazing at this stage of the race we still have battles for class lead.
Yeah,
it's just absolutely, it just shows the entire caliber of this field, and many of the drivers have commented on that in the last 21 hours and 47 minutes.
Yeah, you know, some of that will be to do with the amount of Code 60 we've had this year, which doesn't draw cars together, we must remember. That's the beauty of a Code 60. It provides a neutralisation of the race, a safe environment for marshals to work in, and it shouldn't compromise or alter any of the gaps between the cars. So it's not been manufactured in that respect. The only thing that people have been denied is potential racing laps because of the amount of caution that we've had. So it's prevented cars from building gaps, but it certainly hasn't brought them any closer together because Code 60 doesn't do that. 2 hours and 12 minutes still to go. It's the RSL Radio Show Limited network of channels bringing you live coverage of this 20th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours. Let's get to Joe Bradley for more stories from the pits.
Lots of stories, lots of soap operas behind the garage doors down here in the pit lane. And one massive soap opera involves the Asbest Racing team. Two cars, cars 102 and 101. Nadia Zuhar here from the team. Nadia, you're in both of your cars. Both of your cars have kind of encountered lots and lots of problems where a lot of teams would have said, that's it, we're going to put them in the truck and go home. But you guys have pushed on and done whatever is necessary. Give our viewers and listeners an idea of what sort of problems that the team has put to rights and repaired.
Well, it started since Wednesday. We had a problem in car number 101 and we couldn't drive it very well. It had a gearbox problem. So it was beginning was not great. So we spent the whole Thursday fixing it, and we just changed the gearbox from day one. I couldn't even test it on Thursday. That's for 101. And second day on Friday was absolutely fine, but we couldn't make it qualifying as good as we expected. So we just started in the second position overall. But in terms of the 102, it was good, running fine in the beginning. But unfortunately, in the race, we found that there's a few problems, like a drive shaft and gearbox, and we had to change. That's why I spent like 3 hours at night, and we backed out like for back position, and we catch up later on in the race. And in this 101, we had a problem right now. Is the camber is too much and eating a lot of the tires. So we had to put the camber out, and we did the same thing for the 102. So now we are thank God one first and second position in the class, but we keep pushing. The race will not finish. We have to finish first to finish the race.
I believe, Daniel, that you could have actually just sat the cars in the pits and still won your class and been on the podium, but you chose not to. You chose to repair the cars, and I would think the spirit is that you want to have those cars cross the finish line and take that checkered flag.
Actually, most teams, they do that. They keep the cars in the pits for the last hour, and they just wait till get the checker flag and they get the podium. We decided not to. We want to race and to show people like this is racing. It's not about how many cars in the class. Just go out and have fun and enjoy it and just do it. Even though we had the problems, we decided just to go back with this Asbest team, which is from Germany. They did a great job, the mechanics, the team owner, everybody, and let everybody go out and to do their job and to win the race, hopefully.
Fantastic, fantastic spirit. That really is endurance racing, Nadia. These guys have got to be a contender for the Spirit of the Race Award for being as crazy to keep on pushing to the checkered flag. Are you getting back in the car to finish the car?
Actually, I'm going to get back to the car, but I'm going to let somebody like who first time ever to finish. I've been doing it for 12 years, so I'll let someone else to enjoy that finish instead of me. But I'll be back in half an hour in the car.
Brilliant, excellent, great stuff. I know you're enjoying your time here at the 20th edition. Thank you, Nadia. Once again, these guys, we heard some stories, didn't we, about the, and I think Nadia gave us a bit of insight on that. They were destroying their front tyres, Phil, on these front-wheel drive TCR cars, and they've played with that and got this Michelin tyre to work for them, I think, and they're not destroying their tyres. But you know what? That's what the first round of the season's all about, especially when you've got new rubber, and that's the challenge, isn't it? But the challenge for these guys is to get to the checked flag, which I think is fantastic.
I spoke with Nadia last night when we came off air, and he showed me some pictures of the tyres, and working with the Michelin technicians and the setup of the car, as we've discussed many times, they've been able to get that car into the sweet spot.
Yeah.
You know, and this is what new tyres for a series is all about. It's about getting that setup right to work with these tyres. And they were really upset because they were running a lot of camber on those tyres with very stiff sidewalls, and they had to reduce the camber on that car in order to manage these new tyres. And it's a learning process for not just them, all of the teams. And we've seen some teams get on top of it really quickly, and some teams really struggle because they change the front and it changes the rear dynamic as well, and we go backwards and forward. And it's great to see my old mate Nader Zahur back in 2008, 2009. We were competitors in the UAE Touring Car Championship, and had many great races with him and his team back then. It's so good to see him back here at Dubai Autodrome and running in the Seat. A great, passionate driver. They just want to get to the end. They want to finish this in style.
Yeah, and it is reward for the pain that they've had to endure at certain points through the race. Very difficult to do. Almost like a fluid setup plan in the race. I mean, you know, I don't know how long it takes and how awkward it is to change camber settings on the front of a Seat when you're in a motor race, but it's just little bits at a time.
A little turn, a little tweak at every pit stop.
Yeah.
Reap up on it.
You then don't find out whether it's the right direction to go until an hour or so later. I mean, I hadn't paid close attention to know what the TCEs could do on a fuel load. It might be closer to maybe 75, 80 minutes before needing fuel. And that's a long stint if you have gone in slightly the wrong direction.
Just having a look at what their BOP is for the Cup racer. Well, they've got 120 litre fuel capacity. That's almost running out to 2 hours.
Yes.
That's almost running out to 2 hours. 100% ride height free. It's a 2012 car, so we found out.
Oh wow!
So it's leading its class.
Yeah.
And that's what endurance racing is. You've got to be there at the end. And we are 2 hours and 5 minutes and 45 seconds from the checkered flag, dropping at this, the 20th Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, the 20th anniversary, not just of this race, but also of this circuit.
Great to be here again with RSL then to celebrate that occasion. Last year we had the 2024 version of the 24 Hours. I remember that was a nice little tie-in. Next one, well, it'll be the 21st birthday of the race, I suppose, in 26, and then to get to a quarter century in 2030 will be a nice one too. 27 Mercedes.
Ooh, that's close.
Involved in a battle for sixth.
Oh, wow. It is indeed. Hannah Grisham at the wheel of the Heart of Racing by SPS, and then it's the Manamuri Energy. Patrick Niederhauser at the wheel of that, and Niederhauser is faster. 2:01 for Grisham, 1:59.9 for Niederhauser on that last lap. So, and they got no traffic at the moment. By my count, Johnny, I think we have around about 53 cars still running, or about that. We don't know if any cars will come out of the pit with 30 minutes to go and get to the checkered flag. And don't forget, we're going to have the Spirit of the Race. Joe Bradley will be doing that at midday today. So we'll have the Spirit of the Race, which is all about what endurance racing is and what it takes and what people do to stay in this race.
Niederhauser is absolutely throwing that car all over the road, possibly thrown a touch by the fact that Hannah Grisham was coming into pit lane. And Niederhauser had got a very good run on the Heart of Racing by SPS Mercedes, wanting to overtake it, and then suddenly realising at the last minute that she wanted the pit road. So stayed well out wide between turns 15 and 16, and well over the white line on the exit as well.
This car is in second position in GT3 AM. It's a little bit, a few laps behind, probably 4 laps behind Ahmed Al-Athi in the Paradigm Competition BMW, in fourth position, leading the AM category. And we've got a BMW in the lead and a BMW fourth. and 2 Porsches in between. Loic Hardock in the Dynamic GT, Thomas Preining in the pure racing Porsche. And there's a lap between all of those 3 cars. Once they cross the start-finish line, we'll find out what the actual time is and see if that is coming down 58.0 on that last lap from Ben Tuck. Boy, 57.7 is a lap record. And that's on 15 old lap tyres.
Yeah, it's great going. Thomas Preining, big talent from Europe, and knows the Nordschleife like the back of his hand as well, but eager as well to increase his track knowledge. He will have run up here a few times previously, but never with pure racing, but knows Porsches back to front as well. So pure racing will, I'm sure, be loving the fact that Preining, the Austrian, is part of their lineup this year, the 26-year-old.
Well, they'll be looking at the timing strings going, that dynamic car just got a 10-second penalty.
Ooh.
And they've got a 4-second penalty, so they've got a 6-second difference in penalties at the moment.
Yeah. Just hearing as well that there may be a bit of damage on the front of the number 16 Mercedes for Winward Racing. That's Victor Scheitar in the 9th placed car.
That splitter drag, oh, the splitter's split.
It has, hasn't it?
The splitter has split
on the left-hand side, right as we look at it.
That's really gonna affect the downforce of that car. Oh, you can see it split right there as it basically gone back onto the tyre. That's what all the tyre smoke is about. Wow.
And the section of the bumper underneath the headlight is looking a little unstable as well. So it's not just the floor level splitter. Now there's an issue for one of the 992 Porsche Cup cars, which has had frontal damage. So no splitter, no bumper on that car. And the radiators sit beneath the headlights, one on each side. Loris Nouri in the number 992 car.
Sebjulu Racing Porsche running 4th in AM at the moment. And code 60 is going to come out in 20 seconds. Let's just see what goes on here. Oh, he got a tap. He got a tap. Oh, into Porsche tree. He's gone into Porsche tree. And the exit between... Oh, and that's damaged the radiators left and right. Both radiators have gone on that car. And he did that with, oh, there's a load of debris all over the second. We're gone code 60. This is going to take a little while to clean up. We've got parts of that Porsche all over the track as they lead down into turn 5. That happened on the exit of turn 4. There is a lot of damage to the... I'm not sure about barrier damage as the intervention vehicle already on site. So it looks like the track's still clean on the left-hand side, which is the racing line. All the emergency vehicles in there. The driver is out of the car. So we have the driver got out of the car under his own steam. But let's have a look at this. I'm not sure what the other car was that was involved.
Another Cup car, wasn't it?
Yeah, it looked like it. It's a white bonnet with the red stripes. Oh, that
992 numbered car was 10th and 4th in AM, as you'd pointed out.
Yeah.
Just trying to work out whether there was another car racing it for position. I don't think so.
I don't think so. 509 laps was the car behind and 515 the car in front as the medical staff, our brilliant medical staff here at Dubai Autodrome, go to work.
Wow. So Loris Naroy is out of the car, clearly winded, so being checked by the medics as we speak, just to make sure that he can still breathe deeply, and they may take him to the medical centre just as soon as he's ready, but just got to make sure that he's over the shock, because he will have gone through that sequence of corners so many times.
Exactly.
You don't necessarily, it's part of the human condition that you sort of acknowledge that, yeah, I'm going fast, but there's never been a problem up until this point, and then you get a tag, and bang into that wall. No time to react. Brace yourself. You want to try and release your hands from the steering wheel as quickly as possible once you realise there's nothing you can do. But coolant pouring out of the front of that car. The fact that we've gone code 60 with exactly 2 hours to go is going to compromise some drivers as well, and some teams that owe penalties because some might have been right on that 2-hour limit in terms of when they can serve it. There's also a rule in place that says when we enter the final 2 hours, it might even be at a phase where those times need to be added to the race time when we get beyond the checkered flag. You cannot serve a penalty whilst we're under code 60. It's 1 minute past 11 here in Dubai. It's the 20th edition of the 24 hours of the Dubai Autodrome, and the flavour of this year's race has really been that purple flag, the code 60. We weren't quite at a caution every single hour, but not far off it. And I'm afraid we're into our latest caution here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels.
I can see Chris Norman down there now. Chris was the first race director at, if you're watching on the stream, in that white shirt there. He was the first race director here at Dubai Autodrome.
Okay, yeah, I remember meeting Chris, and I know him from the UK, of course, racing there as well, but Chris has been a race director at Yas Marina in the past as well for the Gulf 12 hours.
Yes.
I presume he's going to stay on for next weekend's 6 hours of Abu Dhabi as well. But the priority here now is how much work are they going to have to do to the Armco barrier, because it's been severely compromised. Well,
it's the posts behind that have been bent, and that's where things could get very, very interesting. So those posts behind has been bent, which means they might be able to get the JCB down there behind it and push it into place, as long as those posts haven't come out of the concrete. So we'll keep an eye on that. Barriers repairs needed at turn 5. Estimated time 10 minutes of barrier repair.
At the least, and yeah, they're still assessing precisely how much work is going to have to be done. And misunderstanding maybe into the sequence of corners at 3, 4 and 5, and just that little bit of a tap onto the rear of the 992 car, the white car in behind, another Porsche Cup car wanting to get out of that moment as quickly as possible, but the spin had already been initiated. And yeah, into the wall heavily. That's pushed the Armco back. Certainly the second layer of the metalwork may need to be replaced, and what were vertical struts in behind the Armco barrier needing to potentially be changed as well. I don't think this is necessarily going to be the work of a moment, and provides us, in fact, a good opportunity here in the commentary box to welcome our next guest, because Oscar Lee of Driver Labs has come to the booth to have a little chat about the Driver Labs initiative and the fact that actually Driver Labs and the logo is present on the back of all the cars in this year's race. So congratulations on that.
Yes, thank you so much. We're very, very proud to be part of the Creventic series this round. It's so nice to see our logo on every single race car. As a business owner, we are so proud. You know, 1 year ago, we barely didn't have a business, and now we're servicing clients from GT3, LMP2, Formula 4, Formula Regional. So it's really a celebration for us.
Now, is Driver Labs is their base here at Dubai? Because clearly it's a burgeoning place for motor racing. Not a lot of other places around the world can offer a race of this size, and that's why it's worked so well in January for so many years as it has. But it's nice to get a local business involved.
100%. You know, Dan and I came from Asia. Dan's from Hong Kong. I'm from Taiwan, and we just saw a massive opportunity to start a motorsport business, a simulator business in Dubai. We're literally located right opposite of Turn 1, Dubai Autodrome. If you look at Nando's or Union Co-op, we're inside the mall, ground level.
And this is Dan Wells, your business partner.
Yeah, it's a bit of a story, that one. You know, Dan has been managing my personal racing career for the last 8 years. We met in Zhuhai, China, of all places.
Okay.
We started racing Formula 4 together. He coached me, and you know, at one point I just said, Dan, I want to go race Lamborghinis. So he took me to Europe. Then we eventually won the Pro-Am title, Lamborghini Super Trofeo, in Asia last year. And now we're here in Dubai starting a motorsport simulator business.
Yeah, so it's about simulated racing, but clearly, I mean, what came first for you, first of all? Driving the full metal cars, as we call them, or on the sims?
Well, really started from karting. So I started karting when I was 15, and you know, there was a massive performance delta that I needed to fill, especially in Europe, and we used simulators to effectively bridge that gap. You know, get me to the pace that I needed to be sooner. You know, I started 7 seconds off the pace in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe, I believe, in 2019. It was atrocious. And Dan said, you know, listen, mate, we need to get you on a sim. We need to do proper training. And that's when I started to do a very scheduled and routine simulator training. And, you know, then we won the Pro-Am title last year. I came within 3/10 of pole position at Vallelunga at the World Finals at Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe. So, you know, simulators has really, really progressed me and helped me so much on my motorsport journey and helped me save so much money.
Yes.
Because as you know, testing these days, I mean, each set of tires, gosh, 3,000 euros.
Yeah, they don't cost anything in the virtual world.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to buy the car, I think, and you have to buy the track that you want to be racing at.
Yeah, most
but
definitely.
We're talking about very small amounts of cash there.
Yeah.
But the simulation is so accurate these days. I mean, it has been for the best part of probably a couple of decades now. And the pro racing drivers use it in their downtime so that their travel can be limited. They don't need to be at every single race meeting. But I would imagine for someone that's coming out of karting that wants to try and accelerate their experience, it's invaluable.
100%. You know, when you're coming from karting and then you're suddenly jumping into a Formula 4 car, which is, you know, 10 times the weight, or jumping into a GT car, which is 20 times, 30 times the weight, it's incredibly different, incredibly difficult, and track time is so expensive, so limited. There needs to be something in the middle to bridge that gap, and that's what we found with racing simulators. Is it's a fantastic tool to get you acclimatized and used to a new circuit and used to a new car.
There's no question about the interest in motor racing in this part of the world, and the other thing I've noticed is that flags like Hong Kong and like Taiwan are becoming more present in big international motor races. So is the scene there now? It's taken a little few years, but you know, the bug seems to have been really grabbed in those parts of the world as well.
You know, I think motorsport has just gotten to everybody. You know, we see the likes of Netflix with Drive to Survive. We're seeing so many motorsport-related movies. People are inspired. And I think, you know, coming to Dubai to go racing is really the pinnacle, especially in January and February, where, you know, in terms of the weather and the climate, it's really the premier place to go. And so that's why we're finding so many Asians, especially coming to the Middle East region.
You've done this race before.
Yes.
In 2021.
Yes.
You did quite well in that year.
Yeah, not bad.
So that was it, GTX category. Yeah. What were you driving?
Lamborghini Super Trofeo Evo.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of which we have one in this year's race.
Yeah.
Doing very nicely
in
as
fact,
well.
I drove with Leipert. Shout out to Leipert Motorsport, a wonderful team based in Wegberg, Germany. Shout out to Brendan Leach as well, now driving basically all the cool stuff in IMSA as well. They're a fantastic team, and it was such a wonderful race. I remember doing a double stint and coming out the car absolutely knackered. It is so challenging at the night, during the night, with low light conditions, with the sand. It's wonderful.
And tell us about how the deal with Creventic came about to get them interested in your business, and then, you know, this huge exposure for Driver Labs to be on every single car in the race.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Dan messaged me like 1 week ago, and he's like, do you want to sponsor Creventic? I'm like, yes, let's do it, whatever it takes. It was very...
That late, a week ago?
It was incredibly last minute. But, you know, in motorsport, I think the best deals are last minute.
So it was a yes, but then, you know, you've then got to think about the logistics. But did you have you need stickers and you need some means of getting the word out there, I suppose, because there'll be additional marketing as well.
Yeah.
But were you just like a coiled spring? You know, you wanted to get involved and
yeah, exactly.
All rolling as quickly as possible.
We thought this would be a golden opportunity. It was very late. We weren't planning for this at all. From our side, you know, I'd like to give a shout out to Morag, to Dan Wells, to Mila, to everyone part of Drivers Lab to make this possible, because obviously it was very last minute. But I also want to give a big thank thank you to Ori from Creventic for sorting out the stickers, for sorting out the posts, and getting everything ready, because, you know, obviously this is one of their biggest events of the year, and they were flat chatting as well. So very, very happy and proud to be part of this race.
So the decals have been organised for this race, but you'll know that the 24H series will continue on after this weekend. Abu Dhabi next weekend, then a 5-race season in Europe. Any plans to be part of that?
You know, I was just discussing with my business partner, Dan Wells. We're certainly quite interested, because we're seeing a large population. It's certainly a lot of Europeans moving to Dubai. I mean, Dubai is just an ever-growing community, especially in motorsport. So it's something that we're definitely looking into. Obviously, it has to make sense financially, but it's definitely not a no.
Okay, that's good. And then anybody that wants to know a little bit more about Driver Labs and how you guys can help them, what's the suggestion?
Well, find us on Instagram at drivers.lab. Find us on our website, drivers-lab.com. Feel free to reach out to me, Oscar at drivers-lab.com, or Dan at drivers-lab.com.
Well remembered.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a mouthful. But you know, we're just opposite of Turn 1, Dubai Autodrome. Come say hi, even if it's just coming in and checking out our sims. You know, we like to help young drivers. We're helping a young driver, Hassan, right now. He's just starting karting. He's about 12 years old, doing really, really well. We looked at his data and we were like, man, it's fantastic, really.
Just for being reminded that, of course, we'll be finished by 1:30, 2 o'clock. We can nip over there, can we, to have a look at your setup?
Of course.
Excellent.
Of course. I have the keys anytime.
Joe Bradley down in pit lane and I are definitely in for that. So we might see you later on. Oscar Lee, thank you so much for popping in and saying hi.
Thank you so much.
We will pay close attention as to whether the Driver Labs decals appear in the championship later on. But to Dan Wells and to Oscar Lee, our great thanks, and also Creventic, I'm sure, will offer their thanks to Driver Labs as well for being a major partner for the 2025 edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai. You've missed nothing on the racetrack. We're still under the same code 60 because of what we anticipated to be a lengthy caution period. Big crash for the 992 numbered Porsche, steered right after some contact, some unintentional contact, still with an unidentified fellow Porsche Cup car, unless you had another chance to see any of those replays, Phil Hansen.
I've been on the Creventic YouTube stream trying to find it, and we're getting a time now, 11:25, which is 11 minutes from now. But it is a white Porsche with red stripes down the bonnet that was part of that unfortunate. It was just a touch, but it's on the change of direction. Okay, so it's unweighted, that car, on the change of direction. And that's called Porsche tree for a reason, because if you lift off in a rear-engine Porsche around turn 4, that's where you're going to end up at the tree.
Yeah, directly towards the tree trunk.
Yes.
And, I mean, it's safely positioned behind the Armco barrier, thankfully, but nevertheless hitting a barrier that does flex a touch. They are designed to do that, to cushion the blow, but it's still done an awful lot of damage to that Porsche, which has made its way back to pit road. It was doing that whilst we were chatting to Oscar of Driver Labs. And Joe, you've had a bit more of a close look at it to assess that damage.
Yeah, it's finished. It's finished. If this was an hour into the race, it would be finished. It's not finished because there's only a short amount of time left. It's had massive front end damage. The floor area of what is effectively the boot on a 911 is folded up like a cigarette packet when you crush it in your hand. It's deformed, I suppose, quite well actually, and taken up the energy from the shunt, but it's got a lot of damage on the front end. Yeah, component parts, we've got them, but the actual structural, that would take a lot of pulling out. It's going to take a sort of a body repair workshop to pull that straight, not just a few lump hammers. So I'm afraid 992, the Sebelju Racing entry is not going to continue. Let's have a word with Alex to see if he, Alex, who was your studio guest. Alex, I take it that car is finished.
Yeah, for sure. we don't know yet. Mechanics are looking for the car, but first impression, it's really bad. We will see. Normally, it has to drive next week in Abu Dhabi, but yeah, we will see what we have to do on the car. At the end, it's just unfortunately we don't have luck during all the race on strategy and with some technical issues, but that's part of the race. It was not our day, but
who was driving the car, and are they fine? Are they okay?
It was Loris Nora, and we don't have any bad information, so I guess he's okay.
So he's been checked out at the medical centre, and we think he's okay, yeah?
Yeah, that's. I guess he will come to medical centre to be sure, but we don't have any bad news, and we hope to don't have it.
Yeah, thank you, Alex. Yeah, major front end, lots of deformation. If they've got to get this car ready for next week, then that might look like a reshell or... Well, yeah, it's that bad. It's that bad. I'm not sure that'll put.
Well, it's the 928, which was the other car involved in that, Michael Blanchimont, at the wheel of the HRT performance car, currently running 6th in the AM category. It doesn't look like he's sustained any damage. As we have a look at the replay again, he's on the inside. The 992's on the outside, and they just wanted that same piece of track.
Yeah.
Get that line into turn 5.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether any blame is assessed there. That's not our job. We merely describe what's gone on,
exactly.
And then that will be looked at from various different angles, not just the same one that we have here in the commentary box. There are other locked-off CCTV cameras that race control will have access to. It's very tricky to call that. They were fighting, as you say, and trying to get to the same bit of asphalt. There was certainly nothing deliberate there.
No.
But Blanchimont will be concerned now, potentially, about whether there is a late penalty that he will need to serve to right the balance. The Code 60 will prevent him from doing or serving any penalties, as it will for 5 of the top 6 cars.
Unfortunately.
For instance, Dynamic GT's Porsche still has to serve 10 seconds at some stage, as do the SMP Mercedes and the Manamauri Energy Porsche for Patrick Niederhauser. You can't do it now. There's also a rule that suggests it's a little sketchy for the final 2 hours of the race.
Yeah.
So the other option that the race direction crew have is to add it to your race time once we're finished at 1 o'clock, and some of those penalties may be carried on to the final result sheet instead.
Well, what they do is it's under a certain amount of seconds that will be added to your race time, but if it's over a certain amount, it will be doubled and added to your race time.
Okay.
So this is the run up from another angle, side by side through 4. Yeah. And he just comes back to get the racing line into 5, and unfortunately
well, they weren't side by side at the point of impact.
No.
There's sometimes criticism in similar incidents for a change of direction, change of line for the car slightly ahead, but the 928 car was trying to prize the opening, and did of course have the option of getting out of the throttle when the initial contact was made, but without seeing any telemetry, it's very difficult for us to comment. So we'll just have to pay a close attention to the list of penalties and see whether either of those cars are added to it.
Well, what that has done, now that Michael Blanchimont is still lapping, he's now gone in front of the Seb Jalou on the leaderboard.
Yes.
Okay, so
they weren't on the same lap as the incident happened, were they? But
no.
Seb Jallou's car is obviously not doing any laps at the moment, whereas that 928 car is. And yeah, Blanchimont now ahead of Loris Norroy.
Yeah, and and that puts him up into 5th position, and unfortunately for the Seb Jalou racing car, down into 6th position, as we're around hopefully about 5 minutes from getting there. We're still a load of track vehicles. They do have the JCB out, and they're pushing it from behind. Great work from the track team here at the exit of turn 4 down towards the entry of turn 5. And they're trying to get those barriers. We've got 1 hour 38 minutes and 30 seconds to go in this, and We started this at 10:58. We're just on around about 20 minutes into this code 60. We've already had 4 hours and 47 minutes under code 60. And this is code 60 number 20.
For the 20th edition of the race. So it would be a good number to stop at.
Yes.
With an hour and 38 minutes still to go. But on average, so 20, and we're now in the 22nd hour. 23rd hour, in fact. Yes, that's right. With 37 minutes of the 23rd hour still to go. So we're still just under the 1 code 60 per hour marker, but it's not that far away. I don't know what the record number of code 60s is actually in this race. I revisit the archives for that, but we can't be a million miles away from breaking a record we really didn't want to do.
Exactly, with the quality and caliber of this grid. It's just, and we've got to talk about the time of day. You know, we've been running now for 22 hours, 22 minutes. The drivers are tired. Even though they try and get rest in between their stints, it's very difficult to do at the circuit. You know, you don't get the rest and relaxation that you want in between stints. Everything's tired. The pit crews are tired. So it is difficult for just a brief lapse of concentration to cause something like that, where he thinks he's got past the car, or, you know, what do you do?
We might have found, we have found the base for Seb, one of our RF cameramen, and others at 0221, I think. It's almost as if they've deliberately thrown the drone there to make sure it's outside their window and realise that there's a chance to get on TV. So a wave from the window for Seb and others. As, well, sleep is at a premium, as it always is in the penultimate hour of a 24-hour race, but the enthusiasm is still definitely there. These guys work behind the camera, but they've always secretly wanted to be the focus of attention. As said, with the VIP media jacket on. Now he's going to run away, look. He's all embarrassed.
Das Pit Machine. As he does, as the UAE flag flies proudly over Dubai Autodrome.
The more embarrassing thing about that is that the drone was probably being controlled from that office.
Exactly.
So talk about, you know, wanting to seek the limelight. They can organise that whenever they wish.
Well, Seb doesn't normally get on camera because he's holding it all the time.
Exactly, yeah.
And I feel sorry when I was doing the pit walks back in at Yas. He has to bend down so far to get me head on, whereas with Nick, he doesn't have to worry about it. They're around about the same height. But with us vertically challenged people, he was having to crouch over. I felt sorry for him.
I think Seb towers above most people.
Well, he does.
And then the chap that I met earlier on, Johnny Westbrook. Now, he takes it to a whole different level.
You can always find Johnny Westbrook, and we had a chat about Johnny. He builds heritage touring cars. He built a beautiful Audi that Emanuele Pirro drove at the Goodwood Festival. He's got another few under construction at the moment, him and his family. And
from the super touring area?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's always got things on the build. He comes out here and works for TTR Racing, works with the Radicals and the Clios. So it's he's a busy boy, plus all of the stuff that he does back in. So if you watch the Goodwood stream online, you'll always see Johnny in the pits because he towers above everybody else. But it's great to have him here, and the local team TTR Racing putting the work together in the GT4 category, and they're currently third in there.
Wonderful to have Heart of Racing as part of this race, powered by SPS, but Heart of Racing are going to be making waves in 2025 in the FIA World Endurance Championship with their 2 Aston Martin Valkyries. I'm sure loads of fans looking to head to Le Mans this year will be looking forward to June for this very reason as well. And Ian James of Heart of Racing now has a chance to catch up with Joe.
Ian, Zach Robuchon at the wheel of the 27 Mercedes, the Heart of Racing Mercedes. I want you to know, do you know how hard it is for me to say Heart of Racing, stop, brain engage, Mercedes?
I know that's a bit of an anomaly these days, but yeah, we do like driving the Merc now and again.
Yeah, I was firstly, before we talk about the rest of 2025, it's been a bit of a character building one for you guys, this one.
Yeah, not too bad. You know, it's our first race with Hannah Grisham from our female academy, our first GT3 race. She's done remarkably well. So far, we haven't really had many issues. Been a bit unlucky with the Code 60s, but it goes that way sometimes. And we're still in the hunt for a podium, so all good, really.
Give us a bit of information about the academy and the female academy. Where's Hannah come from?
Yeah, well, a couple of years ago, we did a shootout. You know, we had up to 200 young ladies audition for it. Then we had a shootout, the last 10, and Hannah was one of those girls. So she's been running GT4, doing really well in that, and then just stepping up to the GT3, and she's done remarkably well this weekend.
And Ian, was that based on pure performance, or was budget required, etc., etc.?
No, we wanted to take the social economic side out of it, and it really was on the right character, the right speed, and who we thought we could progress through the ranks. And we really want this to work for. It's not a box tick for us. We really want to work for some young lady to go all the way.
That's fabulous to hear at these days. Motorsport is kind of an unfair sport, isn't it? They say the next dead center is driving a taxi around Sao Paulo, so very commendable what you guys are doing there. For you in Heart of Racing 2024, we are starting what is going to be one heck of a journey, isn't it?
Yeah, this is just the beginning of the iceberg, as it were. But we're happy to be here, starting off in Dubai. It's a good warm up. Then we roll into Daytona, and then obviously Qatar will be the rollout for the new Valkyrie hypercar program. So super excited. Got programs going all around the world, and yeah, just very fortunate. You know, the continued support, Gabe Newell and Seattle Children's Hospital on all our vehicles, raising money for the cardiac care center there. So yeah, we're very lucky.
Have you projected how many air miles you're going to cover this year? So I surmise, just quickly in my head, it's going to be a lot.
Yeah, somebody showed me a graphic of all the trips I'll be taking this year, and yeah, that's a bit scary. But needless to say, I'm the top tier on American Airlines these days.
All right, you'll hardly feel it. You must be very excited, though, Ian, knowing you as we do. You're a pure racer, and to have that season ahead of you, that's fantastic, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, it's really a dream come true for me and everybody at the Heart of Racing. But I started the Valkyrie project, when Gabe, pushed me to make it happen 3.5 years ago. So to see it come to fruition, and it'll be a very, very proud moment when we see it roll off on the grid in Qatar.
Well, the fan base is looking forward to it. You've got all that British fan base as well for getting ready for that big one in France. That must be exciting as well. Just that one alone, thinking about that one.
Yeah, I can promise it'll be loud and proud when we get to Le Mans. So hopefully we can re-engage the British Army that used to go for the Jaguar days and get behind the team, and let's see what we can do.
Yeah, I'm already seeing the seeds of that. You're still in your race gear. Are you due out in the car to finish it?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to put the old boy back in there for their last stint here. So, yeah, I mean, like I say, Creventic's a great platform for us to give people opportunities, not just the drivers, but crew, and, that are coming up through our ranks. And I like the way they organise it, and it's a nice atmosphere.
Well, we like to have you here, and you're welcome any time. And I look forward to it. I'll probably bump into you at Daytona, but great to have you here, and good luck for the rest of the season. And you need a massive good luck for the rest of your season, because it's huge.
Yeah, fingers crossed. But like I say, I'm living the dream every day, and any day at a racetrack's a good day for me.
Ian James from Heart of Racing, and their link up with the German squad SPS, who bring the Mercedes knowledge with them. And they say they like bringing that Mercedes out time and time again. A little precursor to a very Aston Martin year otherwise. Zach Robichon, who's driven Porsches in the past, but he's now slotting himself into the Mercedes and doing well, into the top 10 for that car now. There are actually 3 AMGs occupying those top 10 spots. The best of them being the SMP Racing example for Sergei Sorokin, 5th place for that GT3 lineup, whereas the 27 Heart of Racing crew is an AM lineup. Zach Robichon, one of the semi-pros.
Under a minute to go to the end of this Code 60 with under an hour and a half to go, which means a driver can get in now and go to the end of the race. It's under 2 hours. So see if anybody is doing that. We know that cars came in and took tyres. We had a Dynamic from 2nd position, Pure Racing. So all of those young tyres on those cars I think Almanar was one of the first ones in because they've got an extra lap on it. So they've come in and taken it when everybody saw that this is going to be around about a 25-minute as we go green. A couple of cars didn't quite get the message there. We've got a slow car on the right-hand side of the circuit coming down. A few slow cars coming down into turn 14. And that's causing a bit of consternation. It's all bunched up coming out of turn 15 as they try to sort them out, getting some temperature into the Michelin tyres. They've been running around at 60 kilometres an hour for 25 minutes. We've seen things happen at the restarts after long code 60s, but hopefully the track's got enough temperature in it now that we're not going to have the same issues.
Yeah, but there's an issue for one car coming out of the code 60, which is one of the many Porsche Cup cars, 28th place.
It's 9-8.
989, it's the 7x7 car, isn't it, for the driver simply known as Banksy?
Yes.
Not that one, the Japanese Banksy. And the 989 car did not get anywhere close to racing speed. You were spot on in the different speeds that were offered coming out of the code 60. That's entirely reliant on when and where you see the flag being withdrawn. And it was coming out of the first corner, the right-hander, down towards turns 2 and 3.
Yeah, he's got a problem with that car. He's pulled it off the track. So obviously a technical failure on the Japanese entry car. We are under green still because he is a long way off the circuit. And he's got it going again. Just how that front left isn't rotating. The front left is locked solid. And it's just rubbing that Michelin tyre away. It's not rotating at all, and he's going to try and make it back. He can get through the club link. He's heading down towards turn 6 now. He's on the overrun, so he's not on the circuit at all. And he's trying to get that car around that corner, but he's going to have to cross over.
Has that wheel become cross-threaded somehow?
I don't know.
Tyres down, first of all.
Yeah.
So it's not rotating possibly for that reason. The front right is going round, though, so yeah. I don't think it's anything to do with brakes, unless it's exclusively on the front left corner, that failure. But that is very bizarre.
It is.
Whether the steering is helping him at all, because the front left doesn't rotate, but I think the steering arm is still engaged just about. The problem is he's going to be chewing through the Michelin tyre, and once it gets through the rubber, it may well start to chew away at the wheel as well. How much of that front left corner of the car is going to be left if he does decide to brave this and do something like another 3.5 kilometres on only 3 rotating wheels and tyres?
He's between turns 7 and 8 at the moment on the inside of the track. He will need to cross the circuit to access the club link to get back to the pits, because that is definitely not just a tyre change. There is something else wrong with that front left. As he makes his way on the over-under run, so he's well off the circuit, around about 30 metres off the circuit at the moment. Just keeping an eye on where he is coming out.
It's bizarre that it seems that this problem didn't manifest itself in the code 60. It was only then as he tried to get back up the speed. The 7x7 989 numbered car for Banksy, running in 9th position in the 992s. And that is a non-AM driver lineup, so in amongst the 992 pros, in effect, it's 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place for car 989.
I'm just waiting for him to come out at the gap on the back straight, which is the club link, which cuts through to turn 14, which means you miss 10, 11, 12, 13, and about 3 kilometres. But he hasn't arrived as yet. I can see everybody in the turn 14 grandstand having a look. Yes, he is using the cut through, and he's coming out into turn 14 now. And this isn't part of the normal circuit. This is part of the club circuit here at Dubai Autodrome, the 2.4 kilometre circuit that uses turns 17 and 18. Yes, we do have a 17 and 18, but it's on the infield after turn 1. And it runs back parallel to the start-finish straight, turns left and then turns right and takes you onto the back straight. But he's having trouble keeping that car moving with that I think he's trying not to burn the clutch on that car, because it would be really putting a load on first gear. He's on the banking now, past the apex of turn 14.
So very close to home. Let's hope that the damage is not very much worse than it began at turn 3 and 4.
Well, he's going
well off the track to the inside of the circuit at 14, just spotted in there.
We've got a white flag there that signifies a slow-moving vehicle, and he's just about to get up to the crest of turn 15, and then it's a downhill run into pit lane, and he is being very cautious. He must be travelling at about a maximum of 5 kilometres an hour at the moment, as Banksy tries to bring that car back into pit lane to see if they can sort out whatever that issue is with that front left-hand tyre.
That is I suppose that's the side of the car that's been having all the punishment through the race. The left side of any of these race cars gets more suspension force and more tyre wear as well.
We've got 9 right-handers here and 7 left-handers.
Yeah.
So it is the left-hand side of the car as we run a clockwise circuit, of course.
Yeah.
But he has made it down into pit lane now, and the downhill run helping the momentum.
It may be therefore a suspension failure or something that's gone wrong with the hub. We'll check on that just as soon as the car, if it reaches pit road, and how much damage has been done to the tyre.
He's about 100 metres from the pit entry line, and just coming down now, and he's in pit lane.
In the meantime, Max Hesse continues to lead the race in the Almanar Racing by WRT BMW. Something like a 3-minute lead over Dynamic GT Porsche of Klaus Bachler. Alexei Nesov was put into the Pure Racing Porsche during the previous stop. Darren Young still representing Paradigm competition with their BMW as the AM class leader, but a very broken front left corner for the 989. 7x7 Porsche, Joe, arriving now right in front of you.
I think it's got a shattered brake. I think, hang on, just want to see what bits they are. Yeah, he's got a brake disc that's gone on him. It's what happens when these brake discs wear. They form microscopic cracks that you inspect every time the car stops. Well, eventually they explode quite catastrophically. It's like a bomb going off. And Seb, if Seb gets in here, all of those bits there in between the wheel spokes, that's brake disc. The caliper is there, the caliper's falling off. There's been a catastrophic failure of that brake, and it would have exploded with the kind of the energy of a bomb. And you'll see where you see the clean brakes of the cast iron, clean brakes. They were cracks once, and then eventually the thing goes. You push the brake on, and that all goes bang, and then he'll have lost it completely, and everything's just jammed up. That what was stopping the wheel rotation. There's just bits of metal and bits of brake disc and caliper and all sorts in there, and that's just jammed the wheel. I think it's quite repairable. I mean, it's kind of worth just taking it off, taking the disc off like you would a normal change. And hopefully it hasn't damaged anything within that area, like brake pipage. I don't think it has. I think it's just gone bang, everything stayed within the wheel, and I'm pretty sure they'll be able to rectify this and get it at
well,
least
they have to almost take a circular saw to that wheel, though, and slice it into bits to get it off the hub. It's already come off, is it? What?
It's still the wheel. The wheel isn't the problem. The wheel, you take the wheel nut off, the wheel will come off, and then as you come it off, as you take it off, the wheel's like a box of bits, and if Swiss, hang on, I've got to get Seb around here because there's lovely bits of brake disc. Seb. Here we go. Get Seb's camera on this. That if Seb gets his camera on the inside of this wheel, that's how the wheel came off. And there's the brake disc. That's the actual brake disc that attached to the brake belt. This thing here, that's the brake pad. I hope you saw that, my finger in there. That's the brake pad. So as he took the wheel off, you pull the wheel off, the wheel's just containing that box of bits. bits of metal, and we obviously can't get in with the camera to see what's going on underneath the wheel arch. I might be able to poke my little head in though and describe. Let's have a look. Yeah, you know what? Everything looks fine. New brick bell with a new disc attach will go on there. I think the biggest problem is going to get the caliper off because it's all bent and twisted. So you know, again, it's if it bolts off, there's Seb does get his camera in. If everything bolts off as it should do, then everything should bolt on as it should do. And from what I can see, there's not too much issue there. It's just an exploded brake disc. When you run someone like Alan Taylor, it was quite common on his touring car because he wouldn't pay for new discs.
I see, so they were somewhat stressed to their limit and beyond.
Yes.
What is that trailing from the side of the number 16 car? It looks like a ratchet.
It is a ratchet strap.
It's a ratchet strap.
They will black flag that car. It's got the metal ratchet attached to it, which is banging up against the side of the car on the 16.
So I can't imagine that car has picked that up from anywhere around the
Maybe
circuit.
they were using it to secure something on the car.
Yeah, and either forgotten it was on there or it was secured at one moment and now it's not, but it's dangling from almost the door mirror on the number 16 car. I think it actually was initially attached just in front at the bottom of the A-pillar.
Yeah, Windward Racing in their AMG GT3 Evo. And that is heading down, and it was holding the splitter up. Remember, this had the splitter that went away, and it must have been holding the splitter together. We saw that splitter go on the start-finish straight a few hours ago, and Windward Racing have been using that to hold it together. You can see it there, and when it let go, Gabriel Piana at the wheel of the 16 car, and that's dangerous. That can be flicked up into another car. The team will be talking to him on the radio. Currently leading the Pro-Am category. And next Pro-Am is around about just on a lap and a half behind. But I just want to get back to the 992 category, as we have been so often. It's just 16.6 seconds separating the lead in the 992 category after 22 hours and 44 minutes.
This is also going to be causing just a huge distraction for Gabriel
massively.
Piana, because you'll be able to hear it.
Definitely.
Smacking off the side of the car with every corner.
Race control will be taking a very close look at that. And it was put on there to keep that splitter up when we saw that splitter split on the start-finish straight.
And if it's given up on one end of this ratchet strap, then quite clearly it may come loose from the A-pillar itself, and then it's flying through the air at great speed and could easily clean out a windshield of a following car. So I'm sure the message will be sent to the 16 crew relatively shortly. And if it is a mechanical warning flag, i.e. the black flag with the orange spot on it, then you generally get 3 laps, I think, to react to that.
Yeah, the guys up in the start-finish gantry box having a great look at that now, and on the radio to race control to tell them all about it. So the eyes on track from the start-finish gantry were very, very interested to see what that is. They do have a TV down there as well as a timing screen as we focus on that. It's not slowing Gabriel Piana down. He still holds the fastest lap of the race at 1:57.777. Set on about lap 5. Would have been about 1:15 yesterday afternoon as he makes his way around the circuit.
Exactly quarter to midday on day 2 of the 24 Hours of Dubai. This is the 20th edition of this great event, brought to you live and as it happens on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Now in about 15 minutes time we will be awarding the Spirit of Race, which is I was going to say annual award, but actually it's not. It's every single race that the 24H series has and holds, and a chance to recognise and put the spotlight on a lesser fancied car, but one that has potentially been really through the mill and gets extra points for continuing on, not getting distracted, for not being put out of its stride and just wanting to get to the finish. They're not literal championship points, but we do give whichever crew wins it and a separate trophy, the Spirit of the Race award. So we need to come up with some nominations here, Phil.
Yep. Thinking
about who has drawn our attention, which will be outside of the top 10, I'm sure. Joe's already got a potential car or indeed driver to look out for. Still keeping our eye on the number 16 Gabriele Piana Winward Racing Mercedes, because that car has not yet needed to come in. Well, Joe, what are your thoughts on Spirit of the Race?
My nomination will be car 414, Razzoon's Porsche. That car came in and I thought, that's finished. That is absolutely mullered. The front end was completely squished. And then I walked back about an hour later, that had all stripped off. They were rebuilding it, the lunatics. So it dropped all the way down the timing screen. If you have a look where it is, car 414, it's way down. Not a hope in hell of getting anything out of this race other than the satisfaction of meeting the challenge of getting the car to the checkered flag. And that's the only reason why Razzoon put that car back together and continued on, and it's still going round and round. And I think that is the passion, the craziness, the stupidity of endurance racing.
Yeah, summed up perfectly. But they're not necessarily the only team that have not given up. I've already got some thoughts. Let's see where Phil's going to go first, or do you need a bit more time?
No, well, unfortunately, I have to agree with Joe.
Oh, OK.
When I saw that car under 3 layers of tyres, I thought that is no way that is coming back after a brake failure on the fastest part of the circuit. And buried under 3 layers of tyre, pulled it out, and I went, oh, I don't think that, no, that's not going anywhere. And as Joe quite rightly said, they never gave up.
Yeah.
They never gave up. When he talked to them in the paddock, it was all positive. We're going to get back. We're going to do this. With the assistance of Porsche, they got back and got running again. It totally destroyed all the bodywork at the front of the car. And I was looking at it going, is the front end still square? What's going on? We don't know. But, you know, is it drivable? Well, clearly it's drivable. Ajith Kumar is at the wheel of that car right now, the 414, and out back, and they are currently running 4th in GT4. Unbelievable.
Well, I like one-offs, and we've got a couple of those here at this year's race. The McLaren is surprisingly the only McLaren 720S to be in this year's race. And whilst I was doing my pit lane stint a little earlier this morning, that car had already entered pit road and been in the garage. And after, I remember this now because it matched the race number of that car, 3 hours and 33 minutes, the car finally left the garage. They'd done a full gearbox change.
Yeah.
They'd had to sort out a pretty major ABS issue as well, where the sensor was playing up. And rather than interrogate too much, they just said, let's just change everything that we can do in the time allowed. And the McLaren got back into the race. It is still running as well, with Morgan Tilbrook at the wheel. They're taking the Optimum Motorsport McLaren to next weekend's 6 hours of Abu Dhabi. And then the other one off in this race is the IRC GT, which has had no end of troubles. The latest one being a pretty major rear puncture, which started to eat away at the rear left fender. But they were having that constant problem with the starter motor, which was not obeying instructions. So 3 or 4 mechanics required on the back of the car to bump start it and send it down to the fueling area. It just looks, and more importantly sounds, superb with that 6.2 litre V8 LS3 engine. So they would be 2 nominations from me. Just under 9 minutes to go before we get a full decision on that, and we get the opportunity for Joe to oversee the awarding of the Spirit of Race.
Now, I've got a thought here. Now, the 16 is staying out. We've got 1 hour and 8 minutes to go. We saw the Windward team getting ready. Now, are they trying to get to the 1 hour mark so they can fill it and get to the end of the race?
That would make sense.
It would. So that's why they're hanging it out there. They know the pits are ready for the car to come in, and we'll have 1 stop to go. The Windward car at the moment, 15 laps on those tyres, and he's got a 10-second penalty to serve as well. Race control have been out and had a look. I'm just keeping an eye on the start-finish gantry, whether they do hang the meatball flag out for it very shortly. He'll have a lap after he sees it to come in and pit. And with just under 1 minute, 1 hour and 8 minutes to go, it could get very close as he's making his way now down the back straight. Currently leading the Pro-Am category, Gabriele Piana at the wheel of the 16 Mercedes AMG as he heads down towards turn 10. So his left-hand corners when that thing just flies out. Right-hand corner, sorry. As he's heading up the hill. And around turn 12. Still happening, keeping an eye on the flag stand. You can get 2 more laps out of it. They should be able to do a pit stop and fuel to the end of the race. Big thank you to Johnny Palmer, and welcome back to the last, just on the last hour and 6 minutes to John Hindhaugh.
Yeah, good to be back. JP will be back for the end. We'll get everybody through the Global Broadcast Centre, a bit of an all skate, as my American colleagues would call it. And we are still, I think, a little closer to understanding this race, but I'm not calling this, Phil. I am not calling this race at all in the top class. In 992, there's 8.5 seconds between Tierra and Red Camel. GTX, 34th position for Leipert Motorsport. Worked their way up with that Super Trofeo car.
When it was parked up at turn 12. Oh, unbelievable.
Remember, they've not had a starter motor from about, I think, at the absolute latest, 4 or 5 hours.
Yeah.
In GT4, what a race for the BMW of AGMC Racing by Simpson. Ramit Azam behind the wheel of that car. And for me, one of, if not the team of the race, as best racing, will be first and second in TCE. I think for about 18 hours of the race, one or other of the cars have been in the pits, and they've changed the gearbox, they've stripped the whole front end of the cars away. It's just been incredible, and that we're scratching the surface. Those are only the class leaders at the moment. There's the Pro-Am leader is Windward Racing. Gabriele Piana, who started the race, will finish. The Am class is Paradigm Competition, who looked like a contender for the overall for a little while. In Am in 992, this is going to be another huge story. End of last year, in the inaugural running of the 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport at Spa, QMMF by HRT won the Am class, their first international victory. It was huge for them. The party was immense. Their smiles were wide. And then, of course, they got back home, and the local coverage, I saw some of it, was massive.
Absolutely.
If they can repeat that Am win here in the 24, this is going to be massive. There is coverage and catering media here this weekend. This is going to be huge. Meantime, as you called it earlier on, the number 16 Gabriele Piana Winward Racing, first in Pro-Am at the moment by just over a lap from Herbeth Motorsports number 91 car. That's the car with the flapping under tray at the front that was held on by a ratchet strap. The ratchet strap has come unfastened. That's flapping around with a bit of metal, a metal buckle on it, and the under tray is flapping around. They have now been given the meatball flag, the black and orange flag there. That is, you get no grace on that. That goes out. It's not as if you've got 3 laps to come in. You have to come in at the next opportunity past the pit lane.
And that's going to work out perfectly for them, because just over an hour to go, they can fuel to the finish.
What do you do with that then? Do you just rip the splitter off and say you're going to have to deal with it with a new set of Michelins on?
Well, Seb had got down into their pit, and we could see a whole heap of masking tape being prepared up onto the side.
Oh yeah, the big strips. Yeah.
There he goes.
Oh, late call.
Very late call into pit lane. Is he going to pull it up? Yes, he is. Wow.
He went across the hatching there, and Gabriele Piana, who put in a stunning 157.7 earlier in the race. We've had the 92 Pure Racing car with a 57.1. Lap record pace from Gabriele Piana on lap 3 of the race, by the way, and a lap record that stood since 2021. And into the pit lane, let's go down to Joe Bradley, who is there.
Ratchet strap is still flapping around. They're going to service the car while they're at it. The ratchet strap has been doing a job. I'm not quite sure what it's been doing, keeping the bonnet on or something. They've wrapped it around the door mirror, and then it's going somewhere inside underneath the bonnet of the car. They've chosen not to need that anymore. And I tell you what, you know the grooves atop the wheel arch that helps with the airflow coming from out from inside the wheel arch. They've covered them up with this gaffer tape, and I'm not sure that's clever, because that
Joe, that car had a broken front splitter, and it was part of holding that up, of keeping it together, and the strap had broken.
So new tyres went on that while they were repairing that fault, which brought out the mechanical fault flag for it. They chose to put new tyres on, and so new tyres have gone on that car as well. It's gone. The very quick job by the Winward
probably
boys.
Not an FIA certified ratchet strap.
Yeah, that's quite dangerous actually, if that had come off and been left on the track. And
well, the thing is,
they've actually not even bothered trying to unfasten it. They've just cut it and got that strap away. The car is already in the fuel station,
and they'll get to the end now on fuel.
A green flag stop. They did not have. Oh, hang on. No, they've got a 10 seconds.
So they've got to come back in anyway.
Or that will be added to the end. It'll be multiplied.
It's over 2 seconds, so it'll be doubled. Yep.
Yeah. And so they may need a splash before the end. They can't do a penalty under code 60. 4 of the top 5 cars have penalties still to serve as Max Hesse comes in from the lead. Almanar Racing by Team WRT, and this again should be a green flag stop. So Joe Bradley, this should be the last stop for Max Hesse, already gone past you and into the pit lane, into the fuel station.
I tell you what, I wish I could have done a video of that one and then sold it as how to do a pit stop, because that was absolutely phenomenal. They had the choreography of Swan Lake about it. I mean, what else? Why would you expect anything more from Vincent Voss's team? It's got Team WRT across the top of the garage door, and that's who's running this car. And it was absolutely exquisite to watch. Everybody knew their job, and everybody did it literally foot perfect, feet perfect.
So we saw that the penalty box was absolutely chock-a-block full, so they couldn't take a penalty. But
you don't have to be in the box; you just have to park up. So they could have just lined up there somewhere in the start of the pit lane.
He went to go in. He did.
He should have gone.
He should have, because they're going to have to do another stop now. And
the only thing that I would, well, I think what I might have done is said to the officials, we'll do this in our box because it was full and we didn't want to stop the pit lane, and they could have done that, but they have not served that 10-second penalty.
Well, the top 5, only one car hasn't got a penalty to serve at the moment, and that's Max Hesse in the Almanar Racing Team, and they are in fuel at the moment. This will be their last scheduled stop in this 20th running of the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. We have 58 minutes to go before we see the checkered flag. Battles raging out there at the moment for the 992 Tierra Outdoor Racing, leading by just a few seconds over Rick Broikers in the red Camel Jordans.nl. Remember, they're our reigning 992 Middle East champions from last year. So that battle is still going on. How's this happening, John, in the last hour of the race? It's just so phenomenal.
We've seen it time after time here, and let's remind ourselves there has been no closing up of the field by safety cars.
No.
We have not had a single safety car because they don't have safety cars. Already the race tape on the 16 car has ceased to do its job for Wimwood and Gabriele Piana. He's now lost the lead in Pro-Am, but Alfred Renard has still got his last stop to make.
Yeah.
But that is 20 odd laps away. So actually Renard is going to be it might just need a splash of fuel for Renard. They might be saying, let's gamble on one more Code 60. They've got to do that now. And get in. They may only need 25% to get them to the end here, Phil. So this is not done in Pro-Am. Third position in Pro-Am is Matt Bell now, the younger of the two Newcastle-born Bell boys. And I said Newcastle purely for Rob, his brother there, who I had a good chat with. Good to see Rob Bell. And our football rivalries aside, us northeasterners, once we get out of region, we have to stick together. So the Dragon Racing Ferrari, just another couple of laps behind. I want to see the pace that Gabriele Piana can do in that Wimwood car, because the front end of that car will not be performing aerodynamically here, because the diffuser is flapping around like a wide-mouthed frog underneath the front of the AMG. Secondly, as Brad has pointed out, they've taped over the ducts on top of the wheel arch, which keeps that, which does keep the front of the car on the ground as well. We're inside the last hour. You're listening to RS1 and around the world in sound and vision with YouTube and the Creventic Motorsport channel. "55 minutes to go, and the checkered flag will give us our winners in the classes and the podium finishes, but there's always one particular trophy that is decided before the race ends, so that we can honour the recipients of Spirit of the Race. And I have to say, there have been some epic tries to get to the end of this race, and many teams that we could mention up and down the pit lane. I do not envy the people who have had to make this decision. You can talk about the guys with the new Rosser, talk about the Zorg Rensport guys who changed the engine before we even raced, and what about the two Asbest Racing cars? They seem to have had a car in the pit lane, one of their two cars, for at least 18 hours, and they'll be first and second. All worthy mentioned, but Joe Bradley has got the news of which team will be taking home the coveted Spirit of the Race award for the Michelin Dubai 24 Hours.
The award for this Dubai 24 Hours goes to car 414, the Razoon Racing Paul came in, it was absolutely demolished. And I've been around racing cars a long time, and I thought, well, that's it, that's over. And then we spoke to the team principal here, Dominic Albert. Dominic, when I spoke to you last night, and you were quite shocked when I said, is the car finished? Because you kind of went, no, we're going to fix it. And the crazy thing is, you guys fixed it. You did an absolute, I don't know how many hours it took to put the car back on the track, but you fixed it. It's going round and round, and it will see the checkered flag. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, and yeah, congratulations to my team. They did an amazing job, so thanks to these guys. They are really great, and yeah, the best I could wish. So
I have got Peter Fry here from the Creventic organisation to present the trophy, and it really is a team trophy as well.
For the whole team, who is keep going on, never giving up. It's well deserved. This one is for you and your team.
Thank you very much.
Welcome.
As Peter said, Dominic, it's for the team. It's for all the boys and girls who are very dirty and sweaty right now. What makes it? What made you guys, and what makes you guys continue and push and repair the car and push it to the flag?
I think it's our DNA. We never ever give up, and as long as there is any possibility we can fix a car, we fix it, we go out again. Doesn't matter if we can race 1 lap or 6, 7 hours, 10 hours. So I think that's also a good thing. All people in my team had that in their minds. So yeah, I would not say they love it, because we love it if we run it without any trouble. But if we have problems, these are the best guys you can wish, and so they fix it, and then we go out again. I'm really happy and proud about that team.
I'll leave you to present your team with the trophy. Thank you, Dominic. Congratulations. Great effort. Hashtag very much. Hashtag this is endurance there for the Razoon team.
Absolutely brilliant. We could have given out 5 of those.
Oh, I think 7.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's a story at least one good story in every class. Joe Bradley's classic quote is, "There's a soap opera behind every garage door." Well, there's 2 teams in some of these garages, so there's a couple of different.
There's a melodrama behind every.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of different series there. In the 909, in the 992 class, Rick Breukers is back in the lead after Tierra Outdoor Racing have pitted for their final time. Hubert van Eindhoven is in behind the wheel of that car. He's just rejoining. Now, I've got to work out 23 laps on the tyres of Rick Breukers and an 18-second penalty still to soak up. So they'll want to get again as close to the end of the race so they don't have to take too much of the fuel. The question will be, when does Paul Truswell pull the trigger to do that last pit stop? Because the worrying thing, if we now had a long code 60, would they be able to get to the end on fuel? And what would a 36-second penalty do to that car? The answer is not cost it the lead in the race. So that is a gamble I think that's worth taking. Dynamic GT in final stop lane for their final stop of the race. This is the number 24 car, Klaus Bachler, coming in from the lead. 55-second lead as he was coming into the pit lane. Max Hesse has done his final stop, so this is finally where the stagger unwinds.
Yes.
Because when the dynamic white and blue car, this is the Visit Dubai sponsored car with the skyline of downtown Dubai on the car, when that car comes out of the fuel station, which is where he is now with the Emirat fuel service there, using the smart pumps, they're even straightening the car up while they're fueling. That is such attention to detail. So the 24 car will lose the lead here. Incredible, absolutely incredible race. We had 2 Porsches and 2 BMWs for the most of the race. A little mention for SMP Racing in the number 7 car, because Sergei Sirotkin is in that car at the moment. They have quietly gone about their business and done a really good job. Harter Racing, I would say the same. They're looking to be just off the podium in AM at the moment. Haas RT have had a few dramas, but they're on the AM podium at the moment as well. Wow. And Rick Breukers leads 992. Leipert leading GTX. AGMC by 5 laps now over SRS Zog Rennsport. Harley Houghton behind the wheel of that car. Harley, the youngest driver to take part in the Nürburgring 24 hours. Covered that last year. And still, Pierre Allison for Asbest Racing in the Seat Leon, the old Seat Leon Cup car, going back to 2017. Some final thoughts from you, Phil Anson, a race that you have followed for very many years here, a race that you have seen develop in terms of the racing, the machinery, and indeed the status of the event, not just globally, but crucially in this area of the world, in the UAE and indeed the Middle East as a whole.
I spoke with Tarek in El Gamble from Dubai Autodrome. 50,000 tickets purchased.
They stopped taking registrations on the website because they were worried about the grandstand, because they didn't have the area further down. They were worried that if everybody turned up, the people wouldn't be able to get through the tunnel.
And the work that they've done here this weekend. But as this race goes, as you said earlier, John, if I was a betting man, I wouldn't. Simple as that. This race, these top 4 cars have been seesawing since hour 1.
Yep.
And every time they pit, they change position. The same goes with 992, 992 AM, all the GT3 Pro, GT3 AM. The quality and calibre of drivers that we have here this weekend has been mentioned by many drivers we've interviewed.
Yeah, totally.
So I just picked up a couple of little things. Winwood Racing, you know how Gabriel Piana really came in late to the pits. He's picked up another 10-second penalty for crossing the white line at entry.
I think that's a slam dunk. That's just a mistake. Either they called him in very late. The thing with the black and orange flag is, as I said, there's no leeway.
Yeah.
Once you've seen it and you've gone across the line once, you have to come in. Some you can argue, and you have 3 times passed before you come in. In some series, it's 5 times passed, actually. But incredibly, he's got 20 seconds in that car. Now, that might not make that much difference to him. He's lost the lead now. They'll be disappointed with that. But they've got a good couple of laps on the second of the Herbert car. But Herbert are going to have 2 cars on the podium in GT3 AM.
Indeed, Axel Jeffries has just copped a 30-second penalty for speeding in the pit lane. And that's the Inter-Africa Racing. They could lose a place in. They're running 4th in Pro-Am at the moment, but outright they're only 44 seconds ahead of John Miller in the Uber Motorsport car. So that could be a change of position as well. Just getting back to your question, John, over the 20 years I've been attending this event, as I came to this region in 2005, I've seen the exponential growth, and what I've got to say is that Creventic read the motorsports world very, very well. Right, they understand where people are buying vehicles and what type of vehicles. They make categories to suit many different vehicles. If you've got a car, they'll make a category for it.
Surely.
And I think that is where we're at now. I had a good discussion last night about Joe, about the growth of GT3 globally, of why it's still working. That Bentley's a 2018. It can run to 2028 or
29.
Yeah, exactly. And if they didn't have their gear shift issues, they could have been a contender. So you know, it's a huge thing. But congratulations to the Dubai Autodrome, an absolutely fantastic effort. This garden, the Apex Garden, was phenomenal.
Yeah, and the amount of new fans that this has brought in. Dubai 92 were running ads. They did a live broadcast from here. We've got a new broadcast partner in the subcontinent with the Tamil IBC coverage for the Ajith Kumar cars. He's just got out of the car that's taken the spirit of the race for his last stint, so he'll be chilling out and waving at the crowd. You'll hear
You'll hear them.
You'll hear the cheers. Meantime, the second place car with Harry King is battling in traffic, trying to close down some of that gap to Max Hesse. Still, I think, 45 minutes to go. Yeah, that car is still going to have to make another pit stop. So second and third position overall is not yet locked in, because Luke Hartog has made his last pit stop for Dynamic GT, and that white and blue number 24, when Harry King makes his pit stop, will become the best of the Porsches. It looks like the German marque domination of this event will continue, unless something very weird happens, because the first non-German marque is the Dragon Racing Ferrari in 13th position.
And they're quite a few laps down. 5.57, we've got 5.69.
Phil, thank you very much indeed. See you next weekend at Yas for the second part of the Middle Eastern Cup doubleheader.
Looking forward to it, my friend.
Stay around, please, Phil, because we'll have another chat with you as we're rounding up things for the podium. Peter Mackay experiencing the Dubai Autodrome and the Michelin 24 Hours for the first time slots comfortably back into the right-hand seat. He's just come across from the infield, which is busying up again. Clearly people coming back to the racetrack this Sunday morning. Sunday now a full weekend day, has been for a few years now. The holy day is still Friday, obviously, from 1:30 onwards in the afternoon. This is a business centre now, and somewhat pragmatically, a couple of years ago, the UAE decided that they needed to align with the rest of the world, while still being respectful, of course, of the religious implications of that. So Saturday and Sunday is now the race. If you remember, we used to be Friday and Saturday, and it's worked. More people are coming in. Your thoughts as we're well inside the last 3/4 of an hour from what you've seen overall and what you've seen just now down in the pit lane, because as I said, there are people coming back to the track.
Oh, it's been immense to see the support and to hear about the numbers of tickets that have been sold, and shows that the sport is growing in this part of the world, and it has been for many years. It's been a real privilege to be part of the team for the 20th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours, and here's to another 20 editions. But my biggest takeaway so far, I have to say, is the car that's leading the race right now, the 777 Al-Manar Racing by Team WRT. It's a new pairing with Al-Manar and Team WRT, but the biggest thing is this is a new car. It's an evolution of the previous BMW M4 GT3. It's called the GT3 Evo, and it's quite rare actually for nowadays, particularly in a balanced performance formula, for a absolutely brand new car to win. It's on its debut, let alone win in a 24-hour race. And I think,
and this is not just a cosmetic update.
No.
On this car.
No. It's got different differential. It's got new chassis components, new anti-roll bars, etc. Bigger rear brakes, and you never know, with just tiny little changes they can change something that they didn't expect in testing. Look at the Ford Mustang at Daytona on its debut. They didn't expect what would happen when the car was hit from the rear, and it caused a problem with the bootlet. So what BMW have done, they've been working on this car almost since the first car came out.
Correct.
It's been 2 to 3 years of development on and off, and I'm sure the team been their baby for the last 2 or 3 years, and I'm sure it's been all that they've thought about on the development team, the engineers, and they've built clearly a very strong car, which has righted a lot of little niggles, and it could be a car that's going to be a force in endurance racing for some time.
That speaks to the level at which these racing cars are being designed, built, developed and raced now, and to particularly the reliability factor of GT3. You will look at these cars and say, it's a pumped up road car. Far from it now. Even GT4 is far from it. I think I heard you say at one stage last night when I was in the pits, it might be, let's say, that a GT4 car is still 80% road car, whereas a GT3 car is probably 80% race car. I think it's probably more than that in terms of the GT3. They are purposely designed and built. They resemble the road cars on which they are built, and there are some regulations.
And use the same base powertrain.
Yes, they have. Yeah.
In fact, often what's the funny part is, and when I tell friends who don't follow racing, I say, the crazy thing is that often the race car has less power than the road car
Yes,
that's based on. The Ferrari is a perfect example of that, to the tune of about 200 horsepower less, so that it can fit into the balance of performance window. But Team WRT, they've done an amazing job.
But a car stopped on the outside of turn 15, and it's the 102, the Cupra from Asbest Racing, and that car's not moving. It's got a broken right front steering arm on that car. Here's the drama. This is going to be a code 60. The steering is not pointing in the right direction for the 102. That's Lutz Obermann in second place. They wanted to get that car to the flag. Here's the code 60 coming. They'll still finish in second place. Who does this benefit? This is huge news for Pure Racing. They've got to get in. They can't take the 4-second penalty. 29 laps on Harry King's tyres, and also this could help Rick Breukers. Rick Breukers has just gone past. He must have taken his pit stop. So he's ahead now of Huub van Eindhoven. So that he's been out for 5 laps on the tyres. So he slipped in and out. What other class battles might this help? Well, both the GT3 AM, first and second. Darren Leung has just been in and gone out again. Antares out needs to come in. He's going to get a free stop here, which will close him up a little bit and might help him. It looks like GT3 AM now might have Hazard T on the podium. Renauer needs his stop, and that helps Renauer as well for Herbeth in the 91 car.
Pure Racing coming into the pits, so they're deciding to take this opportunity for them. Nick Damon is down there right now. Nick.
Yeah, they come in. They're going to change drivers. Just trying to see who it is who's getting into the car, and it's Thomas, unsurprising, which is
Preining.
Preining. Sorry, I've been pushed by someone who didn't seem to know. I know what I'm doing, honestly. You didn't see the look he gave me. So anyway, this is the stop. Pure Racing, out goes Harry. The seat insert is a bit shorter than Thomas Preining, and the service is just about to be done. Driver being firmly pushed into position. Last by the 5-point harness. Done his done. Car down the way, and that'll go around and get 25% of fuel. Now, whether that's enough to get to the end, of course, is questionable, but it'll be help. Of course, they have this penalty now, which if they don't serve it during the race, will be doubled.
That might be the race. Well, that'll be the easier way to serve it.
Yeah, well,
rather than come down the pit lane, just have 8 seconds put on. So yeah, the very, very interesting strategy there. And I don't think actually this is going to be the quickest Code 60 necessarily, because this asbest Cupra, it won't be able to be rolled onto a flatbed. It'll probably have to be lifted because the wheels are sort of jammed at a jointy angle, sort of a 45-degree angle to the left as the driver looks at it. So yeah, the marshals are kind of pointing at it going, this isn't going to maybe roll on. But they're going to try and get it onto the flatbed and almost drag it up. That might be the way to do it.
Last night when I was in the pit lane, in the wee small hours, coming up to 4:30 in the morning, I mentioned the drivers coming in still using dark visors. And after that stint, I checked some of my messages, and Jade Edwards, lovely Jade Edwards, who we've often had in the booth here at the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, sent me a note, and I am going to read this. Jade, I'm doing this because I love the way you compose this, and I can actually hear your voice as you say this. Jade, who's carved herself a really nice niche out in the ITV British Touring Car live coverage as well in the UK. She said, I noticed that you were talking about drivers' visors in the pit lane, theory behind dark visors, and also putting them down whilst in the pit lane. First of all, dark visor, and if you've ever heard Jade Edwards speak, this is Jade Edwards, absolutely. Hear it in her voice, not mine. Dark visor rule 101, they look much cooler than a clear visor.
End of discussion.
Yeah.
What's cooler though? A dark tinted or the kind of metallic?
Wow. Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's always going to be flicked up, but what I want to know is, do you go for the cool guy half crack?
No, well, listen,
or do you go for the Nick Katzberg upward crack?
No, this is what she says. She says it's much safer than a cut down visor, a full visor, if there's a fire, and because you can slam it all the way down. And wearing dark visors in the pit lane, and this is the clincher for me, and this is why we used to have Jade in the booth, and why she's such a great addition to the ITV touring car broadcast. From her experience, she says, the pit lane is floodlit and bright. The track isn't. So your visor down means it keeps your eyes adjusted to dark mode before you head out on the track, or as you immediately come into the pit lane, so that you don't lose your night vision and all of a sudden, you know how it takes an onboard camera just a moment going into or coming out of the...
Almost like when you get up in the middle of the night to use the lavatory, and you don't want to... If you
put the light on.
You can get away with not putting the light on. Yeah.
So, Jade, thank you for that. And she's sent us a couple of pictures as well, and I have to say the years have been far kinder to Jade Edwards than they have to me from 7 years ago. Lots of love from us all here, Jade. Good luck for whatever you're doing in 2025. I do love your work in the booth, but as I've said every time you've been sitting next to me here, where PMAC is sitting at the moment, I'd far rather know that you were putting a race suit and a helmet on and getting behind the wheel of a race car. So keep us in touch. We'll have to have you on Midweek Motorsport soon, Jade. Good luck, and thanks for getting in touch.
It will be really interesting to hear actually as well, because we're speaking to a few drivers who either are still racing or still competing and do TV stuff in between, and some who stop racing and then go into TV, and it's really interesting to understand their experience of it and what they find totally easy and what they find difficult is about the TV side. It's really interesting.
I had a good chat with Bob Bell about that actually. He did Le Mans last year for the stream, for the paid stream. Looks like once again our track services and recovery here at Dubai Autodrome have absolutely knocked it out of the park. Just huge stand-up ovation, round of applause. No golf clap here. This is whoop whoop for all the volunteers here. Had a chat with a few of them over the last few days, because their restroom is on our route back and forth to the infield to use the facilities and get fed, etc. And as I said to one of the local gentlemen who, when we were having a chat in the lift, and he had a bit of a laugh about this, I said, look, I go to a lot of motor races, and I have done down through the years, and quite honestly, there are some people at motor racing that I could absolutely do without being there. But anybody who is volunteering and marshalling and wearing yellow, orange or white, they do not fall into that category. Essential personnel, and fabulous to have a chat with some of the marshals here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, one and all, and indeed all of our volunteers.
As we're about to go back to green, at this Code 60's lasted the grand total of 7 minutes. Imagine that, 7 minutes from the Code 60 coming out to the flatbed truck getting onto it, getting that Seat that's got damaged suspension onto the truck, and then into the pit lane and back to green again. 7 minutes.
And nobody has been disadvantaged, no one has got an advantage. All of the gaps have been preserved unless people chose to go into the pit lane and make a stop. And,
yes.
and we're instantly back to racing. The leader was coming out of turn 11 when we went back to racing. So as soon as that vehicle was in the middle of the pit lane and safe, we went back to racing. Did not have to wait for wave bys, pass arounds, reshuffles, etc. Close the pits, open the pits. I think that's entirely a 100% worthwhile point you've made there. Last half an hour, Peter.
It is. Into the last half an hour, it's amazing how 24-hour races go in, and it's been a superb performance from Almanar Racing by Team WRT. And I want to give a mention to one of the drivers who's at the wheel right now, Max Hesse, and indeed his colleague Dan Harper. These two young men have been developed by BMW. They're only 23 and 24 respectively.
Big mates, aren't they?
They're big mates, and big credit to BMW because they can easily go and pick a couple of single-seater superstars, but they've picked two drivers who've come from their national categories of racing. Max Hesse from TCR Germany, when he was 18, he won the championship there. Dan Harper from Carrera Cup Great Britain, he won that when he was 19. So they've backed some drivers that have come through national series, tin top series, and developed them, trained them. In the case of Dan Harper, they put him in their prototype machine to give him an opportunity at that and to prepare him should they need him. And I think that commitment and that investment and that trust in these two young men is paying off in spades today.
We have got 43 cars on the track, one in the fuel area out of the 62 that started, 19 in the pit lane, and I reckon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I reckon 18 of those 19 are not coming back out in terms of what's going on. So we have had attrition.
Yes.
There's been contact with the wall. There's been issues.
But two pretty catastrophic engine fires. Both in GT4. Asbest Racing, who did cause that last code 60 in the pits now. Nick Damon has an update for us. Nick.
Yeah, it's a steering arm. It's this connecting steering arm has come away. Now, I'm not sure it's come unscrewed or has broken. Trying to see the other end of it. No, it's been pulled out, actually, interestingly. They had done a huge amount of work with these cars around this front suspension and the front gearbox output and drive shaft. So, possibility, that something didn't get Loctited enough and it's just kind of undone itself rather than snapping or breaking. Effectively, they put a new steering arm in and that thing will be good to go because there's absolutely no damage on it apart from that. So they get that out and then off they'll go, and then hopefully they'll take a flag.
For 9th and 10th, two different categories of cars, with Ian James in 4th in the AM for Heart of Racing by SPS, and Sergei Nikolay for Manamari Energy Porsche. 1.2 seconds between the 27 and the 1 in 9th position. Keep an eye open for the multicoloured number 1 car. You can't really miss that one.
No, you can't. And what I thought was really cool, walking around the back of their pits, they've got a little tent, as many of the teams do, with all the camp beds and air beds and stuff, and all of the bedding, and it looks exactly like that. They're all wild different colours, pinks and oranges and blues, and so it's not just their car, it's even the team's sleeping quarters that are multicoloured like that, and they bring a big smile to everyone's face. It's great to see Faitto Broggi here. He mentioned that back injury. I remember that. Monza 2023, it was the same weekend as Le Mans that year, and Fabrizio came out of the final chicane onto the back straight, which is scary, and had a big accident, and it's great to see him back. The team carried on though. They carried on with Fabrizio's blessing. They carried on and they did very well. They for that team, they finished 3rd overall in the Sebring 24 Hours in a 991 Cup car.
Yeah.
So they're a great outfit. It's a shame that they've not got Cosimo Papi with them, who's a really unknown quantity to many, but he's a seriously quick young driver, and they've given them some good opportunities in that team. Unfortunately, couldn't make it this weekend, and they've got a pretty good replacement in Patrick Niederhauser. Herbert Motorsport's interesting, 8th place at the moment, ahead of the Heart of Racing Mercedes by SPS. Herbert Motorsport made a very late change to their driver lineup. They added in Alfred Renauer as a 5th driver, and that put them from the Pro class to the Pro-Am class. Guess which class they lead at the moment? The Pro-Am class.
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
They're just a trophy factory.
They are. They've completely changed their strategy in terms of what happens under Code 60 with the new regulations that came in last year. pretty much as soon, if a full course purple code 60 came out under the old regulations when you had 50% fuel allowance, if they'd been out 15 or 20 minutes and a code 60 came out, they were in the pits. Now they seldom come in under code 60. I wouldn't say never. Just looking at the battles here for positions, Kevin C for Herbert Motorsport in second in GT3 AM in the number 80 Herbert Motorsport, just 17 seconds ahead of Alexander Berkantsov, lapping in similar times. That's fairly static in the moment. The gap at the front of the field between Max Hesse and Thomas Preining, two junior drivers for two German manufacturers in BMW leading and Porsche second. Thomas Preining, the Austrian, very well thought of. Porsche,
former, now the real deal.
Yeah, he's now a full factory driver. Stuttgart and Munich are separated by 219 kilometres down the E52 or the E8 in Germany, and I'm not sure how many laps would that round that. Here that would be. It's 5.3 kilometres. It's considerably closer here, and it has been a battle between the two German manufacturers all the way through. There goes Hesse, 202, Hesse, excuse me, between a couple of cars, 202.359 across the line. And we wait now for Thomas Preining in that number 92 car. He's on the back straight, so he's nearly half a lap back at the moment. He's got around about in fact, exactly a minute and 11 seconds back on Luke Hartog. So the top three beginning to look slightly more settled. Where are the battles? Well, QMF by HRT in 992. They've pulled out a full lap now on Benji Pack for TFT Racing. I think QMMF can go to the end. Benji certainly can. They've got a 10-second penalty to take.
We're missing out Mathieu Detry in the Ajith Kumar car. He's 11 seconds behind them.
Yes, but
not in class. You're right. Sorry.
Class.
Yes, yes, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. He's third in the 992 category.
What a story it would be for QMMF to get another win, especially a major like this. But
that would that would effectively be back-to-back wins for them in major events, in major endurance events.
Yes, it would.
The 992 Endurance Cup, powered by Porsche Motorsport at Spa at the end of the season last year, the end of the European season, and then here in the Michelin 24 hours.
They came to Barcelona. I could be wrong, but
they did.
They did
because we were talking about that victory. Yes, they came because it was only 2 weekends down the road, wasn't it?
But the point is valid. They're a force in the 992 class. I mean, one name that's been a stalwart in that 992 class is the Red Cal Jordan's crew. Yeah. Rick Broiker's at the wheel right now. It's the Broikers family outing. Rick and his brother Luke and their father Ivo driving with Fabian Danz. They won this race last year. They started 11th overall last year. Such was the difference.
It was the high point of their season because it absolutely went down. I think that was a rented car last year.
Well, no, the car they won Dubai in was their car, and then it took forever to get back.
Yes,
yeah. So.
And they sold that car, and they rented one from I think IMSA at Rouen, and they used that through part of the season, and they had all kinds of wars. This is a great way to get back to form. Nick Damon will only bring us good news from the pit lane in the last 21 minutes.
Absolutely, it's happy. The Asbest team, big round of applause. They replaced that steering arm, and away they have gone, and they are going to take out the last few laps, hopefully, and get to the end. It's interesting what Ivo said. I'm not sure whether you were there with us when he was chatting. Actually, he said that the Porsche went through that problematic car with the literal fine-tooth comb and found the problem. There's obviously no definition of what that was, and they've sorted it. And Ivo was very, very grateful to the Porsche people for actually taking the time to go through it properly rather than just going buy a new one. So it has been sorted out properly by Stuttgart.
Oh, huge moment, sideways moment there for the multicoloured Porsche.
Sergio Nicolai pushing still right to the end. He's always full attack. Is Sergio, brilliant driver, and yeah, he got that one a little bit crossed up over the curb, but brilliant car control there to get on top of it.
Alexander Bukantsov is just starting to close in on Kevin C from Herbert Motorsport in the battle for 6th overall, but more importantly 2nd and 3rd in the AM part of GT3. There are 16 seconds between them, but over a full second taken out last time, but from the Audi to the Porsche. Now, traffic will play a part in that. Alexander has much older tyres than Kevin, 35 lap old tyres, but they are in the same sector. 35 for Alexander, 5 lap tyres for Kevin C. I'm looking at any other big discrepancies. A 10 lap difference between Max Hesse and the Almanar Racing by Team WRT over Thomas Preining for Pure Racing. Advantage to the Porsche there, but they do have a 4-second penalty. Dynamic in 3rd, 12 laps there, they've got no penalties. 4th, Sergei Sirotkin for SMP, he's got 10 seconds of penalties. 2nd in Pro-Am, Winwood, Gabriel Piana has actually settled down into a pretty decent pace, 2:02.3, so that flappy front end is not slowing him down there, Peter.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't at all.
It has cost him the lead, having to come in to answer that black and orange flag, the mechanical black flag.
Stuck back together, yeah. Over the course of the history of the 24 Hours of Dubai, which started back in 2006, the first winner was a BMW. BMW have won it on 4 occasions. If Max Hesse can get through the next 18 minutes safely, they will tie Mercedes AMG on 5 wins, 1 short of Porsche, who are on 6 wins. WRT will come within 1 of the most successful team in the history of this race, which is Black Falcon. Out racing team now. 5 wins for them. WRT will get their 4th win in fairly quick succession.
Well, I was going to say, with
3 in the last 4.
No disrespect to any of the teams who were doing this in the early years, but the breadth and depth of competition in the years that WRT have been here has been stellar, and it just gets harder and harder to win. I'll remind you, there are just over 15 kilometres between 1st and 4th position, just on 13 kilometres between 1st and 4th position. And again, no intervention by the safety car here. We are talking tenths of seconds here and there across a 24-hour period and 580 laps. If you break that down in terms of how many seconds there are between 1st and 3rd, or 1st even and 4th position, you're talking about just over 6 minutes of racing over 24 hours. It's incredible. Over 580 laps. We're being projected by the computer to get somewhere just under 590 laps. The records set back in 2012 was 628. But with as many code 60s as we have had, that was always going to be difficult.
The enthusiasm for the number 901 car, every single time it passes the pits. This is the Ajith Kumar racing car. All of the Ajith Kumar fans who are filling the entire grandstand go absolutely crazy for that 901 car. And their hero's not even driving it. It's just the car that he owns. Ajith Kumar has been driving in the 414. I don't think he's not aboard it at the moment.
No.
But the support, I've never seen anything quite like it.
He got out just before you sat down.
It is Paul Newman, Patrick Dempsey-esque, isn't it?
Oh yeah, Brad Pitt. If Brad Pitt actually did motor racing and didn't just film it, he's actually a decent driver. Joe and I know someone who did quite a lot of his driver training and mentoring, which took place at Rockingham Motor Speedway. Quite a lot of that actually last year. I'm keeping an eye on this time between Herbert and Kevin C in 6th overall, 2nd in the GT3 AM, and the Haas RT Audi of Alexander Burkanthov. It's down to 14 seconds, and this is now it's getting pretty close to a second a lap, whether or not traffic is there. I don't think there's enough time in the race for the Barbuda-based team to pull that back and move up another position on the ARM podium. The podiums, by the way, for those of you here at the track, are going to be in the Apex Garden on the big stage. So gravitate over there for the formalities, which will come up just after 1 o'clock.
The trophy's already there, and there's already dancers, and so Nick Damon's going to fit in perfectly there.
Oh, great lap by Kevin Say, under pressure. He must have had the call on the phone. He's pulled it back out to 16 seconds. Only 8 laps on his tyres, 38 laps on Alexander Bekantsov. Might be making a little bit of a difference. The gap between second and third coming down as well. Oh, a very slow lap last time around from Preining. 2:07.4 and 2 minutes 0.5. Now, where was that time lost?
The last few in Sector 1, the last few laps, Preining's been certainly a couple seconds off where you'd expect them. I think they might be in get-it-home mode now. Remember, they did show the front end of that car in the wheel arches a lot of attention. They did back off. They lost a minute looking at that. That could potentially have lost them the race.
1:35 now between first and second.
So that minute they lost in the pits has been hugely costly. So it might just be in a case, it was 2:09.7 last time by. So yeah.
This is not right.
No, there's coasting home and then there's that. So this is just limping home for Preining. So this might cost
3 seconds, 4 seconds lost in the first sector. Another 3 seconds in the second sector, and it's going to be another 2 or 3 seconds in the third. Luke Hartog is getting the hurry up here on tyres that are only 14 laps on the car. 14 laps old, in fact, because the RFID chips from Michelin gives us that. He'll cross the line any second now. What's he been able to do? Another 2 minutes, down to 46 seconds here.
At that rate, Hartog
he's going to catch him.
Yeah.
Now, getting past him is something different. Incredible stuff here for second. Now, Nick Damon, I said you could only give us good news. And one of the stories of the race that was followed was in GTX earlier on, with a brand new manufacturer coming into international endurance racing.
Yeah, the 797, the Graf Racing Rossa LMGT with its mystery V10 engine, possibly a mystery, possibly not, that has rejoined the race to finish. It started relatively well, ran I think about 5 hours, and it came into major problems with that mystery engine with oil pressure. They replaced it. They then did a few more laps in and out, mostly under Rusinov's guys. It has now just it's been given a real good clean. It's absolutely fresh as a daisy. It went past me in pit lane, and they're obviously going to take the last 10 minutes or so to get the car to the finish.
Thank you, Nick. Nick has graduated to that car, because when he's not wearing his glasses, it looks even more like a Maserati MC12.
They fully openly admitted that is Roman Rusinov's favourite car, the MC12.
That was the inspiration for it.
That was the inspiration for it, and many cars take inspiration. Yeah, there's something really wrong with the 92. It will hopefully try and get Nick Damon down to the Pure Racing garage and find out what's going on, because
it's a long way down.
It's 5 seconds a sector where it's going wrong.
And it's getting worse. It was a 2:07, then it's a 2:09, and then it's a 2:11. I can't believe
this time,
I can't believe that they are in fuel strife, but I might be wrong. And they've got a 4-second penalty. Now that will double at the end of the race. Anything more than 2 seconds at the end of the race, and Phil Hansen, it was memorised every single word, comma and semicolon of the sporting regulations. He's nodding wisely, sagely to my right. So I'm confident in saying that will be 8 seconds. So that 36-second gap isn't 36, it's only 28. And what that means is he doesn't have to pass him on the track. He's only got to get within 8 seconds, and I think he's going to do that quite easily.
5 seconds per sector. Someone of Thomas Preining's professionalism is just going to wave Hartog by. You're not going to. You can't keep behind without doing something really dangerous or stupid. So that will be, if that continues at that rate, that will mean that Pure Racing will lose second position. They may even lose the podium, because SMP Racing are not far behind. It depends how serious this problem is.
Oh,
I know
they're
right
a
now,
lap
if they
further
keep
back.
going, if they keep lapping, no. But if they have to come to to the pits.
Oh yes, yeah. If they have to come to the pits, you're right. It's gone. There's another battle for an overall position and a class position. 15th and 16th from the Haupt Racing team, and Hubert Haupt finishing off the number 4 car. He started as well, and he actually is just put in a cracking lap to pull away from Robert Mao in the Hauber Motorsport car. That was under 3 seconds just a couple of laps ago. It's now 6.1 seconds, so that's fine. Rick Broik is lapping very quickly indeed. 2:03.6, 2:03.7 for Huub van Eindhoven. That's been a great battle as well in the 992 Porsche class between Red Camel, Tierra Outdoor Racing, Ajith Kumar's car as well. That'll be third. QMMF, I'm telling you, they're going to win that. They are going to win that. That is huge, absolutely huge. More headlines for the Qatari Motorcycle and Motorsport Federation, with the number that reflects the dialing code of Qatar, 974.
On that point, on the drivers at the very front of the 992 class, you've got Rick Broikers, you've got Huub van Eindhoven, you've got Dutch drivers. For whatever reason, Dutch drivers have always been fantastic in Porsche Cup cars. Jeroen Bleekemolen was a Super Cup champion. Luke Hartog, who's up in third in a GT3 ARC, he's had a lot of success in Porsche Cup. And of course, Larry ten Voorde, who may be one of the best Porsche Cup car drivers ever.
Under 10 minutes, in fact under 9 minutes to go. Nick Damon has made the long trek down to Pure Racing. A slightly better lap last time around, a 2:10 flat for Thomas Preining, but Luke Hartog still took 9 seconds out of him, and it's now 28 seconds on the road, net 20 seconds. What are the teams saying? Are they biting their fingernails and looking worried?
No, they're looking a bit resigned, because I talked to a couple of people who just didn't want to talk, and finally someone told me what was going on or what they were prepared to admit, but it sounds likely they're on massive fuel save. Yeah, I think don't forget they've only had code 60 refills, you know, and I think they've probably worked out a pace where they think they can get to the end and retain third place. Whether they're doing a massive fuel save now to have enough to really push for the last 5 minutes and therefore hold off that pass. Of course, the pass doesn't need to take place.
Yeah.
Getting within 8 seconds. I don't know, but they were looking. I think it is that. I do think it's true. I don't believe it's brakes. I think the way in which Thomas is able to slow down an equal amount in each sector and keep it consistent doesn't sound like a mechanical problem, but it does sound like a man managing.
Nick, you and I both know we've spent enough time at motor racing tracks, and Joe Bradley's sitting behind me now, and I'll look at his face when I say this. You don't start fuel saving halfway through your stint. You've got to set that up right at the beginning, because right now this is desperation.
Thomas Preining has just gone past us, and sorry Nick, he's just gone past us, and he's short shifting massively.
Yeah, the other thing is, what happens if suddenly they found this race is going to run one lap longer than they thought? That's a problem too,
an extra 5 kilometres, 3 miles. Yeah, Carl, this might do maybe
5.3 kilometres
miles to gallon. So yeah, that does make a difference. Thomas Preining, this will be the longest 7 minutes of his career, I would think.
Nick?
Yeah, so when your last fill had to be a code 60-25%, but probably you only wanted 35%. And you were thinking there were X number of laps, we can just about make it. Then you said, we made a mistake. There's one extra lap.
I agree with that.
Or that pesky BMW has gone too quick. And you've got to try and save
just going across the circuit, I thought somebody been off.
Preining has picked up the pace. He was a 2:05 last time by.
Right, so he's picked back up again.
Yeah. In fact, he's only a 1/10 of a second off of the race leader in Sector 1. So I wonder if they've maybe hit their target number now, and they're going, okay, we're all right again.
It's gone down to 25 seconds.
And the leader's about to go past him. So that will help. It means he has to do one less lap.
Yeah, 1 fewer laps, that's right. And he can probably sit in behind and save a bit of fuel in the draft as well. They're up at turn 12 at the moment, and the chasing car, the number 24, is just rounding turn 10. Luke Hartog, Porsche Carrera Cup America champion, absolutely giving his all, and he's going to leave nothing performance-wise in those Michelin tyres, which are only 18 laps old. He's laying big number 11s down out of turn 11. Nick's just made a really good point there, Peter, in that Thomas Preining, now having been lapped again by, or having been lapped, excuse me, for the first time. That is one fewer 5.3 kilometre laps he's got.
And that's what the target is going for, because he's just done a 2:03.1, which is much closer to the pace you'd expect.
Okay.
So that's clever from Pure Racing, and that should allow them, you'd hope, although Luke Hartog was 2 seconds faster last time by. Luke Hartog 2 seconds faster last time by, so it's not done yet. Yes, they've managed to stay on that lap, but it's not done yet. 23 seconds is the gap.
Let's look at some of the class leaders. AGMC, BMW, Tudoraci in the Puce front end BMW with the very bright purple coloured LEDs. 37th position, but in a small but pretty competitive GT4 class. At the moment, there are 6 laps after 24 hours ahead of SRS Team Zorg Rennsport's Porsche number 427. And in third place, excuse me, is the Toyota, the Continental TTR Racing, Dimitri Leva behind the wheel of that car. And good to see that car, which it's been in and around some issues, but I haven't seen it spend a lot of time in the pit lane, so I think that's the first time we've seen the Toyota here.
I think, though, a hugely honourable mention to the Ginetta team, the CMR Ginetta team. Were running so strongly, no mistakes, just fueling tyres, and they were leading by a good margin in GT4, and they had a sudden and pretty catastrophic engine fire, which took them out of the race instantly.
For the Freddie Tomlinson car, yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's such a shame for that crew. They were going so strongly. Freddie, his father Lawrence, Mike Simpson, the head of motorsport at Ginetta, and also Nico Prost. They deserved the victory, but sometimes motorsport can be utterly cruel.
Inside the last 4 minutes. So probably, and where's our leader? Coming across the line right now, in fact, to complete lap number 587. It'll be 2 to go. It'll be 590, I reckon.
2 to go. Yeah. Well, 10 kilometres for Max Hesse to put first ever Dubai 24-hour win on the CV. Likewise for his teammate Dan Harper, and of course Darren Leung, who's been a very, very busy man. He might be about to pick up 2 winners' trophies, because he's going to take the Podium competition car home in GT3 AM in the lead if he gets through the next 2 laps.
Just been signed to the WEC McLaren team with United.
Yeah. So that's amazing. So it'll be the first big overall 24-hour race victory, both for Max Hesse and Dan Harper. They've won in class at the N24 before. For Ben Tuck, this is a big thing. You know, this is a big step up for him. He started off in BRSEC MX5s, and here he is winning a major 24-hour race. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, the 26-year-old from Oman, big result for him.
Yeah, massive.
Yeah.
Late position change in the overall sees Manamari Energy's Porsche and Sergei Nicolau go through into 10th position ahead of Gabriele Piana, who's been struggling with a little bit of handling. 2:02 though last time around, his best lap for a little while. 992 is now over a minute between QMMF and TFT Racing. What a run for Asbest Racing as well. Never say die attitude in at TCE.
If you know, Almana Racing have now put the Pure Racing Porsche a lap down, so that means that they can follow in the wheel tracks home. The Pure Racing will be they'll be disappointed tonight for sure. They blitzed qualifying. They were on pole by half a second. All of the Porsches were hit with a 20-kilogram adjustment addition. Yep, onto the last lap we go. I think Pure Racing will be disappointed. They fought very, very hard, but they're coming up ever so slightly short.
It will be 589 laps of the 5.3, just of a 3-mile circuit here at Dubai Autodrome, in a race that's had a bit of everything. Started off at breakneck pace with side-by-side action. Pure Racing eventually halfway through the lap having to give best to Winward Racing. Winward are looking at a 2nd place in the Pro-Am, 11th overall, but I get the feeling that Russell Ward and the rest of the team, as well as Gabriele Piana, and the driving squad there were hoping for a little better from that. They're 9 laps off the lead at the end. This has been a cracking debut from WRT with those 2 new Evo BMWs. Almanar Racing by Team WRT will take the top step of the overall podium and Paradigm Competition. The number 991 car, trying to fool us into thinking it was a Porsche, will come through in a very creditable 6th overall. We've got somebody moving very slowly in the middle section of the circuit. I suspect that's just walking wounded at the moment, and hope it's not anyone of great substance. Might be waiting for the leader to come by. This is going to be a bit closer than Thomas Preining needs to make this. It's only 16 seconds as he goes on to his last lap now between himself and Luke Hartog.
He's at the final corner, as is the leader.
Well, that's good news then. Peter Mackay, new car, great victory, same result for WRT.
Same result, yeah, a 4th win ever for Team WRT here at the Dubai 24 Hours. And for BMW, their brand new machine, the M4 GT3 Evo, wins on international debut, and it's a first major 24-hour race overall victory for Dan Harper, for Max Hesse, for Ben Tuck, for Faisal Al-Zubair, and indeed for Darren Leung.
And with the winning drivers, Dan Harper, congratulations, your first major 24-hour win.
Yes, finally. It's been a long time coming, it feels like, but I've finally ticked the box here in Dubai. Of course, there's many more I want to do, so yeah, first race of 2025. Yeah, I can't thank all my teammates, especially Faisal, his debut with us in BMW Motorsport, and victory. My first 24-hour with WRT. So yeah, amazing, can't believe it.
And of course a debut for the new car as well. I mean, it's not bad out the box, is it?
No, it's not a bad debut for our Evo, and I think we've made all the progress that we wanted, and yeah, now we can celebrate.
Faisal, congratulations, a win for you and Omar.
Yeah, honestly, super happy, an amazing way to start the BM journey, and we always thought WRT had the advantage here, and I guess their record is for a reason. So yeah, just over the moon, honestly. I've tried to win this race so many times now, and finally.
You just need a brand new car run by WRT.
Exactly, that's the answer.
Thanks very much, Ben. Congratulations to you as well. It's been a fantastic performance by the entire team and a great debut for you here in Dubai.
Yeah, so that was my first Dubai 24. First time back in a BMW for a number of years as well. So it's got a race of many firsts, and wait to top it off with a win.
I expect you want to get back in a BMW very soon.
It's not too bad to drive when you do it properly. I had a couple of dodgy stints in the night, and adapting the driving style, because I drive quite a few different cars now. I'm very privileged in that position, but yeah, once you get used to the BMW, it's a great car.
Great, well, thanks, Ben. And that is 3 of the 5 drivers. The other 2, Max Hesse and Darren Leung, will be annoyed by me in the
thank you,
Parc Fermé.
Confirming then the top 3, Almanar Racing by Team WRT BMW, win by just over a lap in the end, as Thomas Preining did exactly what he needed to do, saving fuel towards the end. With the 8-second penalty that will be added, he is second place by 6 seconds, nearly 7 seconds, 6.5 seconds actually, from Dynamic GT, the number 24, the white and Dubai Skyline light blue Porsche. Johnny Palmer alongside me now, looking back on that at the sharp end of the field. It was the 2 BMWs and the 2 Porsches for the longest time, and really any 3 of those 4 you would have picked for it, but in the end, with a slight fading of the Herberth car, it's SMP who come home in in 4th place with their number 7 AMG car, who ran a pretty good race, actually, albeit 3 laps off the lead. Quiet race for SMP, silent but almost deadly.
Yeah, I was concerned for Mercedes fans at about half distance because they were struggling to get any of their cars in the top 10. So SMP Racing with some great consistency on the back 9, if you can have such a thing in a 24-hour race. They did
12, yeah.
Yeah, precisely. Their second half far better than the first half. That might have been them just getting used to the car, although, you know, with the German backing for that outfit, the crew looking after the AMG knows it from back to front. The driver's possibly less experienced behind the wheel of an AMG. The BMWs became split in the end. Paradigm Competition looked like they might be on course for a podium. Great result
Overall,
in AM.
The put up, yeah.
If one AM, that was the priority, but they were toying with those top 3 positions for the main podium. But as so often happens with the driver makeup within this, it did drop away towards the end, but they won AM by a clear lap, by 2 laps, in fact.
Herbert Motorsport second in AM, and Audi with Haas RT third in AM. It seems odd to say that Herbert Motorsport with the second in AM, a win and in Pro-Am, and a 5th in AM, they might actually be a bit disappointed with that, because the better of the cars, the Renault 91 car, the 2 Renaults in that car, was bothering the front of the field until quite late on.
Yeah, and yeah, it's again a crew that know this race back to front, and they've adjusted to the new rules, the new Code 60 rules, because that's the fact that you can only put in a certain amount of fuel with every caution stop goes against the Herbert methodology of trying to pit at every opportunity. So they've had to relearn that. However, great result in AM, and yeah, maybe a little bit of disappointment for the 5th place finishing car within AM, the 269 of Vincent Cole. But the other 2, the 80 and the 91, were in lockstep for many hours.
Totally agree. Best non-German car, the couple of Ferraris in 13th and 14th from Dragon and Inter Africa Racing by Dragon. Those 2 cars just a minute apart in 3rd and 4th in the Pro-Am, so they'll get a local team, will get the podium. 992 Cup class, fantastic. Let's go down to Nick Damon, actually, because he's mingling.
Yeah, I'm mingling with the Indian superstar, but also with the German superstar. Max Hess, congratulations, you've got the car home, you've won the Dubai 24 hours.
Yeah, super stoked. It's quite loud here, not for us, but...
oh, it's for you.
No, it's a mega win. Really big thank you to the team at BMW, because, yeah, in the end, we didn't really won on pace, but we won on strategy and well execution, so really super stoked on the team that did it.
Look pretty quick.
Yeah, not the quickest, but we were quick enough.
Now, the important question now is you and your teammates, who's going on the camel?
We said Darren.
He's also won in the other car, his class, so he would also get a camel ride in that one, so, you know.
Yeah, there are 3 other drivers to find out.
You're not keen on camels, then?
No, I'm not.
Max, congratulations, brilliant.
The cheers in the background are for Nick Damon in the pit lane and his... in the performance.
Absolutely, yeah. It's all about me, you know. Let's see if I can grab a word with our second place finishers, just over there taking a group photograph.
I hope you can hear this on the FX wherever you are around the world. This is not, as they do in F1, this is not canned. This is not being played in as an effect. This is genuine cheering for Ajith Kumar and his racing exploits. Nick Damon continues in Parc Ferme.
Wow, that was at the end. We hear that you didn't have quite enough fuel, so you had to ease back, is that right?
Yeah, I mean, I had to save many kilos of fuel throughout the last stint. It was very tricky, and then obviously we also had to lose the lap. So we have to do 1 lap less. It all worked out, luckily. It was very fine margins to work with and very tricky handling all the traffic that way, but we made it, so it's all good.
Was it really a case that once the sun came up, the Porsche just went slower than the BMWs?
No, I mean, we lost the race when we had the contact in the night. I think like 5 a.m. they woke me up and said we lost 3 laps. So this is definitely where we lost it. I think we had everything to get the win, but in the end you need to do a good job as well, and we just, we didn't.
But a great team effort overall, though.
Yeah.
Great result, then gets the second place in the team. Let's see if we can There's people who are sneaking out of here, some of the winners as well. Of course, there's a large amount of camel action we're going to see. Oh, there's Darren Young. Let's have a quick word with the winner of AM. Darren, congratulations. You're going to be first on 2 different podiums. I hope you've got enough hand luggage to take those trophies home.
Yeah, if not, I'll buy more. Sorry, my voice is completely gone.
What, were you shouting on the radio with joy?
No, my voice started going yesterday. I wasn't very well, so yeah, it's been a real battle to get to the end.
So how many hours in total did you do across the 2 cars?
It's more than 10. I don't know, somewhere there.
Did you enjoy every minute, or was it a chore towards the end?
No, yeah, it was hard. It was hard work. But hopefully this is where the training pays off for later in the year.
And of course you got a big reward with the podiums later.
Yeah, double win, so yeah, happy days.
Great stuff, thanks Darren Young. I was trying to edging away from there because I didn't want to get ill. But
last time we saw a driver on 2 steps of the podium was I think the first year we were here in 2012 when Bert.
Oh, no, he's on 2 separate podiums.
He's first on 2 podiums, whereas we had Bernd Schneider second and third on a podium for that. Just while Nick lines up another interview, just to underline the difference in strategy from Herberth. The best finishing Herberth car was the number 80, which is second in AM, whilst everybody around it had done more than 30 and as many as 36 pit stops. Now remember, that doesn't necessarily mean problems. They did 25, Johnny. So not always taking the opportunity to come down the pit lane to take 25% of fuel. That's the best finishing Herberth car. Nick, go ahead.
I'm with Herberth, the GT3 Pro-Am winners. They're all pointing at somebody else to talk to me, which I find very offensive. So I'm going to talk to Kai van Berlo. Kai, you're the unlucky one who got a great performance by the team. I suppose winning the class is really all you could hope for, but did you just hope to finish a little bit further higher up overall?
Yeah, we wish we were a little bit further higher up, but you always hope for a better result, right? Ultimately, we finished first in Pro-Am, which was a bit unexpected in the end. The Mercedes was looking pretty strong and had a pretty big advantage. Things fell our way in the final couple of hours, and it worked out. So super happy, thanks to the Herbert Motorsport guys and the guys in the team that have done a tremendous job.
Yes, you joined the Herberth family, Herberth team. What's it like joining the brothers and Ralph?
It's awesome. I did with them a race a few years ago, also a 24-hour race, and now doing it again with Jake, whom I've been working with this year in America, bringing the team together, Jake's first 24 hours, being back with Herbert. We've been super experienced in this series, winning the championship last year, so no better crew to do this race with, no more experienced team out here to race Porsches with. That's
Jake Pedersen. Jake, we'll have a quick word with you, the new boy in the team under Kai's wing, I hear.
Yes, yeah, Kai helped me out a lot this year. He's taught me a lot about how it all works. What's that?
He was talking to the director.
Okay, I thought he was talking to me. Anyway, yeah, so I'm pretty fresh to the game, honestly, but yeah, this year Kai's helped me out a lot with just understanding the way I approach things and, obviously his experience and everything. So, yeah, it's come together really well, and obviously, this is a great way to start off the year. But yeah, that's...
And what's your program for the rest of the year?
As of right now, it's to be decided. I just got engaged, so I'm trying.
That's quite a difficult program.
Yeah, that's a whole program itself. So trying to decide right now, but yeah, that's my focus, I guess.
Thank you. So Jake's program now is going. No, we can't. No, not how much?
Now we have
our
whole
992
different
winners.
set of
hurdles.
But yes, what I was going to say there is performance anxieties of a different type. Yeah, 992, great victory and a fabulous battle throughout the whole race from Tierra and Red Camel Jordan.nl.
But it went to Red Camels at the end. Rick, were the points of that race where you didn't think you were going to win?
I mean, it was a tough race, and especially in the morning, we made a few mistakes with strategy, so we had to fight back a little bit.
Do I need to have a word with Paul about that?
Sorry?
Do I need to have a word with Paul about that?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's just a combination of bad luck and maybe the wrong choice, but it's just really small losses, and in a field as competitive as this, you immediately lose a few places. So I'm really happy that on the end everything went well and we were able to fight back to P1.
It must be great to have a super reliable 24 hours in this car after all the problems you had at the back end of last season.
Yeah, I mean, it's just really positive that finally we can finish a race. I mean, the Porsche is always a reliable car. Last year we had some bad luck, but this year it looks like it's going to be our year.
John, I'm going to talk to somebody who didn't drive, but is definitely a winner, and that's Gary Williams. Gary, wow, this is an unbelievable addition to the race, isn't it?
This is amazing. We had never so many crowd, and if you look at the competition, it's a wonderful race weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's with many thousands of fans, both of motor racing, but also of Ajith Kumar. I mean, you must be wanting to book him for every single race now.
Sorry again?
You must be wanting to book Ajith for every single race.
Yeah, yes, but he's planning to do Europe, so it's wonderful. It's nice to see. It's nice that the people, so many that enjoy. Normally Germany is a motorsport-minded country, but now we can send India as a motorsport-minded nation, so wonderful.
And of course, a fantastic turnout for next week's race in Abu Dhabi as well.
Yeah, this is a good start for the season with our flagship, and now we're heading already to Jasmine. But first, we're going to enjoy this night.
Yes, I have to enjoy the podium, which is about, I think by the looks of it, about a mile away in about 3 hours.
Yes, okay, we're going to the apex corner for the podium. Thank you.
Gary Williams from Creventic.
Yeah, thanks to Gary, thanks to all the team that have been involved with Creventic again this year to now get up to the 20th edition of the 24 Hours of Dubai, and this has got to be up there with one of the best, surely. The entry looks superb on paper, and there have been so many tales to tell. One of the big highlights, and it was great to pick up with Rick Breukers, was that 992 battle, because the 909 certainly will feel they've been in a thoroughly close race with the 912 Tierra Outdoor Racing that led many laps. Zoot van Eindhoven put behind the wheel of that car to bring it to the flag, and Mathieu Detry with his level best in the 901, and the Ajith Kumar Racing crew, which have so many extra fans here this weekend. So a chance now that we've spoken to some of the key finishers to look at the entire still provisional result. That will become official a little bit later on, but now with everyone across the line and heading for either the first, second and third place boards under the podium or Parc Fermé proper, it's a win for Almanar Racing by Team WRT, making it the 4th victory for the Belgian squad WRT here at the Dubai 24 Hours. They had a couple in a row, 2022, 2023, then did not win last year, but this year makes it 3 out of 4 for a big race. So a dominant period for the Belgian outfit, and congratulations to their driver lineup, many of which we've actually heard from after stellar work from Nick Damon. The second place car, Pure Racing, really what did for them was losing about 3 minutes overnight after some contact. So the 92 car, which was there or thereabouts, finishing in second ahead of Dynamic GT, which led many laps but ends up third on the podium. Then the SMP Racing crew with their Mercedes, the best placed of the 3-pointed star cars, of which there were many in the entry. 991, a very ill-sounding Darren Leung for Paradigm competition. He was in 2 cars, remember, and completed the race in the 991 car to take it to 5th position, but most crucially to the AM victory ahead of the Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 80. Another Herbert car winning in the Pro-Am division, number 91, Alfred Renauer finishing things off there. Then the best of the Audi R8 LMSs from Haas RT, 8th. Heart of Racing by SPS with another Mercedes in the number 27. And then Manamari Energy with Sergei Nikolai bringing the multicoloured number 1 car home in 10th place. Outside of the top 10, 11th position for Gabriele Piana. They had a really up and down race for Winward Racing, cracking open a couple of stints from the Italian, which meant that that car actually led in the initial stages, but finishes outside of the top 10 ahead of a 3rd Herbert Motorsport Porsche number 269, 12th. Then the first of a couple of Dragon Racing Ferraris. They were 13th and 14th, 88 ahead of the 8 car, the Into Africa Racing by Dragon car. Haupt Racing Team, Hubert Haupt, one of the most winning drivers here at this event, but 15th position for the number 4 car, an outgoing driver, focusing far more on team management from this point on. Robert Mao in the Huber Motorsport Porsche finished in 16th place in the number 20, ahead of Yuki Hokavuri in the Proton Huber competition car number 969. Then it was the 77 EBM Aston Martin, 19th position for the 19 car MP Motorsports Mercedes, and Rick Breukers just breaking into the top 20 with the Breukers family car and Fabian Dance winning the 992 division. Then there's a lot more 992s to come on page 3. Let's mention Kobe Powell's first of all in the Come To You Racing Aston Martin in 40 car rather in 21st spot. Then come the second all the way down to ninth place in 992. So these are all Porsche Carrera Cup cars. Tierra Outdoor Racing in those podium spots so often and flipping positions with 909 and the 901, but it's 912 in second, 901 the Ajith Kumar racing car finishing third, ahead of QMF by HRT who take the AM victory, 974. Ben Pack second in AM and the 911 car along with the rest of his crew. GP Racing Team and the 938 finish in 6th position and 4th in 992, ahead of the third and final podium finisher in the 992 AMS, which was the Rabdan by Fulgenzi 971 offering. A couple more 992 Porsche Cup cars for Dual Racing by Huber, the Mutran family outing, and welcoming back Phil Keane to that crew together with Theo Overhaus. HRT Performance Porsche finishing 29th, and then another GT3 AM car, which was the Mercedes from GWR Australia. Two more 992s, 31st and 32nd, HRT and Fulgenzi Racing. The only leader in GTX pretty much for the whole race. They established a decent lead in the Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini and never really looked back. So a dominant display for the 710 car. 989, despite its difficulty with the front left tyre, stopped rotating after a brake disc exploded on the 7x7 racing crew, but that finished 12th in the 992s ahead of the HRT Performance car. So that's 35th. Then Mühlner Motorsports Porsche got to the finish. The winner in GT4 was the BMW M4 of AGMC Racing by Simpson Motorsport, car number 438. Scuderia Praha returning to the championship after a long spell away, and a brand new Ferrari 296 for them after so much success in the previous 488. 39th position, the 427 car, second in GT4, and the first of a couple of Seb Laju Racing Porsches in the pits. So I'm not sure whether that actually completed the distance, but nevertheless 40th position is its reward. You don't have to complete every single lap, remember, in this championship. Third in GT4 was the Continental TTR Racing Toyota GR Supra, 41st. Treble One Racing finished second in GTX for the IRC GT. Car Collection Motorsports Porsche 43rd, ahead of Era Motorsports Ferrari and the Optimum Motorsport McLaren, which sat out many hours after a full gearbox change was required. The Speed Lover Porsche was 46th of Belgium. Asbest Racing take victory in the TCE class, 47th overall, ahead of the Razzoon More Than Racing Porsche, the Continental Racing Audi, and the second of the Razzoon cars, which was the 718 Cayman in the GT4 division. So that's the 50 places, and there were more cars beyond that. We got north of 60 for the race start, although a couple that were on the entry list sadly didn't actually get going at 1 o'clock yesterday afternoon. Vortex V8 51st, ahead of Hoffer and the second TCE car, which was another Asbest Racing Leon. Seb Laju Racing's second car had real troubles, and the Treble 8 54th, ahead of the two Team CMR entries, both Ginetta G56s. 57th for the SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Porsche, the WS Racing BMW 58th. Team Parker Racing's Bentley Continental was a retirement, as was the 797 Rosser LMGT. And the cars outside of the top 60, these were the very early retirements. Team Motor Parks Mercedes retiring in the second hour and creating the second code 60. JBR with a big off in the 990 Japanese Porsche. Come To You Racing and Tresor Attempto Racing, neither of those cars were able to start this year's 20th edition of the Dubai 24 Hours. Every moment of it brought to you right here on the Radio Show Limited Network. So, Joe Bradley, the moment that perhaps everyone has been waiting for now, with the Camels being invited back to be part of the championship. This was a crazy concept when it was first brought into being probably 15 or so years ago, but it's a mainstay now of the Dubai 24-hour podium.
Would it
be a Dubai 24 Hours if it didn't finish with a parade of camels with our winning drivers?
I don't think it would
not.
these days.
Phil Hansen, who is a resident in Dubai and has been for the last 20 years, when asked the question, how much would it cost me for a camel, couldn't answer it. I need to ask the man connected to the camels, aren't we? What I want to see is not just the winning drivers up there. I want to see our own Nick Damon carried to the podium process on a camel. However, I don't think we'd get him up there. New process and protocols for the podium presentations here this year. We are going to be doing it in the Apex Gardens, which is across on the infield. So the camel parade usually finishes underneath the podium that is on the pit lane. However, the camel parade is going to continue underneath the podium, out onto the infield and across to the Apex Gardens, where there's a beautifully staged area, an atmosphere that has been created by all the Ajith Kumar fans has been unbelievable. I can only compare it to a football crowd with their cheering. Lovely, lovely crowd, lovely atmosphere, and the camels now underneath the podium with some great shots of our winning drivers. Bet they didn't think this one was going to come. But yes, what an atmosphere that has been created by the Indian fans of Ajith Kumar, who has been a competitor of not just one car, but to start the week off in two. Finished the 414, the Razzoon ran Porsche Cayman, that was the recipient of our Spirit of the Race award. The team worked very hard. The damage on that car was pretty extensive, and a massive congratulations to Dominic Albert for just being prepared to crack on and fix that car. The question is, with all these Indian fans, Johnny, is right, so where are we racing in India and when?
Well, that's the thing. That's the gap in the market now, isn't it? And there are so many fans eager to see a race a little closer to home.
Formula 1 was well received for a couple of years, wasn't it?
True.
I can't remember how many years the Indian Grand Prix actually ran. But there's a massive motorsport culture in the country. I mean, it's a massive population there. And they love their cars, they love their motorsport. And, you know, with somebody like Mr. Kumar behind it, I can't see why not. Maybe we need to speak to Gary.
3 years they had the Indian Grand Prix at the Buddha International Circuit.
That's right, yeah. Where was that? Where exactly geographically in India is the Buddha Circuit? I think it was near one of the major city centres of population, wasn't it?
It's officially in Uttar Pradesh, but where, as far as the nearest big city is concerned, I'm going to have to consult a map service. But clearly the hunger to see intense motor racing, whether it be in single-seaters, the top-level single-seater championship, or at GT level, is there. So definitely a market potentially to tap into in future years. The calendar is set, of course, for 2025. It's on one of the arterial routes into New Delhi, so to the southeast.
I think it was on reclaimed wetland, swampland.
Okay.
Reclaimed, and they built the track there, and it's obviously the deal didn't work out to continue it, but a massive motorsport culture. Grand Prix have been run in India, not FIA sanctioned World Championship Grand Prix, but Karan Chanduk's father, for instance, he was a stalwart of the Indian motorsport scene. Is that Darren Lung on the first camel there?
Yes, it is. Thumbs up.
Well, you didn't expect this, Darren. Absolutely love it. And an extended walk up to the staging area in the Apex Gardens here in Dubai. It's a few changes for the better, a few very, very positive changes here at the Dubai Autodrome. You can see it's had some fairly recent investment, and congratulations to them for... It's an event to start with, isn't it? But they've created this as
as a spectacular event, really.
Yeah.
The atmosphere has been phenomenal.
It's become very much like a lot of the other huge motorsport events around the world, the long-distance stuff, in that you can almost forget at times there's a motor race happening because there's so much off-track entertainment to draw your attention. So the Apex Garden has been well populated, really, from midweek as everyone discovered it, and the stage has been pumping out the music. There have been jugglers juggling fire at times. There's been some real ambitious projects for the crowd to take in, and it all goes together to form this fabulous way to kick off a brand new motorsport season. And it's been great to actually be part of this for the last 10 years or so. I know that RSL have been coming here since 2012, where it was a much smaller, still very good event, but step by step the following has grown, the crowd numbers have increased as well, and with that there's had to be some thinking about how to entertain the crowds throughout the course of 24 hours. The racing's certainly done a very good job of that this year. Now, once you've got 3 drivers onto the camels, you have to think how easily and quickly you're going to get them down from a significant height. So various step ladders have now been moved into position to make this a safe dismount. They used to do the kneeling. Yeah, in fact, oh no, beg pardon, the first one is being knelt. So the ladders were there in case this didn't work to plan. And the second of the camels just a little bit resistant, so you can understand why the ladder is there as a reserve. The problem is this is high pressure stuff. If you're a camel and you're being asked to just kneel down from the front,
it's quite high up there, you know. It'd be like riding a wardrobe.
Yeah. And then all of a sudden, you know, you're quite comfortable sitting there on top when the animal is flat, but then all of a sudden you're lurched forward to probably beyond 45 degrees. Still pretty safe, but it's a weird sensation. These drivers, though, have been having to deal with misbehaving cars, I'm sure, beneath them for a lot of this race, without the ideal setup.
Majestic animals, though, aren't they? Really majestic.
Superb.
Notice they've got the spit hoods on as well.
Yeah.
They have a tendency to spit.
I think we may have learned from previous experience at this race. So they're almost like COVID masks, aren't they?
Yes.
Which we've had to deal with as humans for a couple of years here at the Dubai 24 Hours. Never missed a year, amazingly. Partly to do with where it sat in the year. But still kept coming back and ticking off the races to get to this, the 20th edition. Third and final camel now. Very well trained indeed. As all of its knees are bent at peculiar angles. I never quite understood how a camel works in that respect, but it does. And they're really well trained as well. So the 3 drivers are no longer being carried. They've headed towards the back of the podium and ready for the big presentation. Before we get to that, we'll remind you of some of the big moments of this race. But Joe?
I just want to say, stay with us, everybody. We've got Nick Damon taking us through the trophy presentation, and look at the stage we've got him. There is nobody better than this staged area than Nick Damon. So stay with us. Let's have a look at some highlights.
Racing played an absolute blinder. Interesting comments from Max Hesse to suggest maybe they didn't have the quickest car, but they did come home with the win.
We're going to use the other mic.
So treble 7 with a victory to make it 3 in 4 years for the WRT squad with their Almanar Racing backing. And well done to Darren Young, who was on a camel to show that he was victorious in one of the subcategories within GT3. Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, who's been attempting to win this race for such a long time, he's finally managed to tick that off. Ben Tuck, who's not known necessarily as a BMW specialist, but he was certainly a key component in that quintet, along with Max Hesse and Dan Harper, who've been established in the BMW junior team for a number of seasons now. Nick Damon has been requesting a stage as large as this, I reckon, for 10 years or more.
He has been waiting his whole life for a stage to himself like that. I mean,
look at the PA
everybody.
system, for goodness sake.
If you are still with us, you're in for a treat, I'd like to think. I mean, all right, fundamentally, it's a trophy presentation. But if you're not with us, why? Why would you not want to be? Why would you not want to be part of this? And there's a crowd building as well.
There certainly is.
Over the crowd.
I think he's very adept at playing to the crowd. Plays to our little crowd when we're not on air enough. So he's going to absolutely revel in this. There will be some organisation to it, though, as well. And that is the thing that's just holding us up briefly for the time being, because we've got to make sure that everybody is set for the podium. I'm getting a thumbs up from Joe Bradley. I'm seeing thumbs up down on the podium, though, as well. Nick Damon, then, with his notes in hand, is raring to go. Let's hand you over to our Master of Ceremonies, Mr. Nick Damon.
Please, everyone, take
now
a big step
saying,
back.
not quite yet, Johnny. See, we had the okay from a number of... Okay.
And then
The key thing he's not got is the microphone, and I thought he was just going to shout or possibly sing.
He could project, Levy.
Indeed.
It's not his first time on a stage, of course. He has played a pantomime Dave in a small production.
Please give them space and allow them to enjoy.
The story, actually, is that if that had not happened, he may never have had a motorsport career
there is
as
a story,
as a pit lane reporter in Formula One, and now in the 24H series. Superb trophy that has been actually hidden away for a lot of the weekend, or close to the Creventic Welcome Centre. Nick Damon now getting rather impatient. He's started the podium. Let's go with this.
20th Michelin 24 Hours Dubai, and we start with our overall winners and our GT Pro winners. And in third place is the 24 car of Dynamic GT. That's Stanislav Minsky, Klaus Bachler, Loke Hartog, Anders Forbag, and Thomas Kiefer. In second place, it's the 92 Pure Racing Machine of Alexander Malakin, Alexei Nezov, Thomas Pleining, and Harry King. And the winners of the 20th Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai, it's the number 777 Almanar Racing by Team WRT. It's Darren Long, Al-Faisal Al-Zubair, Ben Tuck, Max Hesse, and Daniel Harper. And that was the national anthem of the winning entrant. And now to present the trophies to our third place finishers, the 24 Dynamic GT team, it's Mr. Faisal Al-Slawi, the General Manager of the Dubai Autodrome. And to present the trophies to our second place finishers, who are of course the 92 Pure Racing Porsche team, it's Mr. Amer Khan Sahib, the CEO and board member of Union Properties. And to present our winners, the 7-7 Almanar Racing Team by WRT with their BMW M4 GT3 Evo with their winners' trophies, is Mr. Mohammed Al Faradan, the chairman of the board of Union Properties. Gentlemen, hold your trophies up high when you have them. More to go. Raise the trophies for the photographers. And here comes the overall GT3 Class of Throne winner trophy. Our very large gold trophy will also go to the 777 machine. And the overall Dubai 24-hour trophy may well be wheeled any second into position. Here it comes. The monolith. It is the trophy for the winner of the 24 hours of Dubai. This is the 20th running. And WRT will have their name on it for the 4th time. And congratulations to our overall top 3 and the top 3 in GT3 Pro. Our winners, the 777 Almanar Race Motor Team WRT, second place 92 Pure Racing, and third the 24 Dynamic GT team. Congratulations to all of you and your teams. And thank you to our overall winners. Our next presentation is for the GT3 Pro-Am class. If you could just clear the podium, please. Thank you. So, in the GT3 Pro-Am, in third place, the number 88 Dragon Racing Machine of Dustin Blattner, Blake McDonald, Patrick Lydia, Matthew Bell! In second place, it's the number 16 Winwood Racing car of Sergei Stolarov, Renat Selikov, Gabriel Piana and Victor Scheiter. And your winner of GT3 Pro-Am is the number 91 Herbert Motorsport Machine of Ralph Bond, Jake Pedersen, Kai Van Barlow, Robert Brunauer and Alfred Brunauer. And to present the trophies, we have Valero Furtado from the Dubai, he's the motorsport manager here at the Dubai Autodrome, and Gary Williams from Creventic. Firstly to our third place finishers, Dragon Racing. And our second place finishers, number 16, Winwood Racing with their Mercedes. Thank you indeed. Those are your podium for the GT3 Pro-Am cars. Our next presentation is the GT3 Am cars, and in third place, the 21 car of Haas RT, that's Peter Granex, Alexander Bukhanistov, James Winslow and Bert Longin. your class win and podium. Okay, and our next presentation will be for the GTX class. Those are the special GT cars. And in the GTX class, in third place, it's the Vortex V8 of the 701 car. That's the Vortex team. And that is Lionel Amarouche, Celine Amarouche, Philippe Bonnel, and Gilles Courtois. And in second place, it's the 111 or 111 racing machine. It's an IRC GT. It's Darren Curry, Grant Donaldson, Jake Camilleri, and Mark Griffin. And your winner of the GTX class is a 710 Lippert Motorsport Lamborghini. Their drivers are Gerald Volsinger, Takis, JJ Song, Don Yout, and Brendan Leach. Dropped the car, he dropped himself. And once again, Kenny and Leo will do the honours. First with our third place finishers in GTX, that's the Vortex V8 team with the Vortex 2.0. And now to our second place, the 111 racing team and their IRC GT, the second place trophies. And your GTX class winners, it's Lippert Motorsport with their Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo. And they've also got the very large trophy in gold. Hold your trophies up high, gentlemen and lady. See the adoration of the crowd. The reverse photographs become very popular here, with the crowd in the background. You'll be in the background of these photographs, guys. You ought to wave a bit so they can see you. That's it. Thank you, gentlemen. That's great. Thank you very much. Congratulations to those of you on the GTX podium. Okay, so our next podium will be for the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. And very popular, obviously very popular podium, this one. In third place, it's Ajith Kumar racing by BKR with Ajith Kumar, Fabian Duer, Matthew Dutre and Cameron McLeod. Populars, Lucas van Eindhoven, Ham van Eindhoven and Jaap Rappenaars. And the winners of the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, it's your 909 Red Camels Jordan LL, it's Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers and Fabian Dans. Trophies to our third place finishers. It's Filet Furtado and Gary Williams. Rabdan by Fulgenzi machine of Saif Almeri, Farhan Al-Zabi, Salim Al-Khatibi and Christopher Zon. of the 992 AM class. It's QMFF by HRT, Sorry Motorsport and Motorcycling Federation, who will, of course, receive their very own, very large gold trophy. And our second place finishers will receive their trophy, and that, of course, classes. Just 2 cars on the podium. In second place, the 102 as best racing car.
IBC Tamil Sports presents Hankook 24 Hours Dubai 2025 Series Endurance Racing. Title sponsor Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Powered by Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price. Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Kashmir package starts from ₹15,000 only. Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price.
Your fans to turn up here?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting so much of a turnout, but I love them. I love them unconditionally.
Now you're in two cars. Are you going to concentrate on the Cayman or concentrate on the 911?
On the Cayman, the GT4. So yeah, so get ready for Mugello in March. Try to pick up as much seat time as possible, because I had a bad shunt in the practice session. So I thought the best way to go about this would be to let my team, because they're doing pretty well. I think they qualified 7th, so as to not disturb their groove. And I got myself a GT4 so that I get all the race experience I can, since I have been away from racing for the last 15 years. So I think that's a better way to go about it. And yeah, following all the necessary protocols that, you know. So thank you for your support. Thank you all. Thanks to Kravitic and Bascote and everybody involved. And
I mean, as an actor, you always have total confidence. You have total confidence in front of the camera as an actor. Do you have total confidence in the car, or do you feel nervous when you're in the car?
I think it's all the same. I mean, both acting and racing are very physically and emotionally demanding jobs, and so are other professions. It's just about how you compartmentalize and prioritize things, right? And I hate multitasking, so I wouldn't want to do that. Instead, try and focus on one activity at a time, and it's better. It's better in every way.
Now, you've committed to the European season. Does that mean you're going to have a quieter year on the film front?
Yes, I have 2 releases coming up. So I managed to finish 2 projects which are due for release. One would release in Jan, and the other one in April or May. So which gives me time to focus on my racing profession. You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Yeah.
It's amazing. I don't know. Would you like to say something to your fans in Tamil for both the crowd and, of course, for the people on YouTube?
Yeah, I will, because I'll do it later. So
okay, then. We'll get you in the zone. That's fine. We'll talk about it later. Thanks very much. So Ajith will be on the camera a bit later to talk about that. We're now hemmed ourselves in with the unbelievable entourage he has. This is a bigger entourage than Brad Pitt had at Daytona. This is one of Ajith Kumar's cars. This is the car, the Porsche. This is one he's... Oh, it's Baz. Hello, Baz. What's it like having a genuine star, not you anymore, a genuine star in your car?
You see, we don't have to ask where our driver is, as we only need to listen to the noise from the audience. We know where the driver is.
Another year being a team manager. Do you miss being the driver?
No, this gives me the thrill for 24 hours. So otherwise, it's
thrill.
More than that, it's the advantage, the adventure. I love it. I love it to be on the side, on the computer, on the radio.
So how did it come that a Tamil movie star phoned you up and said, "Baz, can I drive for you?" Or did you go, "Oh, I've heard that a movie star's got some money"?
No, not about that. It's just about we're here for the sports, and we are here also to bring the sports to an upper level. And this driver came up with this request, and yeah, of course, we try to fulfill whatever he wants, but on a sporty side, on a technical side, that's our thing.
Well, best of luck, because you know it's great to see anyone who brings more attention to.
Many people here for the 20th edition because of Ajith Kumar and his part in proceedings, the Collywood film star.
Yes.
I've not heard of Collywood prior to coming to Dubai this weekend.
The Tamil version of Bollywood.
Indeed, yes. And a huge film star he is from that genre, but also a film producer as well.
And a racing driver.
A racing driver in 2 separate cars.
Exactly.
This weekend, so he's a busy boy.
Yeah, and that fan base here was as noisy as the crowd on the start, which is great. Hello to everybody in the grandstand. Welcome along.
So Luke Hartog out of the 24 car. That car still being named actually against the Dutchman, but he's very definitely chatting to Joe now.
Yeah, I've definitely got this very tall young man in front of me. I need a box to talk to you, Luke. A strange driver stint for you there at the end, a long, almost half an hour of Code 60. You just get started at another Code 60. What does that do to the, the psychology of what you're doing out there?
Yeah, you can't really get into a rhythm, but fortunately what matters is the track position. This is a 24-hour sprint race, you can't get all the time back, and in these cases you have many things where you can actually gain a lot of time or lose a lot of time with, and I think we capitalized on that. This is what brings the car now into P1. Mega team effort by that, but still, race is long, and yeah, again, we have a small break now, but yeah, looking forward to what's to come.
So as a driver, you're just listening to your engineers telling you when to pit. They're the ones doing the strategy. You have to go fast, yeah?
Correct, yeah. This is a strategy race, but now you have to capitalize before, for example, we had a small green flag, and because the tires really cooled down because we drove half an hour, only 60 kph, you really have to scrub the tires and use these moments, and I think we managed well. We got some time with that again. Also, driver change was super fast, so these things, they help, and yeah, that's why we're leading, I think, now.
Great stuff. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you.
Get some rest.
Luke Hartog from the Dynamic GT Porsche leading the race at the moment. We will wait until they put the driver indicator on, and then we will work out who is at the wheel of the number 24. 50 laps have been completed. We finished our last Code 60 at 2:59 and 38 seconds. We started the next one at 3 minutes and 57 seconds. So there wasn't a lot of time there to get some heat into the tyres. But Frederick Jose is out of the car. He did get out, but with assistance. So he is making his way to the medical centre, and we wish him all of the best from the Team Motor Park number 5 car. And boy, that was... he did a good job to avoid the slow car, but unfortunately cold rear tyres obviously didn't provide much grip once he turned that car pretty much 70 degrees to the left.
I don't remember Motor Park having much of a presence here in the 24 Hours of Dubai in the past. They're a name well known from German Formula 3 and then on into GT3 racing in their homeland as well. But I mean, I don't want to say this is their first ever Dubai 24 Hours because it may not be, but they're relatively latecomers to it, and a good driver lineup. I mean, the cars looked stellar all weekend. Thierry Vermeulen I was looking forward to seeing in that car. Sebastian Alvarez, the semi-pro, but Fred Jose, sadly, he regularly races Ferraris in the ACO rules racing, and was getting more and more used to his Mercedes, but unfortunately, kind of through not a great deal of fault of his own. I mean, you could say that there will have been white flags. I would hope there will have been white flags because of the slow era motorsport car. That doesn't tell you where the slow car is on the racetrack, though. No. And when you're surrounded by other machinery, it's really difficult. And he was
coming out from behind another car as well. That's why he was blinded, and there was a car just basically parked in front of him.
Yeah, unsighted by it. And once you've jinked out, yeah, you know there's going to be a problem, but there just isn't the time to slow down and avoid. So another car down, sadly, and more crucially, this is eating into any potential that we might have had of getting to a record distance.
Yes.
Very far, actually. We just talked about the car that's in 4th place. Let's have a quick word with Luke Hartog from the 24. Luke, a great performance, but the car's a bit heavier now.
Yes, we are a little bit heavier, so BOP changed. I think this will affect us a little bit, but let's say we have a good package, good line of drivers, so yeah, we're excited, but let's see what this 24 hours gives us.
I have to say this, because obviously I've seen your other team members are significantly smaller than you. I mean, how do you fit such different physical sizes into a race car? Race cars are not known for being roomy, are they?
Well, I was already planning the first time that you're gonna come to me. Probably the commentators are listening. They give me so much crap for my height, but yeah, it's
because we love you. It's not negative.
No, I love them, and I love you back. But no, it works, and yeah, I mean, it isn't. Let's use it as a USP, unique selling point for myself. But it's yeah, it works.
Now, I understand that not only are you an excellent race driver, you're also very good at selling barbecues. Is that correct?
Yes, I heard you mentioned it on the broadcast yesterday. Yeah, there's a lot of creative ways to make my racing career possible. But luckily, we're getting there step by step. Now I need to make the step to the factory. That's next on the bucket list. But I'm very happy to be on this lineup, and it's let's say on the trajectory to make that.
Now, obviously, barbecues are one thing, but of course you were very successful over in America in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. How much did that help your career overall?
Very good. I think nowadays in racing, if you want to make it professional, you need to divert yourself. So this was a way for myself. I'm very thankful for getting the opportunity to, of course, go overseas. Doesn't happen often that guys from Europe actually make it to the US. Racing is completely different, but I like it so much. But then again, also doing something like this, a 24-hour race in GT3, is something I definitely like. So I hope to be much more back in the States, but also in GT3 racing next year. It's looking good. So hopefully you see a lot more of me.
Thanks, Luke. Now, the only thing I'm sure he puts in all his contracts, he must fly business class, because he'd be way too folded up in half if he was actually racing in, travelling in economy. Okay, so we're meandering on down. I'm not sure we've got, this is going to be, you're very excited to know, fans of grid walks, this is going to be a three-part grid walk. We're on part 2 now. I may try and be a little bit more picking things out. We've got the first of our Ferrari 296s here, one of the Dragon Racing team. Can't see any of their drivers.
Almost. Last year we was here, but we did like Porsche Cup, so we know more or less what to do. It's my little racer driver next one, and we're looking forward actually, because all the week the car is driving well, and the speed was there. Yesterday we have some just unluck, but we're looking forward during the race.
Yeah, I mean, the Mercedes, it's normally done very well in preventing competition. So was it a safe? Did you have a choice of all the cars, or did you say no? All we've got is a Mercedes. Was it always going to be a Merc, or were you thinking about other machines?
To be not really, because I drove just Mercedes, so I don't know how is it Porsche in driving style and everything. So like 2 years ago, I drove Mercedes GT3, so this is why we choose Mercedes this year.
Number 7 car, starting from 7th. What's the plan for the first half hour or so?
Like normal, survive on the first corner, and then we will see. We have a good strategy what to do in the next few hours, and then we will see how many full course here will be caught 60 and crashes, and then just luck.
Team's run by Hubert Haupt, who probably knows more about these cars than anyone else. What's it like working with someone like that?
It's easy. The guys is very professional. They know what to do, so we really easy to find the way how to improve the car on the setup. So they're quite professional.
Excellent. Vitaly Petrov there. Right, okay, let's carry on moving quickly, because actually they're clearing the grid of the people, which would take them some time, because there are quite a lot of people on the grid. Behind Petrov is the number 4. Actually, it's the man himself. It's Mr. Haupt. Let's have a quick word. Hubert, is this your last run out in the Mercedes before you change over?
For me personally, yes. We have another race next week, Abu Dhabi, but I will race with the Ford this year.
So how come Mr. Mercedes has moved to Ford?
Well, we were negotiating what is best for the future of our team. And finally, the decision is that Ford really wants to push in Europe, and we get great support. And I think it's a great brand, and it's a pleasure for us to work with them, and we are really pushing to get this car successful in DTM and at the Nürburgring.
Have you received the cars already? Are you already testing them?
Yeah, we tested in November and December. We are testing a lot in February. I think we'll be good prepared for the season.
There's a lot of people listening in Australia. They'd like to know whether you want to take that car to the Bathurst 12 hours sometime.
Oh, it's a far trip. Also with the Ford this year for sure not, but maybe in future you'll never know. I would love to race there one day. I've never been in Australia before.
If you win this race, I'm going to use a word that doesn't exist. You'll become the winningest driver of this event by taking your 4th win. Does that cross your mind? You could become the top driver in Dubai 24-hour history in its 20th year?
Well, it's always a bit in mind, but to be realistic, we are with an M car. It will be quite difficult. You need some luck, but you'll never know.
Just one final question on the Mustang. The Mustang is also front-engine, rear-wheel drive car. Does that mean it's very transferable information set up from the Mercedes, or does that not really matter? It'd be the same, it being a mid-engine car?
Well, you have to see the Mercedes was developed in 2014. The Ford was developed in 2022, 21, so it's 8 years of difference technology. So there are quite big differences, and the modern generation of race cars is really is very new. It's a front engine, yes, but that's more or less that's all.
Right, best of luck and go for 4.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I say it's one of my absolute all-time favourite teams now. I just hope that the right people are on the. Oh, they can't see. Where's Fabrizio? It's the Heavy Motors team, the multicoloured Porsche, and oh dear, where's Fabrizio?
He just left. Yeah, you missed him.
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's great to see you guys back. You missed the back end of last season, but obviously you had some GT3 outing. How's the weekend gone so far?
Actually quite good. I mean, I stepped in very, very last minute because Cosimo unfortunately got sick quite badly. Now he's getting better, but he's not fit enough to race, so I stepped in for him.
A late call, is that a problem, or is it because you're jumping into a GT3R, it's fine?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
When you have a late call like that, is that concerning, or is it just is one Porsche like another Porsche, just like a pair of shoes?
Well, obviously there are a bit different philosophies in the setup, but yeah, the Porsche is a Porsche. I know the car very well now, so it didn't took me too long to adapt. But obviously, yeah, it was all short notice, and now we gonna have a good race.
Well, best of luck, and that is the Heavy Motors machine. That was Patrick Niederhauser, who was the late replacement. I'm seeing there's the only McLaren over here, which is the 33 machine. And I think that's a quick word with Benji. So McLaren for you here, not a family outing anymore, but a McLaren. How are you finding it?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to be in a McLaren. First time racing in a McLaren. No, it's really track suits the car really well, and yeah, would have been nice to do with my family again, but yeah, this time with the McLaren family.
So what was the decision process that just you out of the entire family got to drive for? You know, you haven't got your dad, you haven't got your brother. You know, poor old Stuart didn't get a drive either.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know. Maybe again in the future sometime we'll do it as a family car. But yeah, this time here with McLaren. Yeah, they asked if I could come for this race, so. Yeah, I just hope for a good race with them, and hopefully my family watching back home can support.
And we're looking forward to the race. So unfortunately we got a two-place grid penalty because of we hadn't armed the fire extinguisher during qualifying. Nobody's fault, just didn't happen. That is now done, needless to say, and we're looking forward to the race.
Now, of course, Greg Hamill-Jordans and yourself, many years' experience of racing the Creventic Series, but I suppose for you, it's all changed now with this new tyre.
The Michelin tyre was, I should say, a challenge. We got used to it now. It's a very different construction, very different compound. So it's taken a bit of getting used to, but we think we've got a good setup, so it should be all right.
So can you be more aggressive on the setup with this car? I've heard it's got a stiffer sidewall. Does that mean you can be more aggressive?
You can, but then you start wearing it out. So you don't want to be too aggressive. It's a much squarer tyre, so the sidewalls are much straighter. There isn't as much of an edge on the tyre, so you can't take as many liberties with the camber as you could with the other tyre. But as I say, hopefully, well, there's no question it's quicker. 3 seconds a lap quicker on these tyres than we were last year on the Hankook. So that messes up the fuel consumption calculation. And as I say, we just have to make sure it lasts a full stint.
Now, carried over from the end of last season is the change to the Code 60 rules, which, as the strategist, must be quite frustrating, because now in a Code 60 you're only allowed to stop once. You can only every hour. You only take 25% of fuel. Is that a frustration or an opportunity?
It's the way it is. It's the same for everyone. You stick to the rule. Yeah, it changes the strategy doing it that way, but it's okay. I mean, it does mean that there's not so much of an advantage to be gained during the Code 60. But then again, you don't lose if the other person gets lucky. Because of the length of the circuit, it can take you at least 5 minutes to get around the circuit when the Code 60 comes out. By the time you've refueled, if you're refueling 50%, that can set you back 10 minutes.
I stay in the line, and I hope so that I can fight with the GT4 a little bit, and that's the reason.
Now, we're all thinking this might be the oldest car in the race. Do you know how old it actually is?
It's the slowest. Yeah, we do it for fun, and I think the old Cup racer, I hope you do a good job, and hopefully when we have no technical problems, we will see at the end where's our position.
Now, quite optimistically, he has an Ayrton Senna replica helmet as well on, so you could channel Ayrton into the first corner. Don't forget, if you don't go for a gap that exists, you're being sensible.
Quite significantly, but not as much as here at the Dubai Autodrome. Nick Damon's got an update for us on what's happened with the number 41. Come to you, Aston. Nick.
Yeah, it's not good news at all. Actually, as you can see, no one's working on the car, and they've done the shaking hands and this isn't great. The cameras here, but you cut up yet, but they are not very happy about what's been going on. You know, if we could cut the camera up, and what you would see is a rear drive shaft and differential system that's already been taken apart. They had some drive shaft problems from the differential as well, and they've done it again. It's blown again, and I think that's it for them. I think this car may well be parked. I'm not sure. I think Nicholas. I'm not sure if Nicholas was in the car at the time. Did you start the car, Nicholas Blair? Just so I can grab a quick word with him. Nicholas, were you in the car?
Yeah, I was in the car, but we didn't take the start because we had a small issue yesterday evening during the night practice. The whole crew tried to repair the car and find what was the exact problem on the car. Sadly, during the warm-up this morning, it looks like we didn't really find what was happening. And now, before the race starts, we just also had the same issue on the outlap to go on the grid. So we spent, I think, now more than 1 hour trying to find out and repair. And that was, let's say, our last hope. I mean, that's racing, we know.
So I was told it was a drive shaft, but this is a mystery drive line problem, is it?
Yeah, it's something related between the drive shaft, the gearbox, and the diff. We need to inspect further to really know what's the real problem.
And it looks like you guys have scratched the car, yeah? Is that it?
Yeah, it will be difficult. We are missing some spare parts, so it's like this.
Suggest you bad luck. Thank you for talking to us. That's Nicholas Baird out of the 41 Come To You car. Really bad luck.
Callie, did you enjoy the start of that race, your very first 24-hour race?
Yeah, actually I enjoyed. Quite different than what I'm used to. Not taking so many risks in the start, just trying to survive. Not the easiest start. We didn't have the best pace, but yeah, anyway, it was a clean start, so that's the main thing.
Remarkably, you guys made your way to the front of the field. You actually came into the pits in the lead. Was that a surprise?
Well, I don't know, to be honest. I just tried to keep my own pace, quite steady. Not the fastest pace, but at least I was quite steady through the stint. So let's see what we can do.
Now, Callie, it's your first 24-hour race. I'm going to ask you a question that I asked a former Formula One world champion, Fernando Alonso. So I'm going to ask a world rally champion the same question. Are you looking forward to being woken up in the middle of the night and asked to perform?
Yeah, basically, I think that's the important part of the race. So I think, yeah, it's going to be first experience for me in the night and all those things. So yeah, I think that's when all the action is happening, most of it. So yeah, we need to stay awake well.
Yes, waking up in the middle of the night, unable to see because you've just been asleep. Have you already worked out what your tactic is going to be with regards to you and how you're going to prepare yourself?
Yeah, I think we have quite clear plan what we should do and how we should drive. So I think I will do a bit of the night driving. So yeah, let's hope I wake up.
Yeah, please.
Yellow lights and yellow flags at the moment. It's just beyond the stage, which is all lit up. I have to say, I get a little bit worried with red lights next to a racetrack. Into the pit lane, I'm afraid to say that this is the Cayman, number 414, and this is our superstar, Razoo Northern Racing, with Ajith Kumar behind the wheel, and that car has not made it into the pit lane. So has he gone one lap too far? 53rd position for that car. He's been out for 1 hour and 28 minutes. So that just could be
Yeah.
A flat 6 in the middle of that car, coughing and spluttering.
And remember, when he left the pit lane during a code 60, he did not go to fuel at that point. Now, that might have been the decision made by the team,
yes,
given that they might have had fuel at the previous code 60, but I think it's maybe just run out of fuel.
Well, let me see, because
the fans that are there on the pit entry, they're getting a real close-up view to their hero. Ajith Kumar has just had huge adulation wherever he's been all weekend.
He did take fuel. He's taken fuel at some stage, because his last pit stop was 3 minutes and 8 seconds, and the pit lane time only was 44 seconds. So he didn't stop at his pit, but he did put fuel in an hour or whatever it was. Now the car is rolling gently, and code 60 is coming. Code 60 is coming. It will be our 5th code 60, with the time at exactly 6 o'clock in the evening. We've timed that one perfectly for Pete back up in London. It's another racing hour completed, and here in the Global Broadcast Centre, it's Peter Mackay and John Hindhaugh. Nick Damon in the pit lane. RS1 for the audio and Creventic Motorsport channel on YouTube, as well as our syndicated TV around the world. It's the 2025 International Endurance Racing Opener, the Michelin 24 Hours of Dubai. Well, we can't blame Johnny for this one either.
Like I say, Johnny just had a bit of bad luck, but yeah, unfortunately a little bit of code 60 there. So again, how is this going to play out? Harry King is 55 minutes into his stint. That's not a bad time for a code 60 to come out to get a little bit of fuel.
He's been out 26 laps.
Yeah, perfect. So a full stint is 35. So he'll be okay. You can only put 25% in, but the Harry King for pure racing could be good.
Huge crowd has gathered at the fence line and the entrance to the pit lane to get a shot of the car which their hero is in. Let's take an opportunity to get some updates from Nick Damon. There will be cars coming in, and at the bottom end of the top 10 we've had a few of the leaders, and in fact I think Dan Harper's just dived in from second. Yes, he has. Harry King has stayed out.
The 991's coming. This is a full service. Dan Harper getting out, so they don't want to burn the pro time in the 991. Was it Dan Harper?
No, that's Darren Leung who's in the 991.
Yeah, so 991. Yeah, that's it. So we've had the 19 MP Motorsport car in for full service. So the Wimbledon Racing number 7 in for full service. The second M4 BMW is also in now as well.
Yeah, so that was Dan Harper, as I said.
Yes, full service on both their cars. Yeah, but I'm actually down that end, and it takes a long time to get here. We've had a number of the Porsches going through for fuel. My guess is that pretty soon those fuel bowsers are going to be full and they'll be queuing. But so far,
how many pumps have we got, Nick?
Right, that's the 24, I think 12. The 24 car, the Visit Dubai machine will stop.
7.
And they'll all be stopping very briefly, of course, because they're only taking a quarter of their...
No, 9 now filled. However many we've got. We've got 9.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there may be more than 12 what they had last time, but that was in Europe, so it may be slightly different, but these are smart pumps. But of course, the point about it is they are only stopping very briefly, because they're taking like 25, 23, 22 litres, which doesn't take a very long amount of time. It looks like just about everyone, there's a few cars who are continuing on, but they're mainly the 992s who are eschewing the chance to pick up fuel. They're watched behind me. The GT3 is much more keen on getting a slug of the liquid gold.
Dance yourself dizzy.
Looks like the tow truck has...
Yeah.
Exactly. Look, you can't say that, then don't expect me to sing it, but I'll be good this time. But the 414 machine, that was on the back of a truck. I think it's been dropped.
Which one's this?
You can probably see it better.
No, it's on the end of a tow rope on a pickup truck.
It's because sometimes they leave it, and this time they decide to pull it all the way through. I can see him coming down towards me now. It has got a bit dark for us now, so it's no longer daytime. It is now night, and therefore you have to look at behind things. But the lights are on. as Ajith Kumar comes in on the end of a rope. I think actually, I don't think he did stop, because he had you had that 3-minute stop, but it was a very leisurely changeover. And don't forget, these boys are on 5 nut wheel studs, so it takes longer to do a full service anyway.
Yeah, but he only had a 44-second run through the pit lane and a 3-minute and 8 stop. So. Does that mean he spent? Does that mean he? Does that mean he spent 3 minutes? He spent 3 minutes and 8 minus 44 seconds in his pit, getting new tyres.
No. If you got, I didn't know. If that's the point, then you've got fuel, because the pit in, pit out. Correct. Either side, and then
that's how I was reading it.
Is fuel. I haven't got that. I haven't got that information in front of me. You are very much lucky to have the Get Race results, page 2, 3, 4, and 5. But very few of the garages have even got page 2 of the timing, so you're kind of going, oh, well, who knows? Raft of cars that come past, the 21 Haas machines come, the Audi, the 7 SMP Racing, they're both doing full services as well, John. Just trying to see where anyone who's just going to do fuel. There's the 978. Here comes the 30. That's the recovering car collection machine. Then the red Campbell Jordan car eschews many of the other 992s, and they're coming in for a service. Evo's staying on board. He's getting tyres as well, so they are throwing some tyres at this car. We know it gets you a few seconds at the start, but yeah, that advantage
26 laps ago, Harry King took tyres, and he's not come in this session for pure racing, which is back.
Looks a little like a volcano now, as they're fired off at all angles.
Got a car stationary down at turn 10. Yellow flags are out.
Well, our fireworks have a lot to live up to, and I'm sure they will do. Stick around for those at 8 o'clock this evening. I realise that if you've taken our coverage with you out and about, then fireworks on the radio is not a great feature. We've tried to describe them as best we can in the past, and now, yes, we go under a code 60. Let's hope that drivers weren't rather distracted by the impromptu extra fireworks.
It's at the other end of the field. There we go, down at turn 10. It looks like we've got a car into the barriers on the exit of turn number 10. Emergency vehicles are in there. That's one of the fastest braking zones on the circuit as the team gets down there to find out what's going on.
Works if you want.
Joe's just said to me that you can help me with the fireworks, Joe. In what respect, as we try and work out what's gone on?
Yeah, to describe people. What I can describe for the fireworks for people listening on radio.
Yep.
Are you ready? Ooh! Ah! Ah! Ooh!
That's not really describing anything.
That was about
That's just you making funny noises.
They were great.
Yeah, Nick and I kind of have a different idea of what you were doing there, but I'm sure it was the fireworks. There's a car in the barrier, at least one. Trying to work out whether it's more than that, though.
It just looked like the one, because we've only got one piece of barrier that's... It's tyres down there. It's tyres. Driver's out of the car. And he is out of the car, and we've just got to find out what car it is.
So is that overshooting at the end of the back straight into turn 10?
If you run straight on there, that is the overshoot of that area. And the braking, it looks really deep when you walk it, but when you're at 300 kilometres an hour, it's not very deep. It comes up at you very, very quickly indeed. But the intervention vehicles from Dubai Autodrome were on site ASAP. They've got many access areas around the circuit.
And the tyre wall is there because if you went any further, you would end up on the 311 in the
you're going to Sharjah.
Yeah.
Okay. And
there's no slip road there, so
and given the way people drive in Dubai, you wouldn't be the fastest car out there.
And they wouldn't necessarily make space for you either if you were looking to join, because as I say, that's not a junction. But one or two have tried it over the years.
Yeah.
And thankfully, the tyres doing their job. But when a car is stopped at such velocity, the first concern is the driver, and that's good news that they've been able to get out of the car with Marshall's assistance and then walk under their own steam. In fact, they're in deep conversation now as well.
With the medical staff, always on site here, a full medical facility here at Dubai Autodrome. This was being built as a Formula One testing circuit, as John described earlier, and then they banned testing. So what do you do? Dominic Albert, 414, resume more than racing. Oh dear, running 5th in class in the 414 car. It's good to see that Dominic's okay. It's well, if it's gone into tyres, there may not be as much damage as Armco.
True.
And they may be able to recover that back to the pits on a flatbed.
The other thing that I'm rather hesitant to raise, but I feel like I have to, is that the 414 car, we've got a lot of extra fans tuned into the 24 hours of Dubai this year, and the 414 car is Ajith Kumar's car.
It is.
I'm afraid to say.
Is it one of his cars?
It's one of his cars, but I believe that's the one he's focusing on for this year's
Well, that's the one that ran out of fuel and that brought out the last Code 60. That ran out of fuel on the way down into the pit lane.
So clearly Ajith's fans, and there are so many of them, either here this weekend or paying attention from further afield, and they will be desperately hoping that that car can rejoin the race. The flatbed is being reversed into position.
About 5 or 6 deep.
Yeah.
So just front end damage to that car, along with possibly another issue that we are unaware of at this time, as the car already being put onto the flatbed. We've got to rearrange the tyres as we do.
So the 414 car has had a big old incident, and I think actually the nose of the car ended up partially under the tyres as well. So car 414 with Dominic Albert at the wheel of the Razzoon Northern Racing Porsche Cayman. It was running, or is now running, 6th in the GT4 category. And fans of Ajith Kumar, our huge Indian film star from the Collywood scene, was due to be in this car later on in the motor race, and that's going to be a very, very difficult repair in order for him to do that. But we hope that they can, and we clearly hope that Dominic Albert is fine as well. But the early conversation that he was having with track
belts a little bit, you wear a full hands device so that if you have a head-on collision like that, it restricts your head movement forward. And all of these latest safety things is the reason why we see drivers get out of cars that have had horrendous accidents and walk away from it. And it's just, you know, I remember last year we had I think it was one of the Alpines down at Yas, sitting on the infield at turn 4 at Yas. There's no tyres on it, just the engine in the back, and all we could see was a roll cage, and the driver sitting in there calmly unplugging himself and getting out. There was nothing left of the car. So amazing safety that has been promulgated through the Creventic series with all of the cars out there. Drivers wear full 3-layer fire suits. There are onboard fire extinguishers activated from inside and outside. So safety is paramount in motorsport because it is dangerous.
Yeah, and we've already had a nasty incident with a car that partially caught fire and needed that fire extinguisher that is carried by all of these cars. The driver with partial burns, we were hearing, not visible burns, because Joe had a word with the driver involved with that, but you only need to be exposed to fire for a very short period, a couple of seconds, and you'll feel the heat for maybe a few days. But yes, fireproof race wear is essential in this occupation. This car that we're talking about now didn't catch fire, but is looking very sorry for itself on the front, with a lot of that paint from the rubber belt that sits on the front of the tyre wall now scuffing the front of the car after it ended up underneath that very large tyre wall at the end of the straight between turns 9 and 10. The race around this recovery continues, rather, in a sense. You can't overtake, and you have to adhere to the 60 kilometres per hour, but this can all be weaved into potential strategy if you're in a position to take on some fuel, you are allowed to do that. Come into pit lane, maybe do a driver change and a tyre switch, but then when you get to the fueling area, you're only allowed 25% of your normal fuel allocation. That's exactly what the race leader is doing, in fact. Dan Harper out of that Al-Manar Racing BMW. Darren Young took over before the car visited the pit lane, but a bit more fuel for Darren Young before it will continue on.
James Winslow also into the pits in the Haas RT car. And, currently 4th on track now, and second in the AM category. Paradigm competition, and Simon Travers in the 991 leads the AM and 3rd overall. And Pure Racing, again, Alexei Nisov moving up the leaderboard up into 2nd position. 146 laps completed by our race leader, the Al-Manar Racing. And Darren Young now just leaving the pits. Now this barrier repair shouldn't take too long, because they've just got to have a look at the tyres as the 414 makes its way into pit lane. That'll be parked, either sent down to their garage. You can see that part of the front, the air dam, is sitting in front of that car rather than underneath it. But quick work from the track team here at Dubai Autodrome to get that sorted out. A little bit of barrier repair. I did see during the last Code 60 that the course car did go out to have a bit of a look around the circuit, and I think we'll see a little bit more of that this evening, just to see where debris is. And a lot of it is to replace the signage, the foam signage, which is the countdown corner markers that tend to get occasionally removed by a wayward car. So that car now being taken back into the scrutineering bay and the technical bay, just at the beginning of pit lane.
And have you had much experience on the Michelin tyre?
No, this is the first time we've run it in Dubai.
What's your thoughts?
Yeah, it's a good tyre. It's yeah, good all-round tyre, and it's working well.
I mean, I know we sometimes focus a lot on like one-lap speed and ultimate qualifying speed, but it's all about that tyre lasting you as a driver, isn't it?
Yeah, I think with the Michelin, especially with the BMW, you just got to protect the front. The front axle is the one that goes first, and you just have to keep that protected, and you're okay.
Right, thank you, Simon. We've gone back to green, guys.
Then a nice little gaggle of non-Pro GT3 cars from 5th position down to 10th spot, including the 2 Herbert Motorsport Porsches, as what is left of the 414 car now after its big crash at the end of the long straight goes past Joe. What's your early assessment then, Joe?
Oh, I'm not sure it's going to rub out, Johnny.
Yeah.
It's got a massive amount of damage on the front end. I'm now behind the car, so it may be, when I get a proper and closer look at it, just kind of superficial bodywork, etc. When it gets to its garage and they give us a better chance of stopping still and me getting a proper look at it, I'll give you a better assessment. But remember, it's Baz Kooten is part of this operation as well for Ajith Kumar, and they don't know when to stop, do they? They'll just keep on
Indeed, the front 2 corners mechanically look pretty okay. It was just a lot of bodywork laying over the top of them, so it looked reasonably square at the front end. So hopefully, when you have a look at that, you'll be able to see if I'm right or wrong.
Yeah, I think you're spot on from what we saw from the front wheels, and more importantly, the front wheels are also pointing in the right direction. Now, whether they're fixed to the car is a matter that we can find out in a moment. But we are walking all the way up the top of the pits with this car being pushed by the mechanic, so we'll see. But I think you're right. It's reached the garage now. It's going to be pushed in nose first, and the team will go to work. I'll get back to you when I have a report.
Well, this is a Razzoon More Than Racing car, isn't it, which is the team from Austria. I know the sister car, as in the other car that Ajith Kumar had as his name against it, is a Baz Kooten car.
Yeah.
I didn't know that Baz Kooten was involved with Razzoon. That might just have been a misspeaking moment from Joe, unless he knows a little bit more. Ah, fine, okay. Gotcha. I mean,
yeah, just stepping out of the 901 numbered Ajith Kumar racing entry is Fabien Dufleur. Fabien, firstly, tell me, how was the stint? The sun has come down. Is the track changing at all?
Yeah, the track is quite changing a lot. We are getting a lot of good grip at the start of the stint, for I would say the last 40 minutes. And after that, the tires are dropping a lot, so it's kind of driving on eggs. So it's quite hard to manage, but still a lot of fun on track.
Is that because the tyres were prepared and pressured for the sunlight hours, and then they'll be different now for the driver that's out there now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of stuff is changing. The night is going, so the pace might be faster. It's quite hard to deal with a lot of people who don't have that much of experience overnight, but still fun and still enjoying.
And how is the pace on a rate of 1 to 10? How hard are you guys pushing?
I mean, we took the decision that we will not push from the start. I mean, you know, it's endurance, so we are maybe on level 7 or 8, just cruising. I mean, following people and pushing as much as we can later on.
And what is it like having this amazing fan base that every time you guys come past, there is a massive cheer? The likes of which you've got to go to a football ground to hear that, Lord. It's like incredible. Give us a wave, everybody. Fantastic following for Ajith Kumar's racing. I mean, what's it like to be racing for a team with that amount of following?
Yeah, I mean, it's quite different for us because we never had that kind of support, I would say. But it's really nice because they are all nice people with a gentle heart. They are super nice with us, even on social media or here in the paddock. So, I mean, it's really cool to have them with us.
It's really beautiful, and it's fantastic for the series to extend. You know, the knowledge now of the 24-inch series in India is massive. The YouTube channel is just alight. It's incredible.
Yeah, I mean, it's really cool for us, but also for the sport to have this kind of engagement. It's really amazing. So thank you to all of them to be there. I mean, not a lot of people are staying like this overnight, so no, it's amazing.
I'm already pushing for a race in India, are you?
Definitely.
We're going to come to India.
We have to.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Fabian. Good luck for the rest of the race, guys.
Terrific.
With Ajith Kumar, you know, obviously incredibly well known on the Indian subcontinent and a major Bollywood star. But tell us, how have you started your motorsport career? You know, you found yourself here at the Dubai 24 Hours. Tell us about your racing career.
I started very early. I was 18 when I started racing motorcycles back home in India, and then I got busy with work. So, but I did race motorcycles until I was 21, and then pursued it till 93, I guess. And then I got busy. I got into the film industry, and in 2002, I was 32 years old when I decided to get back to motor racing, but not motorcycles, in four-wheelers. So my journey began. So I came back to motorsports in the year 2002, racing the national championships back home in India. In 2003, I went on to do the Formula BMW Asia Championship. I did the whole season in 2003. I did complete it. In 2004, I participated in the British Formula 3 in the scholarship class, though. Unfortunately, I couldn't complete the whole season due to work commitments. It was like balancing two boats at the same time. So then I waited for some time, and then in 2010, I was fortunate enough in getting an opportunity to race in the European Formula 2 season. But then again, I could only do a few races because of my film commitments. But I did get to race in some fantastic circuits like Monza, Silverstone and Marrakech.
What's the situation? You're running this dual career. Do you have do you write it into your contracts with the films that you are allowed to race, or do the production companies say no, you can't race?
No, I don't need to be told what to do, what not to do. So for now, as I plan to pursue motorsports, not just as a driver, as a team owner as well. Until the racing season is on, I wouldn't be signing firms, and probably between October until March, before the racing season commences, I will probably do firms. I'll act in firms so that no one is worried, and I can be full throttle. You know, I can be on full throttle when I race.
So you're here at the Dubai 24-hour. What was it that caught your eye about this particular event to start your year's racing?
If you look at all the formats that I have been racing, and they have been sprint races, you know, and this is more like a team event where it's one car, multiple drivers. So it is not just about you. It's about the car, the equipment, saving the equipment for your co-drivers, you know, so pure team sport. So that's, and this is something I wanted to experience firsthand, and I'm fortunate enough that I could form my own team, Ajith Kumar Racing.
Ajith, thank you very much. Best of luck, and obviously next time you get in the car, well, it'll be night practice in the race.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And
nice
we have a
1,000 your fans to turn up here.
Honestly, I wasn't expecting so much of a turnout, but I love them. I love them unconditionally.
Now you're in two cars. Are you going to concentrate on the Cayman or concentrate on the 911?
On the Cayman, the GT4. So yeah, so get ready for Mugello in March. Try to pick up as much seat time as possible, because I had a bad shunt in the practice session. So I thought the best way to go about this would be to let my team, because they're doing pretty well. I think they qualified 7th, so as to not disturb their groove. And I got myself a GT4 so that I get all the race experience I can, since I have been away from racing for the last 15 years. So I think that's a better way to go about it. And yeah, following all the necessary protocols that, you know. So thank you for your support. Thank you all. Thanks to Kravitic and Bascote and everybody involved. And
I mean, as an actor, you always have total confidence. You have total confidence in front of the camera as an actor. Do you have total confidence in the car, or do you feel nervous when you're in the car?
I think it's all the same. I mean, both acting and racing are very physically and emotionally demanding jobs, and so are other professions. It's just about how you compartmentalize and prioritize things, right? And I hate multitasking, so I wouldn't want to do that. Instead, try and focus on one activity at a time, and it's better. It's better in every way.
Now, you've committed to the European season. Does that mean you're going to have a quieter year on the film front?
Yes, I have 2 releases coming up. So I managed to finish 2 projects which are due for release. One would release in Jan, and the other one in April or May. So which gives me time to focus on my racing profession. You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Yeah.
It's amazing. I don't know. Would you like to say something to your fans in Tamil, for both the crowd and of course for the people on YouTube?
Yeah, I will, because I'll do it later.
Okay, then. We'll get you in the zone. That's fine. We'll talk about it later. Thanks very much. So Ajith will be on the camera a bit later to talk about that. We're now hemmed ourselves in with the unbelievable entourage he has. This is a bigger entourage than Brad Pitt had at Daytona. This is one of Ajith Kumar's cars. This is the car, the Porsche. This is one he's been. Oh, it's Baz. Hello, Baz. What's it like having a genuine star, not you anymore, a genuine star in your car?
You see, we don't have to ask where our driver is, as we only need to listen to the noise from the audience. We know where the driver is.
Another year being a team manager. Do you miss being the driver?
No, this gives me the thrill for 24 hours. So otherwise, it's
thrill.
More than that, it's the advantage, the adventure. I love it. I love it to be on the side, on the computer, on the radio.
So how did it come that a Tamil movie star phoned you up and said, "Baz, can I drive for you?" Or did you go, "Oh, I've heard that the movie star's got some money"?
No, not about that. It's just about we're here for the sports, and we are here also to bring the sports to an upper level. And this driver came up with this request, and yeah, of course, we try to fulfill whatever he wants, but on a sporty side, on a technical side, that's our thing.
Well, best of luck, because you know, it's great to see anyone who brings more attention to
many people here for the 20th edition because of Ajith Kumar and his part in proceedings, the Collywood film star.
Yes.
I've not heard of Collywood, prior to coming to Dubai this weekend.
The Tamil version of Bollywood.
Indeed, yes. And a huge film star he is from that genre, but also a film producer as well.
And a racing driver.
A racing driver in 2 separate cars.
Exactly.
This weekend, so he's a busy boy.
Yeah, and that fan base here was as noisy as the crowd on the start, which is great. Hello to everybody in the grandstand. Welcome along.
So Luke Hartog out of the 24 car. That car still being named actually against the Dutchman, but he's very definitely chatting to Joe now.
Yeah, I've definitely got this very tall young man in front of me. I need a box to talk to you, Luke. A strange driver stint for you there at the end, a long, almost half an hour of Code 60. You just get started and another Code 60. What does that do to the, the psychology of what you're doing out there?
Yeah, you can't really get into a rhythm, but fortunately what matters is the track position. This is a 24-hour sprint race. You can't get all the time back, and in these cases you have many things where you can actually gain a lot of time or lose a lot of time with, and I think we capitalized on that. This is what brings the car now into P1. Mega team effort by that, but still, race is long, and yeah, just, again, we have a small break now, but yeah, looking forward to what's to come.
So as a driver, you're just listening to your engineers telling you when to pit. They're the ones doing the strategy. You have to go fast, yeah?
Correct, yeah. This is a strategy race, but now you have to capitalize before, for example, we had a small green flag, and because the tires really cooled down because we drove half an hour, only 60 kph, you really have to scrub the tires and use these moments, and I think we managed well. We got some time with that again. Also, driver change was super fast, so these things, they help, and yeah, that's why we're leading, I think, now.
Great stuff. Thank you, Luke.
Thank you.
Get some rest.
Luke Hartog from the Dynamic GT Porsche leading the race at the moment. We will wait until they put the driver indicator on, and then we will work out who is at the wheel of the number 24. 50 laps have been completed. We finished our last Code 60 at 2:59 and 38 seconds. We started the next one at 3 minutes and 57 seconds. So there wasn't a lot of time there to get some heat into the tyres. But Frederick Jose is out of the car. He did get out, but with assistance. So he is making his way to the medical centre, and we wish him all of the best from the Team Motor Park number 5 car. And boy, that was he did a good job to avoid the slow car, but unfortunately cold rear tyres obviously didn't provide much grip once he turned that car pretty much 70 degrees to the left.
I don't remember Motor Park having much of a presence here in the 24 Hours of Dubai in the past. They're a name well known from German Formula 3 and then on into GT3 racing in their homeland as well. But I mean, I don't want to say this is their first ever Dubai 24 Hours because it may not be, but they're relatively latecomers to it, and a good driver lineup. I mean, the cars looked stellar all weekend. Thierry Vermeulen I was looking forward to seeing in that car. Sebastian Alvarez, the semi-pro, but Fred Chusey, sadly, he regularly races Ferraris in the ACO rules racing, and was getting more and more used to his Mercedes, but unfortunately, kind of through not a great deal of fault of his own. I mean, you could say that there will have been white flags. I would hope there will have been white flags because of the slow era motorsport car. That doesn't tell you where the slow car is on the racetrack, though. No. And when you're surrounded by other machinery, it's really.
And he was coming out from behind another car as well. That's why he was blinded, and there was a car just basically parked in front of him.
Yeah, unsighted by it. And once you've jinked out, yeah, you know there's going to be a problem, but there just isn't the time to slow down and avoid. So another car down, sadly, and more crucially, this is eating into any potential that we might have had of getting to a record distance.
Yes.
Far, actually. We just talked about the car that's in 4th place. Let's have a quick word with Luke Hartog from the 24. Luke, a great performance, but the car's a bit heavier now.
Yes, we are a little bit heavier, so BOP changed. I think this will affect us a little bit, but let's say we have a good package, good line of drivers, so yeah, we're excited, but let's see what this 24 hours gives us.
I have to say this, because obviously I've seen your other team members are significantly smaller than you. I mean, how do you fit such different physical sizes into a race car? Race cars are not known for being roomy, are they?
Well, I was already planning the first time that you're gonna come to me. Probably the commentators are listening. They give me so much crap for for my height. But yeah,
it's because we love you. It's not negative.
No, I love them. And I love you back. But no, it works. And yeah, I mean, it isn't. Let's use it as a USP, unique selling point for myself. But it's yeah, it works.
Now, I understand that not only are you an excellent race driver, you're also very good at selling barbecues. Is that correct?
Yes, I heard you mention it on the broadcast yesterday. Yeah, there's a lot of creative ways to make my racing career possible. But luckily, we're getting there step by step. Now I need to make the step to the factory. That's next on the bucket list. But I'm very happy to be on this lineup, and it's let's say on the trajectory to make that.
Now, obviously, barbecues are one thing, but of course you were very successful over in America in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. How much did that help your career overall?
Very good. I think nowadays in racing, if you want to make it professional, you need to divert yourself. So this was a way for myself. I'm very thankful for getting the opportunity to, of course, go overseas. Doesn't happen often that guys from Europe actually make it to the US. Racing is completely different, but I like it so much. But then again, also doing something like this, a 24-hour race in GT3, is something I definitely like. So I hope to be much more back in the States, but also in GT3 racing next year. It's looking good. So hopefully you see a lot more of me.
Hopefully they don't, Luke. Now, the only thing I'm sure he puts in all his contracts, he must fly business class, because he'd be way too folded up in half if he was actually racing in, travelling in economy. Okay, so we're meandering on down. I'm not sure we've got, this is going to be, you're very excited to know, but fans of grid walks, this is going to be a 3-part grid walk. We're on part 2 now. I may try and be a little bit more picking things out. We've got the first of our Ferrari 296s here, one of the Dragon Racing team. Can't see any of their drivers.
Almost. Last year we was here, but we did like Porsche Cup, so we know more or less what to do. It's my little racer driver next one, and we're looking forward actually, because all the week the car is driving well, and the speed was there. Yesterday we have some just unluck, but we're looking forward during the race.
Yeah, I mean, the Mercedes, it's normally done very well in Creventi competition. So was it a safe? Did you have a choice of all the cars, or did you say no? All we've got is a Mercedes. Was it always going to be a Merc, or were you thinking about other machines?
To be not really, because I drove just Mercedes, so I don't know how is it Porsche in driving style and everything. So like 2 years ago I drove Mercedes GT3, so this is why we choose Mercedes this year.
Number 7 car, starting from 7th. What's the plan for the first half hour or so?
Like normal, survive on the first corner, and then we will see. We have a good strategy what to do in the next few hours, and then we will see how many full course here will be caught 60 and crashes, and then just like.
Team's run by Hubert Haupt, who probably knows more about these cars than anyone else. What's it like working with someone like that?
It's easy. The guys is very professional. They know what to do, so we really easy to find the way how to improve the car on the setup. So they are quite professional.
Excellent. Vitaly Petrov there. Right, okay, let's carry on moving quickly, because actually they're clearing the grid of the people, which would take them some time, because there are quite a lot of people on the grid. Behind Petrov is the number 4. Actually, it's the man himself. It's Mr. Haupt. Let's have a quick word. Hubert, is this your last run out in the Mercedes before you change over?
For me personally, yes. We have another race next week, Abu Dhabi, but I will race with the Ford this year.
So how come Mr. Mercedes has moved to Ford?
Well, we were negotiating what is best for the future of our team. And finally, the decision is that Ford really wants to push in Europe, and we get great support. And I think it's a great brand, and it's it's a pleasure for us to work with them, and we are really pushing to get this car successful in DTM and at the Nürburgring.
Have you received the cars already? Are you already testing them?
Yeah, we tested in November and December. We are testing a lot in February. I think we'll be good prepared for the season.
There's a lot of people listening in Australia. They'd like to know whether you want to take that car to the Bathurst 12 hours sometime.
Oh, it's a far trip. Also with the Ford this year for sure not, but maybe in future you'll never know. I would love to race there one day. I've never been in Australia before.
If you win this race, I'm going to use a word that doesn't exist. You'll become the winningest driver of this event by taking your 4th win. Does that cross your mind? You could become the top driver in Dubai 24-hour history in its 20th year?
Well, it's always a bit in mind, but to be realistic, we are with an M car. It will be quite difficult. We need some luck, but you'll never know.
Just one final question on the Mustang. The Mustang is also a front-engine, rear-wheel drive car. Does that mean it's very transferable information set up from the Mercedes, or does that not really matter? It'd be the same, it'd be in a mid-engine car.
Well, you have to see the Mercedes was developed in 2014. The Ford was developed in 2022, 21, so it's 8 years of difference, technology. So there are quite big differences, and the modern generation of race cars is really is very new. It's a front engine, yes, but that's more or less that's all.
Great, best of luck and go for 4.
Thank you.
Okay. Oh, I say it's one of my absolute all-time favourite teams now. I just hope that the right people are on the. Oh, they can't see. Where's Fabrizio? It's the Heavy Motors team, the multicoloured Porsche, and oh dear, where's Fabrizio?
He just left. Yeah, you missed him.
Oh, it's a nightmare. It's great to see you guys back. You missed the back end of last season, but obviously you had some GT3 outing. How's the weekend gone so far?
Actually quite good. I mean, I stepped in very last minute because Cosimo unfortunately got sick quite badly. Now he's getting better, but he's not fit enough to race, so I stepped in for him.
A late call, is that a problem, or is it because you're jumping into a GT3R it's fine?
Sorry, I didn't get that.
When you have a late call like that, is that concerning, or is it just is one Porsche like another Porsche, just like a pair of shoes?
Well, obviously they're a bit different philosophies in the setup, but yeah, the Porsche is a Porsche. I know the car very well now, so it didn't took me too long to adapt. But obviously, yeah, it was all short notice, and now we gonna have a good race.
Well, best of luck, and that is the Heavy Motors machine. That was Patrick Niederhauser, who is the late replacement. I'm seeing there's the only McLaren over here, which is the 33 machine. And I think that's a quick word with Benji. So McLaren for you here, not a family outing anymore, but a McLaren. How are you finding it?
Yeah, no, it's great. It's great to be in the McLaren. First time racing in the McLaren. No, it's really track suits the car really well, and yeah, would have been nice to do with my family again, but yeah, this time with the McLaren family.
So what was the decision process that just you out of the entire family got to drive for? You know, you haven't got your dad, you haven't got your brother. You know, poor old Stuart didn't get a drive either.
Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know. Maybe again in the future sometime we'll do it as a family car, but yeah, this time here with McLaren. Yeah, they asked if I could come for this race, so. Yeah, I just hope for a good race with them, and hopefully my family watching back home can support.
And we're looking forward to the race. So unfortunately we got a 2-place grid penalty because of we hadn't armed the fire extinguisher during qualifying. Nobody's fault, just didn't happen. That is now done, needless to say, and we're looking forward to the race.
Now, of course, Greg Hamill-Jordan's and yourself, many years' experience of racing the Creventic Series, but I suppose for you, it's all changed now with this new tyre.
The Michelin tyre was, I should say, a challenge. We got used to it now. It's a very different construction, very different compound. So it's taken a bit of getting used to, but we think we've got a good setup, so it should be all right.
So can you be more aggressive on the setup with this car? I've heard it's got a stiffer sidewall. Does that mean you can be more aggressive?
You can, but then you start wearing it out. So you don't want to be too aggressive. It's a much squarer tyre, so the sidewalls are much straighter. There isn't as much of an edge on the tyre, so you can't take as many liberties with the camber as you could with the other tyre. But as I say, hopefully, well, there's no question it's quicker. 3 seconds a lap quicker on these tyres than we were last year on the Hankook. So that messes up the fuel consumption calculation. And as I say, we just have to make sure it lasts a full stint.
Now, carried over from the end of last season is the change to the Code 60 rules, which, as the strategist, must be quite frustrating, because now in a Code 60 you're only allowed to stop once. You can only every hour. You only take 25% of fuel. Is that a frustration or an opportunity?
It's the way it is. It's the same for everyone. You stick to the rule. Yeah, it changes the strategy doing it that way, but it's okay. I mean, it does mean that there's not so much of an advantage to be gained during the Code 60. But then again, you don't lose if the other person gets lucky. Because of the length of the circuit, it can take you at least 5 minutes to get around the circuit when the Code 60 comes out. By the time you've refueled, if you're refueling 50%, that can set you back 10 minutes.
I stay in the line, and I hope so that I can fight with the GT4 a little bit, and that's the reason.
Now, we're all thinking this might be the oldest car in the race. Do you know how old it actually is?
It's the slowest. Yeah, we do it for fun, and I think the old cup racer, I hope he do a good job, and hopefully when we have no technical problems, we will see at the end where's our position.
Now, quite optimistically, he has an Ayrton Senna replica helmet as well on, so you could channel Ayrton into the first corner. Don't forget, if you don't go for a gap that exists, you're being sensible.
Quite significantly, but not as much as here at the Dubai Autodrome. Nick Damon's got an update for us on what's happened with the number 41. Come to you, Aston. Nick.
Yeah, it's not good news at all. Actually, as you can see, no one's working on the car, and they've done the shaking hands and this isn't great. The cameras here, but they haven't cut up yet, but they are not very happy about what's been going on. Yeah, if we could cut the camera up, and what you would see is a rear drive shaft and differential system that's already been taken apart. They had some drive shaft problems from the differential as well, and they've done it again. It's blown again, and I think that's it for them. I think this car may well be parked. I'm not sure. Nicholas.
IBC Tamil Sports presents Hankook 24 Hours Dubai 2025 Series Endurance Racing. Title sponsor Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Powered by Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price. Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Kashmir package starts from ₹15,000 only. Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price.
Thousand your fans to turn up here?
Honestly, I wasn't expecting so much of a turnout, but I love them. I love them unconditionally.
Now you're in two cars. Are you going to concentrate on the Cayman or concentrate on the 911?
On the Cayman, the GT4. So yeah, so get ready for Mugello in March. Try to pick up as much seat time as possible, because I had a bad shunt in the practice session. So I thought the best way to go about this would be to let my team, because they're doing pretty well. I think they qualified 7th, so as to not disturb their groove. And I got myself a GT4 so that I get all the race experience I can, since I have been away from racing for the last 15 years. So I think that's a better way to go about it. And yeah, following all the necessary protocols that, you know. So thank you for your support. Thank you all. Thanks to Kravitic and Bascote and everybody involved. And
I mean, as an actor, you always have total confidence. You have total confidence in front of the camera as an actor. Do you have total confidence in the car, or do you feel nervous when you're in the car?
I think it's all the same. I mean, both acting and racing are very physically and emotionally demanding jobs, and so are other professions. It's just about how you compartmentalize and prioritize things, right? And I hate multitasking, so I wouldn't want to do that. Instead, try and focus on one activity at a time, and it's better. It's better in every way.
Now, you've committed to the European season. Does that mean you're going to have a quieter year on the film front?
Yes, I have 2 releases coming up. So I managed to finish 2 projects which are due for release. One would release in Jan, and the other one in April or May. So which gives me time to focus on my racing profession. You see these guys? I love them unconditionally. Yeah.
It's amazing. I don't know. Would you like to say something to your fans in Tamil, for both the crowd and of course for the people on YouTube?
Yeah, I will, because I'll do it later. So
okay, we'll get you in the zone. That's fine. We'll talk about it later. Thanks very much. So Ajith will be on the camera a bit later to talk about that. We're now hemmed ourselves in with the unbelievable entourage he has. This is a bigger entourage than Brad Pitt had at Daytona. This is one of Ajith Kumar's cars. This is the car, the Porsche. This is one. Oh, it's Baz. Hello, Baz. What's it like having a genuine star, not you anymore, a genuine star in your car?
You see, we don't have to ask where our driver is, as we only need to listen to the noise from the audience. We know where the driver is.
Another year being a team manager. Okay, so our next podium will be for the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup. And obviously very popular podium, this one. In third place, it's Ajith Kumar racing by BKR with Ajith Kumar, William Duer, Matthew Dutre and Cameron McLeod. Lucas van Eindhoven, Ham van Eindhoven and Jump Rappenage. And the winners of the 992 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup, it's your 909 Red Camels Jordan LL, it's Ivo Breukers, Luke Breukers, Rick Breukers and Fabian Dans. Trophies to our third place finishers. It's Faitto Broggi and Gary Williams.
...2025 series endurance racing. Title sponsor Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Powered by Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price. Your Journey, India's #1 all-in-one travel brand. Kashmir package starts from ₹15,000 only. Q1Q Pharmacy. Quality healthcare at affordable price.